have unread emails, but they're ones that I feel like I need to go back and read and respond. Like sometimes I'll read one and then I'll mark it as unread because I need to go back and I know you could flag it. You could do all those different things, mark it somehow.
The question is, what is normal? 248-539-9797. It's a full hour. It's 97.1.
With possible punishment looming over the Michigan football program for violations of noncompliance, recruiting issues, many wondering what type of sanctions could be imposed by the NCAA, ESPN's Pete Thamel giving his feel on what could eventually come down. Most of the 7 coaches reportedly named in the violation drafts are no longer in Ann Arbor, including Jim Harbaugh, who says he has no apologies over the situation because he claims no compliance complacency in the accusations when he was head coach. We'll see if the Lions-Giants joint practice today meets the intensity level of yesterday, where there were reported 8 fights between the two teams on the field. Head coach Dan Campbell admitted that his players would not pull back, but would be evaluated on their actions as if it was a real game. New defensive back Amik Robertson says that's what happens when you get highly competitive players together. USA has matched China in the number of gold medals at 21 as of early this morning. First place finishes in surfing and discus help boost the numbers. Team USA basketball and women's soccer will both play elimination matches later today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So I think this has been a revealing exercise, even if it hasn't been surprising. John, Mr. Four Corners, as a ticket texter puts it, you make the bed, you're very neat and tidy.
Yeah.
You delete emails and text messages pretty regularly.
Oh, yeah. I was just at the break there going through, or I'll file them. So, like if I've ordered something online and I get a response, hey, your package is shipped, that instantly goes to the online purchase file. So that is removed from the stream because, and here's the other thing I was thinking at the break, especially for text messages, like Tom, when you have a lot of irons in the fire, you get a lot of text messages or emails from different people where I want to be able to instantly see like my kids' text, my wife's text, my parents, like those that are close to me. And throughout the course of the day, they all get pushed way down to the bottom. So I will delete all of the useless ones where I don't have to respond to someone or hey, okay, check that box. I've read it. I'm not going to go back and read it. There's nothing impactful in it.
People have pointed out you can set your settings to delete text after a year or even after a month so that it just auto does it for you.
Yeah, but I don't want to auto delete all my...
Because some of you want to keep.
Yeah, there's some that I do want to keep.
So Texter says, I want to make sure I get this phrasing correctly, that your inbox is just a collection of like thoughts from dead people, dead memories. That's what it says.
Yeah,
That's a very dark way of looking at it, but yes. Ticket Texter says, John, you're unbelievable. The only time I delete text messages is when I'm a University of Michigan football coach with incriminating texts on my phone. That's from Pat and Howell. Heather and I don't delete text like at all. We don't delete emails at all.
No.
It's complete opposite end of the spectrum. We've asked you guys, what's normal? What do you do? 248-539-9797. Texter says, I have 103,000 unread emails.
Oh, my goodness. That would give me so much anxiety.
28 years old said they do occasionally delete text messages, but never emails. I delete my messages every day unless the conversation is continuing. I'm 28 years old, so it's definitely not an old guy or gal thing. Mm-hmm. Go into your settings. You can automatically delete text after a certain number of days. People who don't delete messages are the reason we have to pay for space on servers.
Yeah.
Cybersecurity wife never deletes her text messages, reads another one. We got more coming in. My husband regularly deletes text messages. He hates the clutter. That's Lisa in Milan.
I think that's part of it. Yeah, it just feels like clutter.
This sounds like a lot of text messages that are going to have to be deleted later.
Yeah.
That they're sending in to us. Yeah, how regularly do you clean out your ticket text? Texter says 52,000 unread emails in my Yahoo account. I don't care. I have other things to do, unlike some people.
I just want to keep all of the important stuff near the top of the list so that when I do open it up, I have something like if I'm going through and looking at my unread emails and like I pat on my back, finally finished my taxes just yesterday. And so I have, the invoice for that that I need to, settle up. That's one. Coaching football at Marion, there's some video that we're reviewing for film study. I have that, so I make sure that I do it before, practice later today.
I think there's a point of no return, though, right? You're neat and tidy on it. But like Heather, it'd be too, at this point, 20,000 emails.
Oh, I'm not going through and deleting all of those.
No.
They would go back years and years and years.
No.
I do delete. If there's a big chunk of all junk, I just shift and I check them all and delete them.
Yeah.
But usually they're just there. But that's why they have the search bar. If you're looking for your taxes,
Search
you
taxes.
you just hit taxes and boop, there they are.
Yeah, but I use that little blue dot as when I pull up oh yes, I need to do that today. It's something because if I don't and it starts to go further down, I'll forget about it and it won't get done until I get a reminder email.
Mm-hmm.
So John, how do your kids do this? Do you pay attention to their tendencies with their phones?
We got a crowd
watching.
Right, you're not supposed to talk about
Yes,
that.
we're going to do the wave.
I feel like a fish.
We're like zoo animals right
yes,
now.
Exactly.
Yeah. And here are the radio hosts. Hi.
Oh, they all waved at the same time.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
that was
that's
very
creepy.
unison. Yes. What were we talking about?
Your kids. How
Kids, how do they
This is
handle
how
their
soon
text
I forget
messages?
things. I don't know how they do that.
Okay, so you don't monitor. I thought you might monitor because earlier,
I do, but I only go through like the first, page. I don't scroll all the way down to the bottom. I just want to see what's going on today.
It's. I just find it very interesting, the age dynamic. And I know we got a ticket text that said, "Well, I'm 28 and I keep mine clean." I don't know. Is it an anxiety thing? Is it a control thing? Is it? I don't know. For me, it's staying organized. That's why I just get so much. I get so much stuff that if I don't do it, I'm going to lose track of stuff and not reply to something important. So Costa and Heather must not have anything important going on.
Yeah, bunch of
Well,
losers.
I think that I have so much things that are important. I don't want to delete anything in case I do delete something important.
Did you see how she did that? She's actually too important
Exactly.
to delete the text messages.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So where do you guys stand on notifications on phones?
I don't want them there. I'll click on stuff so that it gets...
I get very little notifications other than texts and emails and.
Oh, I get notifications. I get notifications on my watch.
Dude, the whole ESPN thing.
Oh, I hate that sometimes. It used to be they'd give you real breaking news, and now it's like so-and-so's NFC North cornerback rankings. I don't need that direct update on my phone.
Like, somebody farted and you get an email or get an alert or whatever. And it's like,
Shut
I don't
your
need
pass
that.
gas.
This thing, the
Come
phone,
on.
like my phone, it's like I don't want to be bothered by it all the time. And that's why I don't have notifications on except for very limited things.
Take a text, and then we'll get to the phones here. The difference is that young people don't have pen and paper to stash stuff. Text messages have more value to them. John in Redford. Nothing John does is normal except taking his shirt off during a long dump.
Yes.
No, that's not normal either.
No, it's if the situation presents itself, it is very freeing. So many ways.
I can only imagine even if I don't want to. Jason in Shelby Township, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going this morning, guys?
Good.
Side note with John, sometimes I take my shirt off too when I use the bathroom. It's very freeing.
Yes.
I will say this, for me, clearing my text messages and emails is an OCD thing. I clear it every single day. For some reason, I don't like anything on my phone. I want to start the day fresh and new, and each day has got its own problems. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like making your bed in the morning. It's kind of like making your bed at night. You're going to clear out your phone so that you can sleep with a clear conscience, knowing you got everything done, and then you start the next day fresh.
I mean, I don't like holding on to them because then I feel that I have a pressure to respond to somebody, or if I forgot, I got to think of a reason why I forgot,
Just delete
even though
them.
I know it was still there.
Yeah.
They didn't even exist. Just,
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks. You
Hey,
too,
thanks,
Jason.
Jason.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm just going to delete it, and then I never have to respond. It's like it didn't even.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, did you get my text? Yeah, I might have, but I probably just deleted it right
Yeah,
away.
Yeah, auto delete. Yes, that's where the blocking feature comes in. You have to worry about those.
Texter says, I cringe at Heather's inbox, but my wife is the exact same. I got promoted, suddenly started getting hundreds of emails in a week. Now I have more than I can keep up with, more than I can count. That's from Kyle. You're too important, Kyle.
Not a bad thing.
All right, we got some phone calls to get to. We will talk USA Today coaches poll. Top 25 is out. The sign that we are so back in college football is right around the corner. Plus, Jim Harbaugh responds to what's going on in the news with the NCAA. It's 97.1.
Hey, you've been in some pictures recently, maybe a bathing suit that you want to fit into or some new clothes. Maybe you wish that you just wait a little bit less. There's still plenty of time this summer as fall quickly approaches to make that a possibility. And if you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anything in between, go to idealu.us now. Don't wait, because today, if you book your free consultation, you can find out how you could be 15, 20, or even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. It's just a simple conversation. I think you're going to like how it ends. That's idealu.us. IdealU is a Michigan-based weight loss company, and they've helped thousands of people like you and me lose weight. In fact, 9 out of 10, 90% of customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. So imagine yourself 40 days from now being 20 pounds lighter. I think a lot of people would say that's a pretty good deal. I lost 10 pounds in 10 days. I lost 60 pounds overall with IdealU. And if you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, and you're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Lose weight, get that $200 Visa gift card, lose 15, 20, or even 30 pounds in just 30 days. That's idealu.us. I did it. I know you can as well. Go to idealu.us today.
All right, let's get right back to the phones. Check in with people. How normal is it to delete text messages, incriminating or otherwise?
Yeah.
We wanted to know how normal the behavior was. It was a topic yesterday. Let's kind of broaden it out today. And anybody can jump in on this. John, you're more habitual when it comes to deleting your text messages.
It's just part of my routine.
Heather, never.
I never delete ever text messages.
One time where I ran into a storage issue. Other than that, never. We don't delete our emails.
No.
Whereas John, this doesn't surprise anybody, very meticulous.
Yes.
Tidy
Business needs to be done.
And neat and in order. Let's get to Greg in Royal Oak. Greg, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I'm a mixture of Gov and John. I delete everything religiously, especially if it's unimportant, especially if it's junk. The second it comes in, it gets deleted. Text messages, yeah, get rid of them. After you read a text, what do you want to save a text for 3 years for? That's kind of silly. But yeah, so deleting all of them. Oh, and absolutely no notifications like Gov. Text and email, that's it. You don't need to be bothered with every other thing that goes on this planet. But then even a step further, you guys might laugh or tell me I'm an idiot. A lot of times, you delete stuff for storage, for phone performance. I actually go a step further than you guys. Every 3 or 4 months, I'll actually reset my phone to factory settings.
What?
Simply for performance. I don't know if you guys notice, if your guys' phones do automatic updates at night when you're asleep and then you wake up and your phone's all different. Verizon's known for this. So is, I believe, T-Mobile. When they put that stuff on your phone and it downloads a new update, a lot of times they're actually putting software on your phones to limit the capabilities of your phone, slow down the speed of your phone, and drain your battery or limit the battery power that your phone has. If you reset your phone to factory settings every 3 to 6 months, your phone operates like it's brand new all the time. You never have any glitches. And your battery lasts
but Greg,
forever.
Greg, maybe I'm naive here, but aren't you going to still have to re-download the latest update and re-access the cloud and get all the same files back onto your phone that would have been there before you hit the reset? How does that help you?
No, you can opt out of all. You can opt out of all updates. You can leave your phone as is. You never need to get a single update on your phone, period, ever. So when they force you to do it, there's a way out of it. Trust me. You can go through your phone, turn your settings off, and opt out of it. No, when you update.
You could also just turn off the automatic updates, right? And then you wouldn't have to factory reset your phone. I mean, we're getting a little in the weeds on this, but I do find it odd. I'm not going to call you an idiot over it, Greg. I think we all kind of looked, whoa, factory reset.
Trust me, your battery performance, my battery lasts 4 days without charging right now.
That seems
go get an update from a Verizon, your phone will die in a day.
Okay. He said he deletes texts almost right away. What if they're going to text you back? I just feel like it'd be unnecessary time wasted sitting there deleting text messages. At least, John, you do it in one sit down. This guy's all day, doesn't want any messages on his phone at any point.
He was also talking about emails. I instantly delete emails as soon as I see them. And if it's something that is like an advertisement, I hit the unsubscribe button and then I delete it. But everything else that is not relevant to anything or has relevant information, it gets instantly deleted.
Some people are having fun with that last caller. Can you ask this guy if I wear my tinfoil hat, do I get better signal on my phone after the factory reset? Tom in Flat Rock. I didn't expect to turn on the radio and hear conspiracy theories about resetting my phone every 3 months.
Well, I thought he was going to kind of go with the whole conspiracy theory. It was more just he believes it helps his battery life. And I've been told before, turning your phone off and on will help register, if they put up new cell phones or new cell towers, it helps register with those phones. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't do it, but I've heard that rumor before.
Guy talking about resetting to factory settings. Quote, I'm still using an operating system from 2004. Yeah, I mean, some of the updates are helpful.
Yeah, well, and there's security updates too.
Right. Okay, we are going to talk some college football this hour. Both Jim Harbaugh's response to yesterday's NCAA news. We'll get to that at 9:50. We have the top 25. Coaches Poll Edition. Some early reactions. College football right around the corner. But first, Heather with the news.
So during our last news segment, we were talking about how some people found the sportsmanship between Simone Biles and Jordan Childs and Brazil's Rebecca Andrade disgusting, which it definitely wasn't. But you want to know what is disgusting? Is the food that these Olympians are eating at the Olympic Village. Apparently, athletes are finding worms in their food, in the fish that they're being served. And a lot of athletes are complaining about the quality that, hey, this is not living up to the kind of food that we should be eating. As top athletes, we need a specific diet and we need good food, and we're not getting that. The food at the other Olympics have been great. It sounds like here, not so much. But there is one group of athletes that are not complaining.
Thank you.
Those are the surfers.
Yeah, in Tahiti.
In Tahiti, yeah. So the one U.S. surfer, Caroline Marks, shared an inside look at everything that she's eating in a day at the Olympics. So her day starts with some fresh bacon, John, eggs, sausage, avocado, fruit. Then for lunch, she has some local salmon, Polynesian rice, and some salad. And then for dinner, the U.S. chef prepares many different types of lean proteins to go with the big salad. But they have like fish that's caught right offshore. Everything is just fresh and amazing, and it looks like the bomb. And they are definitely not complaining. Probably also about their whole entire setup.
They're on a luxury cruise line.
Have you seen, like, it's beautiful. The surfing with these waves in Tahiti.
And then you got one guy, I don't even know where he's from, who's sleeping outside. He's like, enough with these cardboard beds and no air conditioning. I'm sleeping on the grass.
I'm sleeping on the ground. It was a gold medal winner.
Was it?
Yeah.
You ever slept on the ground?
Many times.
It's terrible, painful.
It depends.
You wake up feeling lousy.
Usually I would now. I guess it depends when I was doing it. Yes.
Hardwood floors. I've slept on hardwood floors. That's brutal for you. Maybe if you're in like a carpeted space.
You just got to be used to sleeping on your back.
All right.
I've slept outdoors.
I like to sleep on my side.
You sleep on your side?
Yeah.
I'm a back sleeper.
I'm a back sleeper too.
So in the wake of a Chinese doping scandal, Michael Phelps is calling for a lifetime ban for anyone who is caught doping. So the World Anti-Doping Agency and World Aquatics have acknowledged that 23 Chinese swimmers tested positive for this banned substance ahead of the Tokyo Olympics. However, the results were not actually made public until media reports surfaced this year. And now both bodies have accepted the Chinese explanation that the positive tests were caused by tainted food. 9 of those swimmers did win medals here in Paris. And now, after a current swimmer complained that the playing field, isn't even, Phelps weighed in, voiced his frustration. And he said, if anybody is not going through that same testing, I have a serious problem because it means the level of sport is not fair and it's not even. If you're taking that risk, then you don't belong in here. And he kind of shared a lot of his thoughts that he felt that there were several competitors that he thought were doping during his 5 Olympics. And he said, I did everything I could to keep my name clean. I would take all of these extra tests. You want a blood test? You want a urine test? Here they are. He competed the clean way, and he thinks everybody obviously should.
Yep.
Yeah, he called for a lifetime ban, too, for doping.
Yes. Yep. A Delta Airlines flight headed to Rome from Boston had to circle back after the airplane was hit by lightning. Yeah, not that uncommon, but still could be kind of a scary thing. They said out of an abundance of caution, they did have to turn around. So they just want to imagine that, though. You're headed to Rome, right? So they spent about an hour in the air. They were right over the Atlantic Ocean. Turned back around. All the passengers were rebooked for a later flight to Italy. They say the maintenance team then inspected the aircraft, pulled it out of service, and then I'm sure it will head right back into service.
Right back in.
That's a long enough flight as is to get
delayed
on the plane, turn around. So what does the lightning do?
The plane is built to be hit by lightning, right? Like they said that most likely you're going to see like a small burn mark or hole in the exterior of the plane. But planes are built for this exact thing to happen. How often does this happen?
Now, John, I'm asking you questions
but they
you don't
just
know
say
the
it's
answer.
not uncommon for airplanes to be struck by lightning.
Right.
So it is a common occurrence.
Do you think you've been on a plane that's been struck by lightning? Like, would you know?
Well, I could have been. I've been on flights that have gone through storms.
Sure.
So you probably have. Yeah.
But why did this plane turn around and my plane didn't?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe you were closer to the destination.
Yeah, maybe.
Than the.
Who knows? I don't think they announce it.
Yep. We just got hit by another one.
There's another one.
Oh, look out for the birds.
Yeah. Ooh. So it turns out that Zac Efron, his pool incident in Ibiza took place after he dove into the pool and then hit the bottom.
Oh.
So it had nothing to do with him taking a pill in Ibiza.
Okay.
Yes. Sources say that he ingested a large amount of water into his lungs when his chest hit the bottom of the pool.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So he was showing signs of distress, was momentarily dazed. So he was taken to the hospital out of a precaution and then stayed at the hospital for quite a while because there were so many paparazzi outside. That's why he was there longer than anticipated because he wanted to wait for them to leave. Anyway, he is back in the U.S. feeling just fine. We have learned that Kamala Harris has named Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, as her running mate. Oh. That's all the information I've got for you because I don't know anything about Tim Walz, so I can't tell you much about him, except that's what I've got for you. So there's that piece of news. Finally, there was a woman here in Michigan that was arrested after she attacked a Michigan State Police trooper. She bit the trooper and then stole his patrol vehicle. So she was being arrested, obviously started to fidget, bit this, I don't know why I use that word, fidget. Who uses that word?
Fidget?
Yeah. She started to fidget. I guess.
Yeah.
Bit the officer. He let her go. She was able to get out of the handcuffs, stole his car, drove away, led police on a chase, crashed, and then was taken into custody.
Fidget's a great word.
Yeah.
I never use the word fidget, so I don't know why I chose that word.
Don't beat yourself up for
She
that word
decided to
choice.
fidget. Yeah.
Emily, I'm sure fidgets.
They have fidget spinners.
Yeah.
What was the word I used last week? Flummox?
Yeah, you use flummox.
Yeah, most people don't use flummox. That's a weird word
No.
to use. Fidget, you're fine.
I guess.
All right, that's Heather with the news. College football, top 25. Coaches poll is out. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, the summer driving season is upon us yet again, and the combination of increased traffic, we're all on the roads a little bit more in the summer, big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction, which is everywhere. It all contributes to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. And if you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Feminino and his team are ready to help you right now. David will never take a fee until he wins your case, and you can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
That was Jim Harbaugh yesterday reacting to the NCAA news. The pattern of noncompliance, a level 1 issue that Michigan is in the midst of awaiting resolution with, right? He had me in the first half, right? Okay, when he said, we're not perfect and we all stumble, but I do not apologize. Well, Jim, what do you mean? You were suspended twice last year. It wasn't for being a saint.
So he was answering the question he was asked. And in regards to that, if he didn't know, he's going to stick to, I didn't know, I wasn't complicit, I'm not apologizing for something I didn't do.
Fair.
But I do believe there should be a but to that sentence. This did happen under my watch. He was my hire. This was something going on. Whether I knew it or not, it's my responsibility for the guys in that building, the guys that recruit to bring in, what they do is my responsibility. It's a reflection on me. The guys that I hired to bring in to work for Michigan football is my responsibility.
He didn't comply with the investigators. He didn't want to speak to the investigators. He didn't want to participate in fact-finding to get to the bottom of what was going on within his program. He was suspended twice. Self-imposed by Michigan the first time. The second time they initially wanted to fight it and then withdrew their complaint. That's because he was the head coach of the program when that stuff was happening. You would think he'd want to, fight to get to the bottom of it and be as forthcoming as possible. He didn't. And yes, John, I think your point is a good point. He was the CEO. He was the leader. He was the head coach. It was his team. And he mentioned his upbringing, and I'd like to read a quote from Bo Schembechler. Every coach, every executive, every leader, they all know right from wrong, even those Enron guys. When someone uncovers a scandal in their company, I don't think they can say, I didn't know what was going on. They're just saying they're too dumb to do their job. And if they're really too dumb, why are they getting paid millions of dollars to do it? They know what's going on, end quote. I'm not saying he had to cop to the scheme if he didn't himself orchestrate it. It's what people want to know. But at the very least, he could have said, we had a guy on our team who was on our staff who broke NCAA rules. We had another member of our staff that we had to fire because he was trying to, basically instruct players to lie to the NCAA. This culture that they're speaking of, I could have done a better job of creating. He didn't even want to cop to that. I have no doubt he believes everything he said. I just think he's missing something there. He's missing accountability, leadership.
Well, and what it means to be a leader of a program.
Yeah.
Leader of any organization. There is responsibility. There is a large responsibility that comes with recruiting, developing young, in this case, young men, young athletes. And you are tasked with their development from the moment they step on campus to the moment they leave. And I would even argue past that. It's also the same thing with hires. When you hire people, there needs to be oversight. And if you can't monitor everything that's going on, and I wouldn't expect them to, big organizations
sure
don't. The CEOs can't know every single thing that's going on, but then you delegate to people that should, and they report to those who report to you. This is going on. All right, how do we address it? What do we need to do?
And you stay in the loop and you lead. Anyway. That was a big story yesterday. He responded to it yesterday. John, you have some Dan Campbell quotes as we get set to hand it over to Carson Anderson here?
What we do, and first is kind of the injury report. Kevin Zeitler, not a long-term injury. Sam Laporta out again with a slight hamstring.
Okay.
Ife Malafanu out today with a minor injury. Terrion is back and cleared protocol.
That's good.
So that's great news.
He took a hit from Andrew Thomas yesterday.
And Rodrigo is out with a minor injury. He also addressed the fights, saying it was they were fine with a spirited practice, but the extracurriculars need to cut that stuff out. It's a waste of time for everybody because you go out there, you have a few scuffles. It takes time away. Sometimes you have to end a period before you really want it to end. You move on to the next drill, and you've wasted possible reps. That's from Dan Campbell.
The fight started happening while you guys were on the air. I heard. I was driving in to get groceries.
4 plays into practice. 4 plays into it. And, Goff throws – actually, what it gets, under the radar is that Goff threw a perfect pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Covered like a blanket.
Yep.
Makes the catch. They knock the ball out of his hands afterwards, and he shoves, and next thing you know, all hell breaks loose. But nobody's really throwing punches, and these are just skirmishes, not fights more than that.
They're more chesting up, butting heads.
And Campbell challenged the team before they hit the practice field. He wanted to see them bring it. Well, they brought it, and that's fine. That's great. But to John's point, it ends up being counterproductive at some point when
the third or fourth skirmish,
breaking stuff up, and hey, we really wanted to work on that 3rd and 7 play, and now we don't.
Right, because when you have these, two teams going against each other, right? There are guys trying to make rosters. And sometimes you have a guy and I'm just going to use Zeitler. I'm not saying he was a part of it. I know Penei Sewell was a large part of one.
Yes.
And it took about 6 Giants to try and get him away from the pile.
And a real Giant.
Yeah.
Right.
You have some players going against established players, and there's a completely different perspective in regards to young players. I'm going to go as hard as I possibly can and do everything I can, scratch and claw. And then all of a sudden you upset a vet, and things get wild.
John,
things get sideways.
Terry and Arnold, good news, clearing the concussion protocol.
Yeah.
He took on Andrew Thomas. Now, you were saying if this is a real game, he should have gone low for his legs, but you're not going to do that during.
You're not going to do that as a pro. That was a pro move by him. He took a bullet without having to take down, their starting left tackle. If he's in that situation, he's probably going to create a massive pile there and just take him out at the knees.
Yeah, because that's unfortunate, because that's a play that, look, you want to show your toughness, do what you can do, but, I mean, that's a play that could have knocked you out for a long time. Unfortunately,
sure. Yes.
It's not doing it. I had a quick question for you, John.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned Penei Sewell and all the Giants around him during that. If you watch that highlight, Dan Skipper is in there too, and he is so much bigger than everybody else.
He's tall, dude.
6'9".
Yeah.
You're 6'7", and when you played in the league, guys, I mean, it just feels like every year guys get bigger, stronger, faster, and all that. Were you the biggest guy in the field every time? Height-wise, anyway?
Maybe the height-wise, yeah. I would generally was. I would know in terms of biggest, obviously, there's a whole lot of I'll go against Reggie White. He was bigger than me.
Yeah.
Some of the defensive tackles were bigger. Trey Johnson, who was my guard, was, 6'3", but he was 340 pounds. So he was bigger. But yeah, in terms of, being vertically challenged, I was probably the top end.
Were you surprised at anybody who was huge? Like, this guy's massive, but he sucks.
Oh, sure. The bus guys? Oh, yeah. You get, guys that get off the bus and you're like, oh, look at that guy. They're the first ones off the bus. That's why I call them bus guys. And then all of a sudden they put the pads on. You're like, not so much.
You're just
big tree.
Fat.
Big tree fall hard.
Big tree fall hard. What do you guys got coming up?
A lot of Lions. Got something for Gator right out of the gate, though. A little bit of a surprise.
Oh, love surprises for Gator.
Here we go.
Used to it at this point. All right, Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Welcome to the show. It is Tuesday of game week, preseason for the Detroit Lions, just a couple days away. They're back on the practice field battling, quite literally, with the New York Giants. We'll see how it goes today. Dan Campbell spoke this morning. We'll have some of the insight of what he had to say. But first, Gator, how are you today?
I'm just fine, Doug.
That's good.
Just fine. A little gloomy today. Finally getting that rain we asked for, and that's great.
Yeah.
But look, we'll be right back to normal again in a couple days.
Hope so. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
I mean, just watching the Olympics a little bit and some other stuff. Watched the Swedish pole vaulter set the world record.
Was there any gymnastics on?
Oh, boy.
Look, I know why they do it. If anybody knows why things get programmed the way they get programmed, it's people who work in broadcasting. But in the upper corner, like my wife, were watching the beam last night, and I say to my wife, see what it says in the upper corner there? And she says, yeah. I said, what does it say? She said, day 10. And I said, do you remember what we were watching on the night of day 1? She's like, yeah. I said, what was it? She said, gymnastics. And it gets ratings, and that's why it's on. But I was like, look at their faces. They all look tired of it. They're all tired of it, too. There's too much gymnastics.
Well, it's done, isn't it?
I don't know. I thought it was done in day 4.
There's extended time in gymnastics.
But you know what? And I think they also do this thing like they do an exhibition. When it's all done, they put on their crazy outfits and they do crazy stuff that they don't do in their routines. They just put on an exhibition. It doesn't really count for anything.
Is that Parent Day or something?
Kind of.
Is it like the dunk contest that they have?
Yeah, it's like a gymnastics dunk contest.
Like Midnight Madness dunk contest?
Something. Yeah, it just keeps going and going and going.
You don't have to watch it.
Actually, I did because it was on NBC, it was on CNBC, and it was on CBC last night. I couldn't find anything else. That's not true. I found something, I don't remember, but it was something else I didn't want to watch. I was just begging for Velodrome. Give me some Velodrome, some good old-fashioned Velodrome, something. But no, you're right, and I know why they do it. I know why they do it. They do it because it gets ratings. It appeals to the masses. I've just had enough.
So anyway, I was watching the pole vaulting. Because it wasn't gymnastics.
The Swedish dude?
The Swedish dude who's
from Louisiana.
From Louisiana. Who went to LSU, who has a little accent to him, and it's not a Swedish accent. But his
Brian Kelly was at the Olympics.
right. Armando Duplantis was his name. Mondo, as they call him. His mother is Swedish, and that's why he's competing for Sweden. Although,
is he the best in the world?
Well, he set the world record, so he's the best in the world, and he won the gold medal last time around. So I'd say he's the best in the world.
And I'm just curious as to why he competes for Sweden. I know his mom's from Sweden, but is his dad's from the United States, right?
Yeah, I googled it, and it said his father, Greg Duplantis, a former world-class pole vaulter himself, might be the main reason, not his Swedish mother Helena, a former heptathlete and volleyball player. It all started with his older brother Andreas, who was already competing for the Swedish national team in the pole vault. So apparently it might have something to do with his brother who had already competed, so he decided to just follow in his brother's footsteps.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I don't know. It's strange, but good for him. Wins gold.
I mean, he seems like a good old authentic Louisiana kid wearing a Swedish pole vaulting jersey.
That's right.
And which I'm not sure I could think of two more opposite sort of cultures. Sweden, Bayou. Am I wrong?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know. Most of the Swedes that come to this country, they stay in the north, like Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Scotty. I
do have some relatives that I believe my mother's cousin, or is it my third cousin, something like that. He lives in, I think, Montana. But other than that, I haven't heard of too many ancient Swedes.
Is there an IKEA in Baton Rouge?
It might be.
It should be.
Anyway, it just seemed kind of odd, but he's really good.
Make the meatballs with gator meat instead of.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Gumbo with Swedish meatballs?
Yes.
Anyway, so what's Bayou dude's name? Or is he like straight out of Stockholm?
Man,
is he
that should be
born-
our gold medal. What's he doing?
I know, right?
Armando Duplantis.
So is Duplantis, was he born in Sweden or it's just straight up because his
Sorry,
mom?
Armand Duplantis.
All right.
No, I believe he was born here, but his mother is Swedish.
All right.
Yeah, so he wanted to stick with Team USA, and then the Swedish youth coach upped the ante by offering his father a job for the national track and field team. And so his dad decided, well, okay, I'll do that. And then that changed his trajectory. So he says, we're on. We'll go for Sweden. So because they offered his dad a coaching job, he's got the dual, not citizenship, but he's got the ability to go for Sweden because of his mother. So he did. Because his dad's his coach.
So you watched some Olympics last night
Yeah, just a little bit.
bring it full circle.
I love the pole vault because it feels like an old school. Like I was talking to Doug about it this morning, Doug. Right? It's like, is this how they got like into castles back in the day or something?
Dude,
Don't
that's
get over the wall,
100%.
right? Yeah. So, and it's an Olympic event in 2024.
Archery. Archery. How did archery start? That's how when they got in the castle, they killed the people they were trying to invade.
Yeah. You guys
love it.
How else are you going to kill a dragon?
I'm
Exactly.
waiting for the Olympic catapult.
Yes.
When is the catapult event?
Bring back the catapult.
Bring back the catapult.
You're 100% correct.
Human ladder. How do we get that back into the Olympics? Right? Like
Trojan horse.
yes.
Come on.
That's the events I want. I don't need breaking. I don't need 3-on-3 basketball. I don't need flag football.
Let's get to dragon riding.
Yes.
We could do that.
Yes.
Flaming arrows.
I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Let's
Why
go.
not?
So
Joust.
Yeah.
There needs to be a good old fashioned joust.
How far can you throw a turkey leg?
Yeah, let's go.
But I was a little surprised that because he sets the world record last night, and I think it was 20 feet and 6 inches or something like that. And once he's excited, and he's done. He's celebrating. He's done. I'm like, wouldn't you go for more? Like it's all yours. You already got the gold locked up, so why not keep trying? Keep trying because it looked like he cleared it with ease. Why not up the ante? Hey, you know what? Let's go 21 feet.
Yeah, well,
But
I don't know.
then I saw
It's
the
hard
highlights.
for me to get into the mind of an elite pole vaulter.
Well, did you see the highlights of the Italian pole vaulter and how he's making news now?
Is that the dude that had the unfortunate incident with his member hit the bar and knocked it off?
Yes. Although if you watch it, it's more like he kind of hits it with some part of his body that's not his junk, and then his junk as the bar starts to get disheveled, then his junk rubs all over that thing and it knocks it off further. And now everybody's saying he's just too much man. He's just too big. And he's like vehement, like, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. That's not true. And meanwhile, an adult website is offering him $250,000.
Is he the first guy that ever said,
Yes.
no, it's not true?
I'm not that big.
Yes. Right. No man has ever said
The
that.
Olympics bring out the weirdest things, man.
Like, dude, you're massive. No, really, it's not that big. What do you think is not that big? Because we can see it's big.
That's pretty hysterical. Okay, got a little sidetracked. What else is new? Dan Campbell met with the media. Yep, another injury, and there's a lot to get into to digest what happened yesterday. Of course, they're on the practice field right now, so if anything goes down, we'll share it with you. But is this becoming an issue again for the Lions? 10:20. We'll get to that here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Let me tell you about a great experience I had recently with a local company. I've been talking about garage doors, and I've been talking about Precision Garage Door. This is the only company you need. They took my call immediately. They sent some guys out, scheduled an appointment, and boy, was I happy they came out because they did an amazing job. We had it installed in no time. John, Jeff, the whole crew, easy to work with, true professionals. And here's what's great about Precision. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule, not their schedule, your schedule. That's awesome. Plus, they offer the industry's leading warranty, and on weekends are available at no extra charge. In fact, right now, you mentioned 97.1 The Ticket, they're going to give you, they're going to actually waive your service fee, which is awesome. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. So give them a call now and fix today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is a number, or like I said, check them out on the web, precisiondoormi.com, and schedule that appointment.
I don't know if you know this, but in my family, I have a pole vault enthusiast. And he's listening to the show. And so he texted me, why doesn't he keep going when he sets the world record? According to pole vault enthusiast Scott Wilson, the reason is every time he sets a world record, he gets paid. So he'll set the world record, stop, get paid, go to the next meet, set the world record, top it by whatever, an inch, 2 inches, 5 inches, however much he needs to do it to set the world record, and he gets paid again. So that's why he doesn't keep going. According to my pole vault enthusiast
Fair enough.
relative, Scott Wilson.
I would have thought that if you had a pole vault enthusiast, it would have been your youngest son. He strikes me as somebody that would love to do the pole vault.
Without question, he's interested in everything for anywhere between 15 and 45 minutes. I mean, he goes all in, and then he pulls the plug. And so, but we got a lot of things. Like he had to have an air fryer. He's used it once, but he was like, I'm going to use this every day. And
air fryers are great.
Yeah, I need to get into it a little bit more, but we'll see.
I just, when I was in high school, one of my friends, a year older than me, was a pole vaulter.
Yeah.
And I remember one day we went by the.
What was his name?
Mark Silver.
Mark Silver, the pole vaulter.
Yeah. I remember one time we went after school, we were kind of watching a practice, and I'm like, I don't know how the hell you guys, because I think people initially when they see this, oh yeah, I just put the pole into the ground there, and you just spring up. It's easy. What? I mean,
who thinks it's easy?
Well, when you're 15 and 16, I think you might think it's easier than what it is. Now you look at that, like, how on earth is this possibly done? How does that pole not snap every time?
That's tolerances, Gator.
Sure, there it is. But it's just that sport is amazing to me. You talk about like ultimate body control and relying on this twig, and I know it's an engineered twig, but you know what I'm saying. It's the fact that they can get up to now 20 feet and going. It's amazing, and yet I feel like it's not. It's like forever ago. Wasn't there a Russian pole vaulter like Sergei Bubka or something like that set the record at like 19 and a half feet, and it feels like we haven't advanced that far.
Well,
have we? Or is there an actual limit to how far these guys can actually go?
Well, I mean, can you just keep making longer and longer poles?
But then there's physics involved and all that.
You get into tolerances.
See,
you don't want to exceed the tolerances. So I don't know. I asked my pole vault enthusiast relatives what else he knows. All right, you ready? Lions. News this morning: Emmanuel Mosley, torn pec, out indefinitely. It's going to be a while. Dan Campbell said he thinks he's going to try and recover, and maybe he'll be back by the end of the year. And he tried to put a good spin on it and say, look, he's coming off a knee injury. The good news is he can get his legs underneath him and really, really go over the top, rehabilitating and making sure that he's healthy in the lower half while he gets healthy in the upper half. But this sucks. And the good news is Terrion Arnold cleared from concussion protocol. He's back, but Mosley could be out for the year, and that would be the third season-ending injury that this team has suffered from a player that was considered a contributing player. And look, at no point have I started to think that oh God, here we go with the injuries. But the fact is, when you aren't getting guys injured, it's kind of like weeks later you look around and notice and say things like, I don't want to say anything, but knock on wood. And that's when you think your team is relatively healthy. This is how it starts, where weeks later they just start to pile up and pile up and pile up. And the next thing you know, Kindle Vildor is starting the NFC title game. And this is the kind of thing that, Arnold is okay. That's good. Zeitler doesn't sound like it's anything serious. Ifeatu Melifonwu sitting out practice today. I think Sam Laporta sat out yesterday with a hamstring.
Brian
Branch is individuals only and 7-on-7s yesterday. None of those seem to be a concern. Emmanuel Mosley, maybe if he was going to be healthy, he was somebody that was just considered a bonus, but he was taking first-team reps at nickel corner. And so they weren't preparing for him to be a bonus. They were, at this point, preparing for him to be a starter. I don't know if Kaminsky was going to be a starter, and I don't know if Badgie was going to win the – Kaminsky probably wasn't, and Badgie, I don't know if he was going to win the kicker's job. This might be the most significant injury yet, and, I'm not panicked, but this is kind of how it starts. Injuries start to pile up and pile up and pile up, and let's just hope they don't keep piling up.
Yeah, you hope not. And when I saw that this morning about Mosley, I felt terrible for him. He's been through a lot. I mean, tearing your ACL twice, having those surgeries and the rehab to come back from that. And he was so determined, and it was such a good story like a week ago when he was emotional talking about how much he loves his team because the team believes in him to come back. And then here he is coming back. And as you said, getting some reps with the ones at the nickel corner. And then this happens. And, it's not automatically ruling him out for the year.
No.
But this is not an easy one to come back from. C.J. Gardner-Johnson had it last year, but he suffered it during the beginning of the season, and then he came back towards the end of the season. I guess the silver lining of this, or the saving grace, is that this happens the second weekend of training camp, well before the start of the season. So if he's able to come back on the same timeline, even though they thought that was a pretty quick timeline for Gardner-Johnson last year, then maybe he can come back for the last handful of games.
You look at Ennis Rakestraw. He might be a guy that is going to be called on to step up early here. And the fact is, there's developing your players because you want them to be depth guys, but also developing your players because they're going to have to take snaps. I mean, this is just life in the NFL. And as long as I've known you, you have had this belief that, I don't know if it's specific to the Lions secondary or it's just the secondary. Guys get hurt. Guys just get hurt in the secondary. It's a big physical game, and these are smaller guys on defense, and the wear and tear, the pounding eventually catches up to them. Rakestraw, Aiyuk Robertson, it was listed as the number 2 at the nickel corner behind Mosley. But Rakestraw took some first-team reps there yesterday before this whole injury thing happened, or maybe it was after the injury happened. I don't know exactly the timing of it, but Rakestraw was out there with the ones running in the slot corner. So, this is a player that feels like a potential real find in the second round of maybe a first-round talent corner that could be part of a 1-2 combination that we'd hope it could be here for the next decade if everything works out, if Brad Holmes has done it again. But I feel like fans' expectations for Rakestraw are right there. I mean, they might not be there with Terry and Arnold, but they are right there as this guy could be a hell of a good player for them, and we may find out sooner rather than later now.
Yeah, but, there's a reason that I say that it's a position that's kind of won by attrition at some point because you always have injuries to the secondary. Just look at yesterday. Terry Arnold on a play where this happens in every game where there's an offensive lineman who's leading the way for a running play. And what do I got in my sights? Oh, here's a defensive back. I'm a mauler, and this guy's tiny in comparison. That's going to result in an injury. And it does. And then you had what happened with Mosley, and that's 2 guys. Now, fortunately, Mosley's okay. But don't think that the secondary is going to go unscathed this year, because it won't. It just happens all the time. Carlton Davis, nice pickup for the Lions in a trade. But what's the knock on him? He hasn't stayed healthy. You can't expect that if you've got 2 outstanding corners, don't pencil them in for 17 games a season. Don't do it, because it's just not going to happen.
Well, I give Dan Campbell a lot of credit in terms of the way he speaks to the media. I don't think he sugarcoats much. I think when his guys are playing well, he'll tell you. And when his guys are struggling, he'll tell you. There was a guy that he mentioned early in camp that was struggling, who he says is coming on now. We'll play that for you today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
What do you think of this tweet? Random tweet from the Associated Press.
Okay.
Reclusive tribe attacks loggers suspected of encroaching on their land in Peru's Amazon. I mean, what? It's like straight out of Indiana Jones.
I know, that's right.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I mean, we should consider the fact that there probably are quite a few reclusive tribes.
Tons of them, yeah.
That don't interact with the rest of us.
They live along the Amazon and you don't pay attention.
We know nothing about them. So what do I think of it? I mean, if you're the loggers too, you're just out there, you're like working.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, here comes a reclusive tribe.
Comes a bunch of people wearing very little, I imagine, and spears and arrows and rocks.
Crude weapons.
Yeah, crude weapons with sick accuracy. I'm sorry, my bad. My bad. I'll go back into piranha-infested waters. I'm good.
We're just over here because Tim told us to come over here. We'll go back and tell him this is not a good spot for us.
Tim! Not good.
We'll find somewhere else to log, man.
They've got like trained anacondas.
Reclusive tribe.
Reclusive tribe attacks loggers suspected of encroaching on their land in Peru's Amazon.
I feel for the loggers. For the specifically for the hourly guys. You know, those guys are just out there trying
to make $1.01.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bring home lunch for the kids, and
next thing you know,
you have to deal with reclusive tribes. That's probably, does that come up in the job interview? Do you have reclusive tribe insurance?
Right. I'm looking through your resume here, and I don't see any bullet point regarding the ability to handle reclusive tribes. Let's put a hypothetical out there. You're tasked with logging an area of the Amazon in Peru, and a reclusive tribe comes out to contest that you're logging on their land. And you do what?
Yeah, what's the protocol?
Well, first I let Tim know. Got some guys out here that seem to be, kind of red-assed about what's going on. So, what do you want us to do? I think first we address it by putting our hands up and say, "Whoa, sorry, hold on, let's talk this out." But it depends. Do they have machetes?
We get the international side for timeout.
Yeah.
No, you know how on construction sites they have the slow down and the stop sign? Did you show them the stop sign?
Right, yeah.
They're like, hey, men at work.
Yeah, exactly. I did the tap, my bad thing, right? And they just kept coming. They just kept coming.
Dude, I tap, man. Everyone knows that.
It's my bad.
Hope nobody was hurt.
Yeah,
reclusive tribe attack on loggers in Peru. Okay, so we've talked about this guy quite a bit. He put up ridiculous numbers last year in the Canadian Football League. 18 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, blocked a kick, had 44 tackles. Matthew Betts, straight out of Laval. I think that's where he played. Laval? Is it Laval or Laval? Laval. Straight out of Laval. The Rouge.
So is it Quebec?
That's Montreal, right?
I think it's
Montreal. Is it Montreal or is it Quebec?
I want to say that's where Marty Lapointe played.
Is it?
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, apparently it's Quebec City, but they are the Rouge. So Laval produced Matthew Betts. Matthew Betts went to British Columbia or Calgary or one of those out west CFL teams, had 18 sacks last year. Signed with the Lions early in camp. Dan Campbell said he was struggling. Said he had a ways to go. Struggling might be strong, but he doesn't blow smoke up your channel and tell you guys playing great if he's not. But it means more when he says stuff like this yesterday.
Was it sign language?
We'll get to it here in a second. He gave Betts some praise. And that's one of the things I do like about Dan Campbell. One of the reasons why I believe everything that he says is because he doesn't lie. He doesn't sugarcoat things. Do we got it now? We don't have it now. Okay, we just lost the cut. For some reason, it disappeared. So the other thing he talked about was a guy who struggled at a scrimmage on Friday, but came back and had a big day yesterday with the Giants, and that was Jameson Williams. So J-Mo had a couple of touchdowns, one in 7-on-7, another in 11-on-11. Jared Goff went 6 for 8 in the 7-on-7s. He went 7 of 11 in the 11-on-11s. He did throw an interception. But one of those, J-Mo, I don't know how either he just completely shook a guy because I saw the highlight, or or the Giants completely blew the coverage because Jameson Williams was wide open to the back of the end zone and Goff delivered it. Big expectations for this guy this year, and man, it feels like he could take this offense, which was already good, to the next level if he can live up to the hype. And the hype is plenty this fall. Plenty.
Yeah, I like what I was reading about J-Mo, that I think he had a couple touchdowns, and just if he's catching everything that's thrown to him, and they're different routes that he's running to, it's not just, hey, go, man. See if you can beat this guy straight up. It's not that. I mean, it's running real receiver routes, which is it's cool to hear, and because it means he's definitely developed. He's catching the ball better, more secure with it, and that's a serious weapon for this football team if he can stay healthy.
It's interesting because when he was taken, there were a number of criticisms, or there was some skepticism surrounding Jameson Williams. There was some social media activity that people got very sensitive about. There was, why are you drafting an injured player? There was, did you see him on draft night? He didn't look happy to be taken by Detroit. There was all this stuff, right? And it's funny, a few years later, he hasn't even lived up to the billing yet, but I feel like 99% of Lions fans are all on board with Jameson Williams. Like, he has become, and I think he earned it. He earned it.
He definitely earned it. I think, obviously, the way he finished his season with the 2 touchdowns against San Francisco in the NFC Championship game, that's going to resonate with people. But I think, it's doing the little things. I think when people saw him running down the field when Montgomery was running for that touchdown against the Chargers, you see him leading the way, and people just get excited about the stuff like that. Lions fans love that extra effort that the players give. When Craig Reynolds knocked the snot out of that blocker, out of that defender, leading the way for, was it St. Brown on a touchdown? And we love that stuff. So we're going to love when we see what Jameson Williams can do in lead blocking, getting down the field, and knowing that he's got so much more to give offensively. Doing the little stuff is awesome, but what we really want to see is getting the ball in his hands. Remember when the first time he had that, I think it was an end around in the first season when he got a chance to play late in the season, and it was a home game, and he got the ball and just went down the sidelines, made a couple moves, and everyone was going nuts. People were just waiting to explode for this guy because they know he has the talent, because speed kills.
I almost feel like when you do, those little things first, you win Detroit over quicker than you will most towns. And if you have the physical skills to be the big play receiver, look, that draws the oohs and the ahs and gets you the highlights and gets you, people buy your jersey for that. But we probably collectively as a sports community overreact to players that play their role, embrace their role, or do what is asked of them and give it a play, especially if it's not the marquee thing. If it's not the thing that gets you paid necessarily, but you do it anyway, we'll love you here. And J-Mo had established that when he started playing before he's established the big play ability, which is kind of weird how it's worked out.
Yeah.
But I think because of that, all of his look on draft night, they drafted an injured player, why are you posting on social media 2:30, all that stuff got nullified based upon him doing those things on the field, which can turn you into a cult hero in Detroit. He did cult hero stuff, but he might have superstar stuff too to mix in with it, which could really make this an interesting development this year.
Yeah, I feel like Jameson Williams is one of those players that there is a number of fans that owe him an apology, like a big apology, because they overreacted to stuff. That they thought everybody went to the negative when it came to, they got those the social media posts of him handing out money to kids. He's handing out money to kids, by the way. You know, it's okay. That's not the worst thing in the world. You're like, well, it's not a good look. Or with the, the fireworks thing, it's not a good look. I'm like, well, okay, you can take it how you want to take it. And a lot of people took it negatively with a lot of that stuff. And now that here he is with his third season with the Lions, I think people understand now that it's part of his great personality of who he is. He's kind of a big kid, and yet also knows it's time to bear down and go to work. And hopefully this is the year we see the real benefits of that.
Gator, I don't know if you saw this, where Central Michigan will play their next football game.
I did not.
Wait till you get a load of this. We will get to that today at 10:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Got a question about sports on TV versus sports you see in person. We'll get to that today at 11:05. 248-539-9797. Open with some Lions stuff with yesterday. What went on in New York? Giants practice. Jameson Williams had a good practice. Dan Campbell spoke about it today a little bit. Said that he's got high expectations for him. Had a couple of touchdowns. And J-Mo's an interesting case scenario watching the arc of his curve here in Detroit and how he is kind of. I don't want to say. I think it's an overstatement to say he got off to a rocky start. I don't think that's it. I think there was some questions about whether or not it was going to work. It's probably a fair and more accurate representation of how Detroit collectively felt about Jameson Williams. Then when he started playing, he wasn't doing the things that he got drafted for. Like when we see a speedster get drafted, we think here's a guy who's going to be a big play, explosive wide receiver. But instead, he started doing the little things to earn. He earned a lot of respect to Detroit fans, and now it feels like the rest is coming, and that could be take him to a next level to superstar status. So keep an eye on how he is doing throughout this preseason. Don't know if we'll see him at all. The only thing that Dan Campbell, and he mentioned it this morning when speaking with the media, that he isn't likely to play Jared Goff in this opener. That is a high improbability.
Doesn't surprise anybody.
Nope. All right, so I said something was a little inaccurate. Central Michigan's next football game will be at home against Central Connecticut. Their game after that...
They're playing at Kelly Short Stadium?
Yep.
Well, that's odd.
Their game after that, Gator...
The game after that.
...is on the road against Florida International.
Florida International.
Yep. They have just sold their naming rights to their stadium.
Okay.
Have you seen this story?
No.
I kind of want to give you 20 guesses to see if you can guess the purchaser of the naming rights to Florida International Stadium. I'm kind of springing this on you, so this isn't really fair, but it's not the first time. Kang, have you seen this story?
Yes, I have.
Okay. All right.
All right. Is it like an individual has bought the rights?
Yes.
Okay. Florida. Is it someone from the movie industry?
No.
Okay. Someone in the sports industry?
No. That's 3 questions.
Someone from the music industry?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a female?
No.
Okay.
5 questions in.
Narrowing things down.
You're doing very well.
It's an individual, so it's not a group. I already got that. So are they Florida International? Is that like in Miami? So are they Miami-centric? Florida-centric?
Are we talking about Florida International, or are we talking about
the person who's going to get the naming rights? Are they like from Florida? Are they known for being Florida friendly?
I would say yes. Florida International is in Miami.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So you're 6 questions in.
So who's got them? Well, who's got the scratch that wants to do that? At this point, maybe we start guessing people. Mark Anthony.
It is not Mark Anthony. 7 questions in. Purchase the rights to Florida International's football stadium.
Vanilla Ice.
It is not Vanilla Ice. The stadium had previously apparently been called FIU Football Stadium.
Vanilla Ice have that much money? I don't know. I'm asking. I've not
I
followed
don't know.
him.
I don't know how much money it takes to change the rights.
That's true.
You know?
Maybe they're cheap right now.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Florida International.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the U.
Yeah, Florida State or something like that. Yeah.
Is Florida International where Isaiah went to coach?
Did he?
He did coach somewhere small, right?
So he was somewhere in Florida. I forget. And then
Maybe.
Florida International is a school where they had some kind of brawl, and they said with like another team before the game, never in the entire 4-year history of the university have we had to deal with this. Is the person known for like Hispanic culture? I know it's already said it's a musician, but are they more?
Kang, how would you answer that?
I would say yes.
Yeah, okay.
Is it my man? Is it Pitbull? Come on. Yeah.
Pitbull is paying Florida International $1.2 million per year for the next 5 years to change the name of FIU Stadium to Pitbull Stadium.
Yes.
They're waiting for approval from the Board of Trustees, according to ESPN. He's the first known musical artist to have a college stadium bear his name. FIU will open its newly named Pitbull Stadium against Central Michigan on September 7th.
Man. Better be fired up, Chips, because you're gonna be in for some trouble. You don't just walk into Pitbull Stadium.
Nope.
Well, no one has yet.
Exactly.
Here's the problem. What is Florida International's nickname?
Well, they may have to change it.
I mean, did he find a workaround to change? Because is anybody going to call them by their nickname, or are they all just going to be calling them the Pitbulls?
Well, Georgia's probably too expensive, so we had to go FIU. Man.
They are the
Georgia
golden. They are the
Bulldogs.
Golden Panthers.
Golden Panthers.
They were the Golden Panthers.
I mean, at this point, they have to become the Pitbulls, right?
You think a Golden Panther is going to survive against a Pitbull?
Probably not.
It's Golden Panther. Come on.
What would compel Pitbull to buy the naming rights to Florida International Stadium?
3 letters. EGO.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe?
Well, but here's the thing. It's Florida International, man. It's not.
It's Miami, man.
I guess, but it's not like the lore and the prestige of owning the naming rights to Florida International's stadium.
This is where you start, and you build your way up.
You think
As soon as Florida A&M.
Then it's Florida Atlantic.
Then it's Florida Atlantic. Then it's UCF.
And it's USF.
Right. And then what do you got? Miami.
You know what he's going to have? He's going to have a league.
Might have the Pitbull League.
See, Doug, are you familiar with Pitbull, man? He's Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide.
Come
so
on.
it takes time to get worldwide. Got to start somewhere.
Well, I know who he is. I mean, I'm not a huge fan, but of
Clearly.
course I
Don't
know
say
who
that too
Pitbull
loud.
is.
Don't say
Come on
that
now.
too loud. Because the biggest Pitbull fan is one of your favorite people. Renko.
Is he?
Yes. He's a massive Pitbull fan. I'm not even kidding about that.
He took a limo out there,
Yeah,
right?
he went the
Or a
whole,
party bus or something.
whole 9 yards.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To go see Pitbull. Yeah.
A limo company paid Renko to take Renko to the
Probably.
Pitbull show. Oh, it's kind of funny,
I mean, Pitbull, that's my jam.
but got it. Chips going into Pitbull Stadium. I mean, if you're Pitbull and you're Florida International, you're like, okay, halftime show is now a Pitbull concert. I mean, do you get rid of?
I don't think
You
so.
get rid of the marching band?
No. You still have the pomp and circumstance that is college football, but I think maybe for the first game you might have some have some flair.
No, but the thing is, like a lot of schools guys now have a song, right? That the kids jump around to, dance to. It has to be a Pitbull song.
Gotta
Like,
be.
between the third and fourth quarter or something. It's got to be a Pitbull song.
Yep.
I mean, Pitbull's going to he'll be interviewed at every game, kind of like Izzo at Spartan Stadium. He'll be interviewed everywhere, and he's going to be repping the 305, as he always does.
Well, we'll be following this as it develops. And by the way, if you're Florida International, you're like, this is the most attention we've ever got for anything we've ever done.
Awesome.
Although they did have Isaiah Thomas. It was Florida International. So there is that. All right, straight ahead. The difference between watching something on TV and watching it live. Got a question as it pertains to the Olympics. We'll get to that today at 11:05. By the way, 10 questions for you to get Pitbull. 10 questions. Well done. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, if you're wondering if many Lions starters will be taking the field on Thursday for their first exhibition, Dan Campbell answered that this morning. Here it comes. Terrion Arnold was at least cleared from the concussion protocol. No iffy today due to injury, and Emmanuel Mosley will be out indefinitely. Coach said that he thought the fights during the first joint practice were a little bit much, and that stopping play that often is a waste of everyone's time. Elsewhere, the 49ers may lose a weapon soon. They reportedly are giving star wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk permission to seek a trade and a new contract with another team after talks continue to stall in San Francisco. A local report in the Bay Area listed the Patriots and Browns as teams with possible frameworks in place for a deal. Today in the Olympics, 3 Americans will run in the 1,500-meter final, including Hobbs Kessler, who hails from Ann Arbor. Also, USA's Gabby Thomas will run the 200-meter final after dominating in her semis. The U.S. women's national team for soccer has a noon tilt versus Germany for a trip to the final match, and Team USA men's basketball will play their first knockout game versus Brazil at 3:30. They would play Jokic and Serbia if they won. From the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Is that like Trinidad and Tobago?
Tobago?
Jokic in Serbia? Is that the name of a...
I think it would be like Jokic the player.
Oh, okay.
Serbia, is that what the country.
Right. Gotcha. So it's not like Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago?
Tobago.
Tobacco. Toboggan. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right, Gator. So, Olympic Games. I want to know, have you ever seen any of these Olympic events live? And I'm not talking about kids' gymnastics. I'm talking about any of these Olympic events that you only see during the Olympics, not basketball, obviously, live.
Well, aside from swimming?
Have you seen high-level competitive swimming?
Oh, yeah.
Like what level?
I mean, well, I guess how high do you want to go? I've seen college.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it like in person compared to what it's like on TV? Because that's what I'm after here. Is because I'll give you an example of why I brought it up. Last night they showed a wide shot I think it was on CBC, of a 10-meter platform dive. They didn't move the camera. They just had like a wide shot where you could see like the entire natatorium and all the stands and everybody. And instead of following the diver down, you could just see in the context of the arena what it looked like.
The 33-foot dive.
And it made it was way more, in that moment, I was like, that was way more of a wow than what I'm used to.
Yeah.
Because they zoom in and you don't sort of have perspective in the context of an entire stadium, how tall that is. And I'm like, I bet live platform diving, every dive you're probably going, whoa.
Yeah, because you realize how high up they are. I mean, 10 meters is like 33 feet. That's a ways up there, isn't it? So,
yes.
When you think about like a high dive in a high school natatorium, and that's, I believe, a 3-meter. So
the springboards?
Yeah. So you're talking like, 11 feet or something like that. So it's quite a bit different. I mean, it's 3 times taller, which is kind of scary when you get up there. But
the point is, if you've ever seen any of these Olympic event lives, because I would imagine if you've said you've seen collegiate swimming, and I hosted a show called Wolverine Sports Magazine years ago where I did a lot of those highlights, but it was mostly in studio. I'd get the highlights and narrate the highlights, and I wasn't at the events. I would interview coaches and stuff, but I wasn't at the events that much. But when I went to the events, I was always like, this is way cooler in person. But I guess I'm asking, the Olympic events that you have seen live, what makes them better live than on TV?
Well, even with the swimming, it's different because most of the pools you see are 25-yard pools. They're not meter pools. And if they are meter pools, the 25-meter pools are not 50-meter pools.
Which is what they're 50. They're twice as big in the Olympics.
So, I always kind of scoff. I was watching, it just happened like a week ago. I was watching HGTV and somebody was talking about this house that they had for sale and like, oh, it's got an Olympic-sized swim pool. And I just started laughing. I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
What, you got a 50-meter pool in your backyard? No, you don't. You don't even have a 25-yard pool in your backyard. Shut up. Like, that's how massive the 50-yard pool is, or 50-meter pool is massive. So I guess to that point, I mean, I don't even know if I've seen the 50-meter pool. So I don't know if I've ever seen anything like to what you're describing. I mean, we've all seen basketball and seen tennis and seen golf and
I think,
major sports. And if you've been to a track meet, I mean, I've
never been to a big time track meet.
I haven't either, but I don't know if throwing the discus is any different in doing the Olympics than it is, in high school, because it's the same. You're not. I mean, the stadium's different, right?
Yeah,
because you're in a stadium as opposed to some.
Well, the distances are different.
Well, you're able to throw it further, yes, but it's still the same thing. You're holding the same disc, unless
my point is when you see it at the elite level, like I imagine, certainly being at a high school track meet is, but seeing like Olympians, it must, like how freakishly fast they actually are when you see them up close and personal. I think would be shocking when you actually see the distance, because TV doesn't always translate things like undulations at Augusta and speed and auto racing. And that's what caught me the absolute first time I went to MIS, is I'm standing there and I walk up and it's a practice session. It's NASCAR. It's my first time at the track and I have to get a credential. And I walk up to the offices and it's the offices on the outside of the track on the south side of MIS and it's turn like 2. And I can hear the practice session. I pick up my credential. I walk over to the fence and I see how big the track is. And when you realize how huge the track is, because again, TV didn't give any sense for it. And a car came by practicing. And here comes Ernie Irvin or somebody, right? Back in the day. And he goes whipping past me. And suddenly, I mean, just like that, he was on the other side of the facility. I couldn't believe how fast he got that far away from me. And I'm like, TV does not do the speed justice because the camera's zooming out as they slowly make their way around the turn. But when you're at a stationary point, when the car zips past you, it was seriously mind-blowing. And so I guess the question, if you've ever seen any of these events, Olympic events live, what really stands out as different that you don't appreciate on TV? Because I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm making fun of the gymnastics, but I bet live, oh my God, they're flying through the air. They're way in the air.
Yeah, exactly. And I was watching, they had something on Twitter last week, and I thought this is telling. This is exactly what you're talking about. The archery events.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you don't really know how far it is unless you see it, the perspective. Like I asked you off the air, I'm like, how far do you think, it is? And I think you said something, I don't know, was it 25 yards, something like that? Indoor ranges, when you go to shoot indoor, the targets are, 20, according to Google, 18 to 25 meters, 20 or 27 yards if you're indoors at some facility.
Yep.
The Olympics, the archery is 70 meters, which is 77 yards. So when you see the guy pulling the arrow back and then they'll do the split screen and then you've got the target, right? And you see him hit the target. But what you don't know is how far it is. That's 77 yards. Now, for archers, I'm sure whatever. It's 70. But, I mean, when you actually see the distance, it becomes way more impressive.
Put the little archery target down on the other team's 23-yard line. You stand at the goal line. Thump.
Yeah. Get it close to the 2-inch center of a paper plate, and then that's what we're talking about.
From
it's
the
really
goal
impressive.
line to the other team's 23-yard line.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Like, what is it that have you seen any of this stuff live, people? 248-539-9797.
I would have to imagine it's like you've been to the Winter Olympics, watching the ski events, the downhill skiing, how fast it must be.
Okay.
That's got to be crazy.
So I love that you brought that up because I was at Squaw Valley in the middle of the summer. Okay, Squaw Valley hosted, I think it was the 1960 Winter Olympics. And they had, you could take a gondola to the top. But the one thing about when they mentioned where the Olympic ski run was, it was like straight down.
Yeah.
I could not, even fathom how fast they were going. It looked to me like this is essentially a controlled free fall. It's like I'm jumping off a cliff and down I go, and my skis, I hope, direct me to the bottom.
Okay, you hold your hand at an angle and you think, okay, what are they doing? Like, what would this be? Like a 70, 60 degree angle, something like that.
Yep.
But then you look at it in actuality, you're like, that's insane, this steep angle they're at and the speeds they can get to.
248-539-9797. What have you seen live, and how is it different than it is on TV? We go to Aaron. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Good. So, yeah, the velodrome, which is the indoor cycling on the banked indoor track. So there's a track in Detroit, the Lexus Velodrome, right at Mac and 75.
Yep.
It's insanity. These guys are riding, 25, 30 miles an hour, maybe faster, on a banked turn that's 45, 50-degree angled turn in close proximity. It's insanity. If you have a chance, it's in our backyard. There's not many around the country, but that's a great sport to watch live.
Aaron, have you ever been out on the track?
I did. So you have to take a qualifying class to be able to get up on it. I've been a road cycler for a lot of years, but that is insanity. I did it one time. I'm good.
So the banking, does the banking give you a feeling like you're always about to fall?
It does not, which is counterintuitive, right? So you're going so fast that you kind of don't even sense that you're. I mean, if you look to your left, you're going to see the floor,
right?
But as you're on it, it does not seem like you're in an angle because you're just stuck against the track, right? It's wild.
Interesting.
It's wild.
Yeah.
But even as a spectator, when you're that close, you can feel the wind off the guys and women, and kids do it. They're inches from each other. It's something to see. If anyone gets a chance, it's a great one.
Well, that's exactly what we're looking for. Have you seen any of these Olympic events live, and how are they different live as opposed on TV? Because I'm sure they're way different when you're there in person. As Gator mentioned, the archery, imagine standing on a goal line and shooting an arrow to the other team's 23-yard line and hitting a paper plate. That's so far. And when I've seen the archery, I just sit there and I'm like,
until you realize.
And then if you put it in those terms.
You know how far they're hitting it from.
Yep. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the best place to bet on the games this summer is America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports and your non-favorite sports, whether it's basketball, badminton, soccer, swimming, whatever. FanDuel, got it all. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up and start betting the games today. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. When there's big news in the league, we always ask, how does it impact us? We will get to that today at 11:35. 248-539-9797. Talking a little bit about the Olympics and sports. Olympic sports you've actually seen live. Clearly, many of us have seen basketball, but we're talking about the other events that when you see them live, obviously you'll have different observations than when you watch them on TV. When you see them at a high level, look, with all respect, we're not looking for your kids' gymnastics meet, but we're looking for high level competition. Have you ever seen it? And when you do, what stands out when you see it live? It's different. And your thing about the archers and the 77-yard shot.
Yep.
The dude from Canada that won the hammer threw the hammer 92 yards. So again, put him in Ford Field, have him do his little spin up to the goal line, and throw it almost all the way to the other goal line. Imagine what that would look like in the context of Ford Field. It would blow your mind like how far he threw it. But let's get back to your open line calls.
Incidentally, do you know how far the shooting is in the biathlon when the cross country skiers stop and shoot?
I don't.
That's 50 meters.
And they have tiny...
It's less than what the archer has to shoot.
It's like hitting it into the opening of a teacup or something. The little...
Yeah.
Yeah. They have smaller targets, but...
And they have to calm their heart down. That's a whole different kind of discipline, but it's just crazy what these guys are doing. And women.
Steve is next here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
We're great. Thank you.
Good. I was in Lake Placid. I got the chance to go see the Lake Placid Village last year, visit my daughter in New York, and we were just happened to be there, and we went up to the ski jump hills.
Yeah.
And they had them sitting there. You got a gondola, went up to the first one, the small one, and when we got there, we were very fortunate that they were practicing. The young kids, like 16, 17-year-olds, they were trying out for the junior Olympic teams. And to watch guys fly down from the top hill, the 120 or 90-meter ski jump hill, that is incredible live.
Yeah, I would imagine it is. I bet. Is it almost scary?
It is, because you could go up to the very top of the 120-meter one, whatever it is, take an elevator up to the top of that and watch these young kids go down from the top, looking straight down that ramp, and then when they go off of it and fly through the air, you can't even see them at the very bottom of the hill when they're finished.
Wow.
I would imagine, and that's got to be crazy, first of all, because the distance is unbelievable. But like skateboarding, when you get the guys at the top of the pipe, the half pipe or whatever, but these giant half pipes so they get to do the big air tricks.
Yeah.
We only get to see it from the side angle, and it looks like really cool, and these guys do amazing stuff. But if you imagine what it would look like from standing on the edge and looking straight down, like he's talking about with the skiing, it's going to be terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was mind-boggling, and you're looking at these young men that are doing it, and they're maybe 100 pounds, and they're flying past you. I mean, they gave you 4 different perspectives to watch it. At the very top, where the coaches stand, and then at the very bottom of the hill, and to get all 3 perspectives of these, it was phenomenal. It was like you would never imagine it on TV what it really is looking like.
You know, we got a text here, Steve. Thank you for the phone call. It says, I got to see the ski jumping course up close with the U.S. Olympic team in Lake Placid. From the top of the jump, these guys were so fast and the jump is so far. It's really a different perspective. John in Lake Orion writes in, Wayne State used to have a world-class fencing program. Then he writes, it's as exciting as hell in person, like a cross between chess and ballet. Talk about a sport that I'm missing it then.
Yeah, I don't really get that.
No.
I remember being at a swim meet at Michigan State University when I was in high school, going there for state championships or something like that. And it was at the IM West at the time. And they had all these other different gyms that you could look at in addition to the natatorium. And so when the diving was going on.
Did the IM West have a lot of gyms?
Yeah. So I would go there and look at some of the other gyms, but from a higher level, because you're up on like the second level, you can look down and see into them. And they had, at one point, there were people that were practicing judo, and then they had fencing going on. And I tried to watch it and tried to appreciate it, but I can't get into it.
Well, probably like everything else. There's probably strategy and stuff that we have no idea what's going on, and it's completely lost on us, us normies, us rubes, with our football and baseball. 248-539-9797. We go to Todd in Ann Arbor. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon,
What's
or
up?
almost afternoon.
Yep.
I was out in Utah skiing a few years ago, and they have a training center for the Olympics, and they have a bobsled track. And for $200, they would let you take this little training class and then get into a bobsled with a professional driver and ride this thing down. It went 80 miles an hour.
Nope.
And it was all you could do. Like when it went into a curve, you couldn't even put your head up. The weight of the helmet, it was 5 Gs. So your neck was stiff. One of the guys I went with, he seemed to think he got concussed from it, but it was quite an amazing experience.
Okay, so you paid the $200 and you did it.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow. And was it remotely fun, or was it just terrifying?
It was slightly terrifying. It was remotely fun. I'm glad I did it, but I wouldn't do it again.
Interesting. Because that's one of those sports that I think every kid looks at and goes, wow, sledding. That looks like fun.
Luge.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only chance you'll have to experience like 5 Gs. I mean, your body weighs 5 times more than it does right now, and it's just a really, really bizarre.
I don't need that.
Todd, thank you. Unnamed texter, I went to a gymnastics exhibition at the Palace featuring Olympians many years ago. Even in non-competition, they're just incredible. They have poise and grace and strength that you cannot believe. It's from Adam at work.
It's really impressive what they're able to do with their bodies and contorting them in different ways, and the strength is off the charts. Pound for pound, they're got to be the strongest athletes out there.
I saw Simone Biles in person. She was a sideline at a Michigan game when I was doing sidelines. And TV does not give a sense for how small she is. Like, she's rocked up, but
she's like 4'8" or something.
Really, really small. And, when I watch on TV, I'm always trying to put into context. Now, given I was on a football field, surrounded by football players, everything around us is big. But she was really, I was like, wow, that's Simone Biles. Like, I couldn't believe how small she was.
I was right. I took a guess at 4'8", and she's 4'8".
There you go. But she can get 11 feet in the air.
It's unbelievable.
Unnamed texter. I'm sorry. No, this is Nick in a brown truck. My bad. I've been to an NCAA track and field championship 2 times. The 10,000-meter runners do 29 laps at a 1:07 pace and don't look winded at the end at all. It's crazy.
The crazy thing to me about distances, whether it was swimming or running, is how consistent they are with their splits. Like, they go into it with a plan. Hey, this is what I want to be in the first 100 meters, the second 100 meters. At 800 meters, I want to be this. Like, they plan everything out, and they have coaches that are watching, and they'll let them know. They'll wind the arm up if they got to pick up the pace, or they'll let them know if they're on pace. It's really incredible that they can keep it within a couple of seconds, and they just know what they can do. And they do. We were watching the other day, watching on TV. I'm like, look how relaxed these guys look.
Yep.
They're in the midst of doing like a mile run, and they could not look more relaxed, and they're cranking the speed.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Trade rumor in the NFL could impact the Lions. We will get to that at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. our car, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. So another fight. Lions and Giants. And this one got a little hand here. Let me take another look. It looks like Kirby Joseph and Malik Neighbors is how it started, but Terrion Arnold got involved very quickly. And Terrion Arnold and Malik Neighbors spent last year going at one another when Malik Neighbors was at LSU and Terrion Arnold was at Alabama. Joseph started it. Well, I shouldn't say Joseph started. It started with Joseph. Arnold was like the next man in. And this looks like a little bit more punches were thrown kind of stuff. Maybe just shoving. I mean, well, Neighbors might have thrown a punch here. I think Neighbors threw wow. Yeah, I think Neighbors threw a roundhouse punch at Kirby Joseph.
A roundhouse punch.
Got him right in the Guardian cap. Yeah, that's a punch. Interesting.
Hard for me to see. I'm not sure if I'm looking at the same.
Yeah, I've got one here. I'm going frame by frame. You can see an arm extended and then the right hand comes around. Are these things turning into a bad idea?
No, not if nobody gets hurt. It's not a bad. Let them practice.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, they get more out of these joint practices than they will on Thursday night with the exhibition game.
Well, it's because the starters are in there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And because they're able to control it. We're going to work on, these situations and all that, and you got ones against ones, and it's so much better than the exhibition game.
Neighbors definitely threw a punch. Now I got another angle, and I think he's throwing it at Kirby Joseph, and that's what brought Arnold in. So it was funny because I'm watching SportsCenter Get Up, whatever it was today, and they had Malik Neighbors 9 catches on 9 targets yesterday against the Lions defense, the rookie wide receiver at LSU. And I was like, oh, crap. And then I get online and I start watching all the highlights I can find. And I find one of him making a catch out of bounds.
Yeah, it was ruled out of bounds.
It was
a hell of a catch, though.
It was a hell of a catch, but doesn't matter what you do when you're out of bounds. I'm like, okay, so it wasn't 9 catches on 9 targets, but it looks like Neighbors might be pretty good. And it's funny because it's practice. And I think back to a year ago when were the Giants here for joint practices?
Yes.
Okay. One of those Giants joint practices, the Lions looked terrible. Like, I remember the New York media going nuts about how great the Giants looked. In fact, they kind of did it again yesterday. How the Giants just shredded the Lions defense and all that. And I mean, maybe I guess it was somewhat indicative of what was to come, but the Lions turned out to have just a fine season. So it had nothing like the joint practice, having a bad day. I'll put in quotes in joint practices isn't that big a deal, but I mean, the number one story is the physicality, and here we go again. This time, however, punch is thrown. All right, so this Brandon Aiyuk stuff. Brandon Aiyuk is reported to be on the brink of being traded, or they're at least in talks, the San Francisco 49ers with the Cleveland Browns and the New England Patriots. They've decided that they want to explore this direction, not getting anywhere with a contract. So, as always, how does it impact us? I mean, they're not going to be trading him for a receiver that's as good as Brandon Aiyuk.
They'll be trading for a draft pick, I would assume.
I don't think they would.
No?
No, I think if you're San Francisco, you're like, okay, we're trying to win a Super Bowl. We don't want your draft picks. We need players.
But if they know they're not going to get Brandon Aiyuk in the fold, you got to get what you're going to get.
I'd make him.
I'm sure you want to get but I mean, does Cleveland want to give up one of their good receivers?
Well, there's a rumor that Amari Cooper would go back the other direction, but I don't think it's about necessarily receivers. It's like, okay, we might not be as good at receiver, but we'll be better here, right? We can be a better football team if we get these 2 guys to fill in these 2 weaknesses.
Well, if San Francisco is going to get Amari Cooper in return, then they did just fine.
Yeah, but I'd be a little surprised if that's a trade. But
I'll put it this way: I hope it's draft picks,
of course,
because not only do you lose Aiyuk to the AFC, But then you don't replace it with anything of substance at this point.
I mean, if the Lions had any contract disputes right now and a player wanted to be traded before this season and all you were getting back is draft picks, which can be useful, but that's not what you'd be after, right? San Francisco would do anything but trade him for draft picks, I would imagine. It'd be great if they did. It'd be fantastic because they just get weaker now.
Well, they probably take some draft picks in return because you're not going to get a receiver to the same caliber as Aiyuk. You know, it'd be a little. Even if it's Amari Cooper, he's older. He's not as good as Brandon Aiyuk. Even if it's Kendrick Bourne from the Patriots, who are possibly a third team involved in this, he's a younger guy, but he's not as good as Aiyuk. You'd still have to throw in some draft picks. But the thing is, I'm with Gator. I only want them to get draft picks. But I think they're going to want a player in return, whether it's receiver or elsewhere. But I would imagine a receiver, because losing Brandon Aiyuk is their number one receiver. If you count Deebo Samuel as kind of a weapon back there who does everything, as a pure receiver, Ayuk's their guy. If they lose him, that's a big loss for the Niners.
I mean, it would. This is a interesting development. The Lions, as a legitimate NFC title contender, if their number one roadblock a year ago loses a key piece, I mean, I'm glad it's not injury. I don't like celebrating injuries, but this is kind of a big deal. If a trade goes down, now they might make themselves better as a football team if they get back Amari Cooper and another player at a position of need. And I don't know what their needs are right now. I haven't gone down that wormhole very far, but if you can lose the best player but be a better team. I know there's an old cliche that whoever gets the best player wins the trade, but who cares who wins the trade? Can you be a better football team without Brandon Aiyuk? And I mean, it's hard to say.
It's almost a hard no, you can't be. Because San Francisco, they might have the best roster in the National Football League. This would be a big hit to it. I mean, you don't have Aiyuk, you got troubles.
Ronnie Bell got hurt. I don't know how serious. Maybe he didn't. I have to go back and see if there's an update on that. And who's the kid out of Florida?
Oh, Pearsall?
That's who they drafted?
Yeah, and they also have Juwan Jennings from last year. But these guys aren't on Brandon Ayuk's level, not even close.
No, but I mean, if they trade Aiyuk and they're not getting a receiver back, one of those guys is going to have to step up and try. I guess it's probably Juwan Jennings to get more targets.
Or you lean more on Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
How much more can you lean on that guy, man? He was Offensive Player of the Year last year.
I know, but I'm saying you lean more. You lean more on him and more on Brandon Aiyuk. And
I'd be shocked if they didn't get any kind of receiver in return, at least a body back, you know? Like I said, I would think Kendrick Bourne or Amari Cooper or somebody like that's coming back their way.
Yep. Well, it's something to keep an eye on, Lions fans, and see what the 49ers do.
Hey, more use check.
Your favorite.
There we go.
You know, the thing about it is, though, this goes back to what the Lions did this offseason. They just tied up all the loose ends. Right? I mean, the Lions used this offseason. Now they're in a different place. But they avoided any of this stuff.
Yeah, let's hope they keep avoiding any of this stuff and they're able to keep everybody happy. And this is why you sign players earlier rather than later. Because once the market gets set, then you're having to play catch up a little bit. I mean, Dallas has got a real situation on their hands with, the quarterback and the wide receiver. You're seeing this situation with Aiyuk. I mean, the receiver market is just skyrocketed, and the Lions took care of their guy, thankfully. And the other one who would be next up with Jameson Williams, Jameson got a lot to prove. He's nowhere near the level of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's dreaming of getting a contract like that, but he's not going to get it unless he puts together back-to-back great years. Like, they're not going to talk to him about an extension after this season. No. He'll be entering year 4 of a 5-year, contract.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's go to Brandon and Shelby. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
So you're talking about Aiyuk wanting to get traded. I don't know if you remember, in the one episode of Receiver on Netflix, Kittle was giving a speech, and he's like, I'm going to get my touchdown. And then Deebo Samuel's going to get his touchdown. And McCaffrey's going to get his touchdown. But they never mentioned Aiyuk. So things like that, like the way they treat him like he's just some side thing, that's probably why he wants to get traded. He's better than the credit that they give him.
I mean, look, I got the same impression, and then I remembered that you're only seeing part of the story, and you can I don't know if it's truly indicative of a disrespected player in San Francisco, but you could certainly watch the Netflix show and draw that conclusion that he's a disrespected player. I don't know I would serve up as evidence because you'd have to have the cameras on him 24/7 and know about all the interaction. But maybe Aiyuk would tell you that. Maybe Aiyuk would tell you that all that attention those guys got bothered me.
I just thought it was funny that, I mean, the only team that had 2 receivers on that show were San Francisco. And that thing, or when they said that in the show, it came out about the same time that Aiyuk said he wanted to get traded.
Yeah, do we know how much Aiyuk wants? Like in the next contract? Because he's been in the league for 4 years. And the last 2 years he's had over 1,000 yards each year, but this past season was really good, 1,342 yards, but on 75 catches. I mean, he's not at that level of the guys that are getting the $25 to $30 million a year. If he's asking for that, if I were San Francisco, I'd be the same thing. Dude, you're not getting that kind of money.
Yeah, and a lot of people probably really don't know what he's worth because since there's so many options on that team,
exactly.
You know, he could be the best or he could be the worst.
Which is what I'm sure that's what his agent is saying. Look, this guy is worth a hell of a lot more on the market here. He's obviously got to bide his time, but he's helping McCaffrey do what he does. He's helping Deebo Samuel and George Kittle do what they do. He had 18 yards of reception last year.
Yeah, he was really good. Very, very productive for them. Jordan in Ann Arbor, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jordan.
Hey, guys. I just kind of going down the rabbit hole of the New England trade. If he were to go there, I could totally see them getting Judon back because Judon's also in a contract dispute right now with New England. They may swap players, and New England's been on record as saying they're looking for playmakers for Drake May. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think that'd be worse off for the Lions because you're just having another guy come after Jared Goff.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if Matthew Judon could end up in Detroit. If there's any way that could be sorted out, but you might be right.
I can only dream, right? I can only dream, right? Putting them across from Hutch, but I could also see because you got 2 disgruntled players with contract disputes looking for more money, kind of sending them the opposite direction, give them a new environment to be around.
Yeah, and the thing with New England is you can't predict what they're going to do because Belichick's not there anymore. So it's no longer they're going to hoard a bunch of draft picks. They'll take some draft picks for them. You don't know what they'd do.
248-539-9797. There's now a field level version of that fight. This one was bad. Kirby Joseph, Malik Neighbors. Oh, there are definitely punches thrown in this one. What's going on out there? Well, there's a lot of reporting on it in New York. We'll get to that at 11:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, these days it can be really hard to find reliable service, right? You've got a company you're dealing with, you need something fixed right away, and they're like, well, it doesn't work on our schedule here. You're going to have to be available between 10 and noon. And you're like, I'm working. Can't do that. Well, here's what's great about dealing with Precision Garage Door. You get to schedule your appointment on their website for a time that's going to work for your schedule. That's awesome. Plus, you're going to call in. All calls are answered 24/7. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and weekends they're available at no extra charge. These guys are awesome. They came out and switched out batteries and helped kind of service my garage doors before I had to get new garage doors. Daryl and the whole team there, they were easy to work with, and I'm so glad that I called Precision. This is why I'm telling you, give Precision a call. Call now, fix today, and if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. The telephone number, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can go online at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
So yesterday, reported 8 skirmishes, Lions-Giants, that we saw. Today, it started a little bit more low-key. The first skirmish came yesterday after 4 plays. But now they're back at it, and this one full-scale punches thrown melee. You can see a field-level version. We retweeted the highlight of a Malik Neighbors rep against Terrion Arnold. It's an incomplete pass into the end zone. Way to go, Terrion, sub-0. But as Neighbors is heading back to the huddle, a bit of an obstructed view, but he has a run-in of some sort with Kirby Joseph. It looks like, from what is, again, it's a bit of an obstructed view, that Neighbors might have pushed Joseph in the face mask. Joseph said, turned around.
Not up in here.
Tracked him down and started swinging. Neighbors started swinging back. And then it was on, and a whole bunch of people got involved, and then it was more pushing and shoving.
Yeah, it really doesn't last that long. It's the initial punching, I guess, that takes it's like 15 seconds, and then there's like another 20 seconds of milling about, and then it gets broken up.
But the punches is pretty intense, more intense than anything I saw in the video yesterday. What's going on here? We have a seat at the table. And the Giants are trying to prove they belong at the table. And this is their way of doing it. And we used to be that team. I'm using the term we, all-inclusive, the Detroit Lions. They are challenging a team that is, they don't have the throne, but they certainly have a seat at the table. And it's being played up that way in New York. Reading some of the headlines out of New York, this is how apparently they have decided they're gonna set the tone for this season against the big bad Detroit Lions. That's what's going on here. This is a tangible example of a team that has earned respect. And we all know they haven't got to the mountaintop yet. But this is what it looks like. They're challenging the manhood of the Detroit Lions, but they're really probably just challenging themselves. Did you see the shirts their coaches were wearing by chance? Did either of you see the shirts the coaches were wearing there?
No. Were they one of the salty ones or?
No, the Giants coaches are wearing shirts that say DAWG, and it stands for discipline, attitude, win, grit. And all their coaches are walking around with these dog shirts on.
Stealing a word like grit, huh?
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
It feels like the Giants are trying to send a message to announce their presence and seeing if they can measure up. And it's manifesting itself in a lot of altercations in these joint practices.
I just retweeted out another camera angle of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear what starts that with Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
Giving like a shiver to the face mask. And then he gets rocked.
Neighbors
Kirby Joseph rocks him. I mean, first it's like just a shot to like the face mask, and then he wailed on him and his head snapped back.
So why did Neighbors take a shot at Kirby Joseph to begin? And Joseph wasn't having it. Now that I see the angle that you just tweeted out, you can see all this at Duggan Gator 971. Neighbors is running back to the huddle and just takes a swipe at Kirby Joseph.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure Kirby was jawing. I mean, these guys are jawing nonstop.
Ooh.
But that's not a reason to, react the way you do.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I mean, first of all, I think it's dumb when players take swings at other players with helmets on and guardian caps on top of the helmets. That's one. Number two, I don't care about the Giants. I don't like there's no discipline with the Lions here. I'm going to be honest with you. I know this is just practice, but in the game, if Kirby Joseph swings on a guy like this because he shoves him in the face mask, he's going to get tossed. And these fights have been happening a lot the last 2 days in practice. And I'm sure Kirby Joseph probably said something to Neighbors, and that's why Neighbors shoved him in the face mask. Leave it at that. Joseph's next move was to go down and track him down and start throwing punches.
So the thing about this is, again, as long as nobody gets hurt, Dan Campbell spoke about it today, and he said, look, everything you do here is evaluated. And if you do something in a game that hurts your team, it's part of your evaluation. And this stuff that's going on in practice is all part of your evaluation if you do something that hurts your team. I don't know that a 7-on-7 rep that concludes with a bit of a fight really hurts your team per se. But this is where you get into the old debate. Hey, man, you got to stand up for yourself. Nobody's going to push you around. Or do you just say, get the F out of here? You're the Giants.
Right.
We have bigger things. We have bigger goals than you taking a swipe at me in a practice rep in early August. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Like, do you just ignore it? Do you just dismiss it? Or do you have to step up if somebody challenges you like Malik Neighbors went after Kirby Joseph?
I mean, it's practice. It's not a game, so there is a difference. But to Kang's point, you'd like to see more discipline. As long as they're disciplined in the game, this stuff doesn't really matter. But when you start throwing punches, it becomes troublesome because it's so easy to break a finger, to break a hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's easier to take if you're a defensive back than if you're a wide receiver. You have no business doing this. But if you're a defensive back, I mean, you're not that far removed from it. It's just so stupid to be throwing the punches. I don't mind a push and the shoving, when it gets to be like wrestling and to see if you can throw one guy on the ground and that's really, hey, look who won that, But this is getting a little out of hand. And if this is going to happen throughout the rest of practice today, it's just it's a distraction more than anything else because guys have to answer questions about it afterwards. You missed a couple of plays that you could have worked on because you're limited in how much time you have on the field. They're just missed opportunities, and this is just nothing but a distraction.
So overall, this to you is a bad thing.
I mean, I guess if I have to lean one way or the other, I'd lean towards you don't need this. This is unnecessary. But I don't think it's bad. You'd like to see it toned down a bit.
I'd rather have less of it. I think Campbell said at some point it gets to be a waste of everyone's time because you have to clear out the skirmish. You have to get them all set up again. You're wasting time. You're wasting reps. I think there's a fine line between standing up for yourself and also not letting someone else get under your skin so easily.
Yeah.
If the lines can be triggered this easily in practice, maybe is it going to carry over to the game?
I wonder, I don't think the NFL has any jurisdiction over this in terms of handing out fines or suspensions for practice fights. Teams, I think, can do that if they want to. That would put an end to it real quickly. The threat of that would probably do that. But, like you watch the end of this one, Devin Singletary is trying to square off with Lions, and he's throwing punches with one of the defensive backs. It's at the end of it. It's just, at the end, you get these dumb moves at the end, and just so stupid. What do you? I don't know what Malik Neighbors is doing, and I'm not sure why Kirby Joseph responds.
Kirby Joseph responds. I'm not putting up with that.
Yeah, it's like Malik Neighbors goes from, being covered very well on the play by Terry and Arnold, probably salty about it. Maybe says something. Maybe Terry and Arnold said something to him, and he takes it from a 5 to a 7 with the little shove to Kirby Joseph. Then Kirby Joseph takes it to 12. Well beyond 10.
I'm going to go fanboy here for a second.
Yeah.
But one of my takeaways in this whole thing is F the Giants and your sorry Daniel Jones-led team. Seriously, you don't deserve to be on the field with the Lions right now. And all this stuff Neighbors is probably trying to set the tone for his career.
Neighbors is going to be the entire offense of the Giants this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's all they got. And he's really good. I think he's going to be really good. But other teams will take notice of this, and then they can get under his skin.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, for people just joining us, maybe you heard any update there. Rough news for the Lions secondary, another injury. And this one, I mean, this could be season ending, unfortunately. We don't know yet. Emmanuel Moseley, torn pectoral. And that's for the guy. I feel terrible. I mean, I don't know him personally. It sounds like everybody likes him and respects him. But, had a season-ending knee injury in San Francisco. Signed prior to last season in Detroit. Rehab, got back. Was it 2 plays he lasted before he blew out his other knee? Worked his way back from that. And now apparently yesterday tore his pectoral musage. Musage? Tore his pectoral muscle in practice with the Giants. And it's a guy who had some first-team reps from the nickel corner spot. Amik Robertson was there. So is Ennis Rakestraw, the rookie from Missouri, who may be asked to step up. Terrion Arnold missed some time yesterday. They evaluated him for a concussion. He's back today and in the middle of fights now with the Giants again as that's going down. But it could be the third season-ending injury for the Lions. Badgley might have been the kicker. He got hurt. Kaminsky was definitely in the rotation on the defensive line. He had a season-ending injury, and now there's this from Emmanuel Moseley. And there's no need to panic, but you kind of want to be that team that 5-6 weeks after the practice starts, you look around and you just say things like, hey, knock on wood, been really no injuries. Well, we're just a couple weeks in here, and they've had maybe 3 season-ending injuries, which kind of stinks. None of it feels like they are critical pieces, with all respect due. I mean, and those guys deserve respect because they all are legitimate NFL players that can help a team win. But you want it to slow down here at some point, right? Let's cut with the injury bug stuff, huh?
Yeah, well, I think we all want to see football ASAP, but want to see real football, regular season, so that we can get past this stuff. It's like every day is a minefield that you have to maneuver through.
Yep.
And today is no different. The game on Thursday will be no different, and you can take some of those players out of the minefield so that they don't have to worry about it and navigate through that. But someone's going to have to play, and these guys they're trying to make the team.
Well, it feels like in the secondary that they said, we're going for a full-scale injection of new talent. We're bringing in a lot of new blood, right? And they brought in the 2 rookies. They traded for a veteran. They signed a free agent. They brought back Emmanuel Moseley. This is something that they really, really went to address. I think what they're doing, though, with the injuries, they need to slow down, or we're going to be in the same situation they were a year ago. Now, just because Emmanuel Moseley got hurt on Monday doesn't mean that the rest of them are doomed, right? I mean, they can be fine. We just need a little bit of good luck, I guess, is what I'm saying, especially in the secondary.
Well, the secondary is the biggest jump the Lions can make, obviously. And I'm so excited about it because they just overhauled the entire group. Safeties, corners, nickelbacks, whatever it is. They got all new guys for the most part, and they got some holdovers too that are very competitive. It should be an extraordinarily competitive training camp, and I think it has been. It's unfortunate because Moseley was part of that competition, and now it looks like he's going to be out for several months.
Okay. I don't know if you saw this, but coming up Thursday night, Lions and Giants. I know you know about the game. Did you see the forecast?
I'm going to guess there's rain because of Debbie.
There's rain, and it's supposed to be not like gale force winds, but it's supposed to be a little windy. What's the first thing you think of when you think of rain and windy in this game Thursday night?
Run the ball.
Okay. Not the first thing I think of. But run the ball would be if you're trying to win the game, and in the old school fashion, it's always great when you can run the ball.
Well, I want to run the ball because I want to avoid injuries and the game as soon as possible.
I think about Jake Bates. I want to see if Jake Bates can kick in any kind of elements. I'm not sure that Jake Bates can kick in perfect conditions. He's got a lot to prove yet as far as his accuracy. But they haven't brought in another kicker yet, have they?
They have to have somebody there.
I don't
know who it is, but I would imagine you can't just have a training camp with one guy, can you? What if he gets hurt? You have to have some sort of backup plan.
Well, the backup plan probably right now is Jake Fox. Jack Fox. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they only have one kicker under contract right now. But that's the first thing I think of. If you're going to put them in bad weather in New York, on the road, a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain, you can't draw a whole ton of conclusions from a preseason game. That's an area where you can start to draw some conclusions. It is big stadium that's filled with people. I mean, it won't be like an NFL regular season game, but it'll be more intense than a UFL game. And the conditions aren't going to be ideal. Can Jake Bates make a field goal? Can Jake Bates make a 40-yarder, 35-yarder? Can he make an extra point? Because there's so much riding on this season, and this feels like a bit of a gamble, to be honest with you, what they're going to get out of Jake Bates. They've taken a bit of a gamble.
No, yes and no. I think any kicker kind of is. I mean, you've got how many real reliable kickers are there in the NFL, and then everybody else is. You've always got a little bit of hope, I guess, mixed up in it to see what they can do, and that they've got a skill set or something that they possess that other guys don't. With Jake Bates, he's got the giant leg that he can kick it from anywhere between 60 and 70 yards, they say. Okay. So with that comes the risk that he hasn't really done this for all that long, didn't do it in college, and he's got one very short season of professional football under his belt playing for the Michigan Panthers in the UFL. Yeah, there's a little bit of a risk there, but I don't think it's a giant gamble. If there was a better option, I imagine they'd sign it.
I think it's the riskiest thing they've done in terms of building this championship caliber team. And if it were almost any other position on the team, we'd say, why haven't they put more into addressing this than anything other than with this unknown commodity who seems to have a raw skill set but has such a small sample size, and there's nobody else in camp right now. And they can bring other guys in, and obviously if it turns out bad, but I think this is the riskiest thing they've done as far as building this team. And so, yeah, watching Jake Bates kick in bad weather on Thursday night is probably the number one thing I'm looking for. And because if they're, by the way, if they're right with him, then they've got a great kicker. Like if he starts just drilling extra points and field goals in the rain from 35 yards, from 45 yards, and you couple that with just a monster leg, look out. But this is one I'm going to be watching closely and hoping it goes our way. You don't seem as concerned as I am.
I'm not as concerned. I mean, it's a concern, but I'm not terribly concerned with it. I mean, I think I can make a case for the backup quarterback position being a little more tenuous here, that they haven't gone out and gotten somebody that's more proven than Nate Sudfeld to be the backup for this year. You know, there are guys that are out there, but they didn't do that. So, but I don't think that's a giant deal either. It becomes a big deal, obviously, if Goff gets hurt, and Jake Bates becomes a big deal if he's a basket case and can't figure it out, mentally, and how to close out all the noise and just kick with his mechanics.
Kang, how you feel about the Bates thing and the situation Thursday?
I'm concerned because they don't have competition. I was a big Bates, hey, he's got to be in camp. He's got to compete for the job. I don't know how they let him leave the state of Michigan after his season's over in the USFL. But that was when I thought they had, other Badgley here, Turner here. I know Riley Patterson was here before. I don't know if he's out there still. But they do have to get somebody else in here. I don't know what the holdup is, if it's a roster, spot situation. I can't say I'm confident. The guy's never kicked an NFL game, so we'll see. That's a concern. There's a lot of things to watch for in the preseason game. Bates being one of the top ones. I agree with that, Doug.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It's Carson Anderson. By the way, Champ and Chump are posted on our website. Go to 971theticket.com and see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. If you missed it, we talked about the first half of the show. Again, the Lions and Giants going at it extracurriculars, a couple of videos are posted there if you want to comment on that. Malik Neighbors and Kirby Joseph really got after it after a rep where Malik Neighbors incomplete pass, Terrion Arnold in coverage, and then for some reason Neighbors took a swipe at Kirby Joseph, and then all hell broke loose. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. In the meantime, this might now be the toughest in the league. We'll get to that today at 12:20. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, so what's the story with House of Dragons Season 3?
Well, Season 2 just finished up on Sunday night. So I obviously sets up for a Season 3, that's for sure. Yeah. I think it was a little underwhelming to finish because I think we were expecting, okay, let's see the next step, but they're holding it off until Season 3.
Gator, I have not been fortunate enough to watch House of Dragon yet, but from the reviews I've read from people I know that do watch it, the final episode this year, they said they felt like they watched an hour or 2 hour, I don't know how long the episodes are.
Like an hour.
Okay, an hour-long trailer for next year.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know anything going on, so they just felt really underwhelmed, I think, what it was.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was expecting, let's see, the first, punch thrown, if you will, of this next war to come, and it didn't. No, I don't want to do spoilers here, but like I said, it sets up for Season 3, which should be really intriguing. And then they're only going to have 4 seasons of House of the Dragon. But the bummer part is that, much like between Season 1 and 2, there's a long gap before the next season starts. They're not even going to start production until next year. So I don't know when they expect Season 3 to debut, if it's going to be late 2025 or if it's going to be even 2026. Which kind of sucks because, we want things now. Let's go. I guess funny. The Dragons need rest.
I don't watch a lot of TV shows, as you know, but the 2 I watch, I feel like both stalled. Like completely. They're still going to produce shows, but they took extended periods off.
Yeah, Yellowstone
and Severance.
Yeah, Yellowstone's all crazy now. They're saying that they're going to split off into 2 different shows after this season's done.
Really?
Yeah, they're gonna have a show called like 2024. Yeah, they do the 1883 and then whatever the other one was, 1923 or whatever. I don't know what the hell it is. And then the next one will be called 2024, and they'll have an offshoot of that as well. So something that had.
Is this all because Costner's getting out?
Part of it, but I just think that's the nature of where they're going with this show. I mean, you can only put the Yellowstone Ranch and John Dutton and his family in so much peril before people start rolling their eyes.
They create their own peril, my friend.
Yeah. Is it turning into the Ozark?
A little bit. Yeah, it's got some Ozark too. But Ozark was fantastic the whole way through. I enjoyed it the whole way through. There may have been a part
it got repetitive for me.
It was
the same thing over and over. He's just getting them out of a jam.
I just watched. It was pretty amazing. As soon as he solved one problem, here comes another major problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marty just doing you do it, Gator.
I mean, we can come up with another season, right, Wendy? Yeah. Okay.
Jason Bateman every time.
I would love for them to do another season of Ozark, but with the son, because the way that show ended, is it Noah? Is that the name of the son?
Maybe.
I mean, that kid was brilliant, right?
Yeah.
And there was something there. They could have a show about that kid, which could be great. But yeah, the way that Yellowstone's going, it's probably time to come to an end with this and split it off. And
yeah, it probably is. And
new characters and whatnot.
It does have a lot of great characters, though.
It does. And the other offshoots that they had, the short series they had with the 1883, that was
all of them ended up behind paywalls, so I didn't bother.
Yeah, I didn't watch them all the way through either, but the first one had Faith Hill and Tim McGraw, which was kind of interesting, and then the next one had Harrison Ford and Helen Mirren, and then this new one that coming out, I saw a cast. It was leaked that it's going to be like Michelle Pfeiffer and Kurt Russell.
Really?
Which is interesting to me. Of course, they were in Tequila Sunrise with Mel Gibson in the late 80s.
Of course.
Very good movie. Raul Julia as well.
Yeah, Raul Julia as well. Anyway, Severance, by the way, I really want you to watch Severance because it's a thinker.
Okay.
It is a thinker.
Is that Netflix?
No, it's Apple TV.
I have it. I just have disdain for Apple TV.
I know you do. I think what's funny, too, is Kang, given the ages of your kids, it's not long before you're going to say, all right, so I watched 15 minutes of House of the Dragon the other night.
I know. I made fun of you so long.
Yep.
And now to become you in viewing habits would not be, it'd be ironic.
It'd be coming full circle.
Yes.
All right. I mentioned it before the break.
Kang's just going to show up later he's going to stay a little bit after work and watch the show here.
That's the only way. Yeah,
that's how you got to do it.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I mean, staying here to work on stuff for the next day.
Jeff Chania wrote a story today about how the NFC North might now be the best division in football. And I was like, ooh, would I go there yet? I don't think I would.
I don't think I'd go there yet, but you can make a case that it's going to be, it's poised to be. I mean, we know what the Lions are. Pretty sure Green Bay is going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears are so young with a rookie quarterback, but we saw what C.J. Stroud did last year as a rookie. That could be interesting. And, the Vikings are kind of like, everybody's sleeping on the Vikings, and maybe we shouldn't do that.
Both rookie quarterbacks, if those guys develop quick, if they hit with him, if Minnesota and Chicago have hit with him, then look out. But I was like, I would have thought of the NFC North as sneaky good, like the AFC South is, pretty damn good. And you could see them getting better to the Tennessee, Indy, Houston, Jacksonville group. But I still think it's AFC North, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, or AFC West. Kansas City, Chargers, Denver, LA, or Las Vegas. But I mean, maybe it turns out if the Lions get good right when this division suddenly becomes the best in football, boy, did my theory explode upon me and go exact the opposite of the way I thought it was. I thought Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers riding out their timeline was going to open up this window for a team like Detroit or Chicago to go charging through, and Detroit's charging through. But if those teams rebuild, the window might have been now. I don't mind being in the best division in football.
Well, now it's
if you have a really good team, right? If you have a really, really good team.
Well, this is where we'll find out how good this team really is, because nobody's going to lie down for you in this division. You got to earn it every week. And that's how you want it. I'm sure that's how Dan Campbell wants it. And frankly, that's when you talk about the best divisions in football, it's fun to watch those battles. Not just Detroit against everybody in there, but it's fun to see a game like Chicago Green Bay that has meaning.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're watching Pittsburgh and Baltimore, or Pittsburgh and Cleveland, or Baltimore, and those are great games to watch.
God, the only team that really scares me right now that I'm like paranoid about is Green Bay. And it's not just because of football reasons, it's because of what they've done to us forever. I feel like the others, Minnesota and Chicago, have temporarily tortured Detroit. I feel like Green Bay has been the constant.
By the way, I did not mean to deliberately leave out Cincinnati in that group. I don't hate Joe Burrow. In fact, I love Joe Burrow. I just don't think he's ever going to win a championship.
No. Kang, you think this might be, you make a case for it being the best division of football?
Not yet. I think there's the seeds have been planted for that, but I feel like that's throughout the entire league, though. I mean, young quarterbacks are the theme of this league now, and that's why quarterbacks are getting paid so much. They haven't done anything in the playoffs because you have to, wish and hopes and dreams are all on a young arm. You got the guy to get you to the next level. I mean, Daniel Jones, the team that the Lions are having practice with right now, got a huge contract. He won one playoff game, and no one even thought he was that good. And they gave him the contract because you need a young quarterback. So I think you go through every division in the NFL, you find young quarterbacks everywhere. Which ones are going to step up is really going to make the division the hardest in the league.
If the Giants are onto something with Daniel Jones now, and then you give them somebody like Malik Neighbors to work with, and they've got some other players, and if they're able to develop that and salvage the career of Daniel Jones, that could be trouble in the NFC East. If he is what we think he is, then the Giants are horrific, and the NFC East is left to the Dallas Cowboys, which who knows what they're going to look like, because if these players are even going to be there. Philadelphia looks like they win despite the coach just being a mental midget or whatever it is they want to label him. And the Commanders, nobody's got faith in the Commanders, but I love Jaden Daniels, but it's a rookie going into it.
All right, it's Carson Anderson, one of the writers that covers the Lions, just tweeted something from practice. It's over. And what just happened, I'm not sure how to interpret it.
Oh.
But these joint practices maybe they weren't a good idea. We will get to that today at 12:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So here is the tweet in question. Kyle Meinke, Lions beat reporter, has his own site now, though his Twitter account doesn't say what it is. It still says he's with M Live. No, it's Justin Rogers left. Mikey's still with M Live. My bad. Kyle Meinke, M Live, tweets out, Kirby Joseph left the field with security and declined to comment after practice. What the hell is going on out there?
Well, those are awful people in New York. I'm kidding. But I imagine it's for his safety because there are fans that are there, and maybe just keep him away from everybody else.
You know, what's funny is I look at the I don't know if you saw this. Somebody sent out a picture, and I don't know if it's accurate, of what the Lions locker room was in New York. Did you see this by chance?
See,
the Lions locker room in New York. Inside their indoor practice facility, they had curtains set up. You know how you get those rods where they have curtains hanging?
Mm-hmm.
They're behind a bunch of curtains. So it's not like they're off in a separate room. They're like inside the indoor practice facility over in a corner behind curtains, it looks like. So you get this massive brawl, this big brawl. The first, I mean, those were real punches thrown in the Kirby Joseph Malik Neighbors thing today. Then you have security. Then you have them behind curtains inside the practice facility. Is the security there because they want to keep the Giants away from the Lions? Is the security there because they're not going to interview him, are they? This isn't like we might have a press charges situation.
It doesn't
Is it the
sound
fans?
like that. Doesn't seem like that to me, but let's hope that's not the case. Let's hope it's just for his own protection. And you know what? Own it. Love it. Bask in it. Yep. We're the bad men. We're the visiting team. We're the team you guys want to beat. That's who we are, and we're going to own it.
Is the simple thing, is this what it's like to be the hunted? For the first time in our lives, we're getting a real sense for what it's like to be the hunted. Maybe this has been going on for years in Kansas City and New England and whomever else. Small subtleties to the larger aspects of what it's like to be the hunted, and we're just finding out. That lowly-ass teams like the sorry Giants are taking shots at the Lions and trying to set the tone and making headlines in New York. We're not backing down to anybody. This is what we're going to be all about. We're going to be tough with our dog shirts and our brawl starting and in practice. Although it was a rookie. I mean, that's the thing about it. It was a rookie taking shots at Kirby Joseph. Anyway. Headline today, Gator, from the west side of the state. I don't know if you caught this, but this apparently has happened again. My question is it real or is it a hoax? I take you to Crockery Lake. Have you ever been to Crockery Lake?
Crockery Lake?
Yes.
No, where is that?
It is northwest of Grand Rapids.
Okay.
Yep.
It's like by Muskegon or something?
On the way. And fisherman was on a dock. And what did he see in the lake?
Fish?
Alligator.
What's that?
He saw an alligator. He said it was in the lily pads, according to the Crockery Lake Association president, Betsy Ludwig. It was in the lily pads, and it could have been anywhere in this area where the lily pads are. DNR and the Ottawa County Animal Control then went to the lake to search for the alligator. There's a quote later in the story from Ludwig that says, one of our residents said he saw something on the shore and he thought it was a log, and then he went back and looked and it was gone. So he doesn't know if that was the alligator or not. Didn't this just happen at Kensington?
Something like that, yeah.
Now, do you believe that there are actual alligators, or do you think these are not hoaxes, but maybe people thought they saw alligators?
No, I think I would believe it. But the question is, how did they get there? And they either got there because somebody had a pet, thing got too big, and they dumped it off into a lake is likely, right?
Do you know how incredibly irresponsible that is?
Yes, I do. Which is one of the many reasons why I believe that we should not be allowed to own exotic pets. This is ridiculous. An alligator is not a pet. I'm sorry that Sonny Crockett on Miami Vice had Elvis the alligator on his boat. But that's just not. This
I don't
isn't
think
right.
the people that have alligators now watch that show. What about a baby alligator? Is that a pet gator?
Well, what happens when baby alligator grows up?
Well, then it's not a pet anymore.
And then what do you do with it?
You put it in a lake.
I just wanted a baby alligator.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't want a real
that's
full-grown
right.
alligator.
People just want puppies. They just want kittens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about this.
Just want a baby liger.
Did we ever
a baby one?
Did it ever get confirmed or debunked that there was an alligator in the lake at Kensington?
I don't think it was debunked.
Has anybody got an update on that? 248-539-9797. I would think that people would want to know.
Well, yeah. I mean, you asked the question, is it irresponsible? Of course it's irresponsible.
I didn't ask the question. I just made a statement that it's irresponsible.
Good God. Like, we have enough to worry about when you go swimming. And that really, fortunately, in our lake system, the things we have to worry about are like undertow. You know, if the waves are too much on Lake Michigan, then that's the issue. The depth of the lake is a problem if you don't know how deep it is and you dive into it and not realize, oh, this was only 2 feet because it's murky and I just broke my neck. Those are things we worry about. What we really don't worry about is wildlife in the lake being able to attack us.
I mean, there's so that of course that's the first thought, but the other thing is they can't find mates or anything. You know, we don't need to worry about them breeding in our lakes, right?
Well,
somebody would have to dump a bunch off.
Well, they would have to dump 2 off, Doug.
Oh.
Of different sexes.
Of different sexes, yes.
Because when a man loves a woman very much, and they're in a
what
committed relationship.
What if they're brother and sister?
I don't think alligators care.
Okay. I don't know how that alligator breeding works.
What if they don't match on their online dating app? Then
keep
they
swiping.
won't hook up. Well, there's only one.
Oh.
There's only one picture, Gator.
That's it? That's it? That's all I got? Wow.
All right.
Beggars can't be choosers. Hello.
Well, this is like, these are the types of things that I'd never have worried about.
No.
This is 2 reports in like the last 2 months of inland Michigan gators.
Well, right. Remember I said there's that alligator sanctuary in our state too? Like, why do we have a sanctuary for alligators in the state of Michigan?
No idea.
You know, are these gators, are they going to survive a winter in Michigan if they're not in a sanctuary? If they're just like in this, what is this, Crocker Lake?
Crockery Lake.
Crockery Lake. I mean, I don't think alligators are known for surviving harsh weather like that.
No, I think you're right.
So, you know, at some point next spring, are we going to see some dead alligator floating belly up?
It feels to me, and I know I have no reason to believe this. I have no expertise. I don't know anything. If there was an alligator in that lake at Kensington, we would have confirmed it by now. Don't you think it would have been likely?
I don't know. It's a big lake.
But somebody else would have seen it. After months, somebody else would have seen it. Right?
You know, you get
Crockery's not a big lake, by the way.
The news cycle comes and goes. You know, it already happened. And what's the next sighting? We already ran with the story last week. We don't need to keep up with it, right?
I would think that if they found the alligator, they'd let some people know.
I would think they would learn from the lessons in the movie Lake Placid that you got to take care of this problem before it becomes a real problem.
What happened in that movie?
Lake Placid it's actually a really funny movie. It's a good movie.
Is it?
Yeah. About an alligator that lives in a lake.
Is it a bit of a spoof?
Not really. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's not. Spoof is the wrong word for it. It's a really well done movie, well written movie that has comedic parts to it, but it's a horror movie, I guess.
Okay.
Good cast. Betty White's in it.
Gotcha.
Bridget Fonda.
Lauren in South Lyon just texted. She says she lives 5 minutes from Kensington.
Yeah.
As far as she knows, there's never been another sighting, which leads her to believe there was never an alligator there.
Yeah, I can't imagine an alligator would go stay incognito that long without somebody else seeing it along the surface. But what do I know about alligator behavior?
We got another one says that's ridiculous to think an alligator would have a picture on a dating site. Arms are too short to take a selfie.
That's what a timer's for.
It's a good point.
He sets it on a log or something like that, and
obviously. Should I smile or should I just mouse open?
Oh, you got to show off the teeth, man.
Yeah. Hello.
248-539-9797. This happened at the Olympics. Is it cliche? Is it what people want? We will get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Do you know what the water score is in your home? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Contact my friends at CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, to find out your water score. They'll test your water and survey your home to rank your water. If you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Tigers in Seattle tonight. Cato Montero pitches for the Detroit Tigers. And you think, how many people do you think will tune in for this one tonight?
At least one. We'll see how long I make it, but the games go by pretty quickly now, and
yeah,
I'm intrigued by Montero.
Yeah, he was never really. I mean, he was like the number 9 prospect in the organization. Which, I mean, at one point I remember Scuba was the number 10 prospect. So,
yeah, I mean, he has stuff, as they say, that the ball moves around a ton. He gets swings and misses, but can he pitch?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, does he know how to work in and out of the strike zone? Know when to, to throw the pitches that he's got and in what situations. And I think a lot of that is on the pitcher, but I also think a lot of that's on the manager to signal in, okay, let's do this, this, and this.
Yep.
Get him used to it, and at some point you cut him loose and hope that he does his preparation. But I'm intrigued by him. I don't have the highest hopes for him,
mm-hmm.
but at times he's pitched really well, and other times he's just been so hittable. And maybe that's just his predictability of when he's not thinking enough about what he has to do.
Okay. Gator, you saw this, and I thought it was interesting. A U.S. shot putter proposed to his girlfriend in front of the Eiffel Tower. So, cool. Good for you. I assume she said yes. Did she say yes?
I assume she said yes.
Okay, gotcha. Well, congratulations to those kids. But you asked the question of whether or not guys feel pressure to propose in exotic or romantic places. And if women secretly hope that you don't propose in those settings. Like, has it become a bit of a cliche?
Yeah, I wonder, like, from both sides of it. Like, I mean, if you're with your girlfriend and you say, let's go on a trip together. We're gonna go to Hawaii. And like, and you guys been going out for a while. Are both, like, in the back of your mind, are like, is she thinking I'm supposed to propose on this? Or are you thinking, I can't wait to take her out there to propose to her? Is she thinking, this sounds awesome, I hope he doesn't propose? Or this sounds awesome, I think he's going to propose? Like, what goes through the thought process of both sides when there's a planned trip to go somewhere either kind of exotic and fun or romantic, whether it's Paris or Hawaii or Mexico or somewhere there's going to be a beautiful sunset and we're going to get a picture with the sunset? Is there pressure?
I would think if you were to pick, if they could actually come up with the data of the places around the planet Earth where there is the most proposals, most wedding proposals, marriage proposals, Eiffel Tower would be near the top of the list.
So where did you propose to your wife?
You don't remember this story, huh? This is a funny story. It was Y2K.
Oh, now I remember.
And yes. we were going to the Michigan-Alabama Orange Bowl game. And the night on New Year's Eve, there was
1999.
There was a media concert. The media had backstage passes to a concert in downtown Miami. So we would get backstage, which turns out what backstage was it was set up at this like big outdoor pavilion, and the backstage area was just a little private field area like that had food booths and drink booths, and you could just go back there and drink and eat all you wanted.
There's some tables.
Yeah, it was really, really a cool setup. The concert was John Cicada, who doesn't want to go on without you. What was his big song?
I don't know. So you... But
you don't know.
I don't. So you were going on to, you obviously had this trip planned.
Yep.
Did you plan that you were going to propose to her on this trip?
Yes. And I brought the ring, and at midnight backstage at John Cicada, Just Another Day Without You. That was it. Just Another Day Without You. Yeah. Proposed at the John's. Yeah, this song.
Okay.
Wow. Nice job, gang.
So kind of romantic idea to do this. And it was a special thing. You did it out of town. Well, you did it out of town.
Honey, I can't spend another day without you.
Yeah. Was there pressure on you at the time to get something done?
Oh, my God, dude.
So that's a yes.
Yeah.
And she was like, enough, let's go.
No, she was pretty cool with it. I don't think she was. I mean, everybody puts it on me, but I don't think either of us were ready for it. We dated for a long time, but we won't go into specifics.
King, you and your proposal, how did that work out?
So, listen, I have nothing against people that want to do it on a exotic trip or a vacation. Or,
Here we go.
But it's very cliche, right?
It's super cliche.
The thing you mentioned, Gator, about are they expecting it? Yeah, a lot of them are, honestly. So if you take that Europe trip, right, or the Hawaii flight,
guys, I think he's gonna pop the question.
Yeah, the beach proposal, Mexico, all that stuff. So I wanted to avoid all that stuff. When I proposed to my wife, it was near Christmas time, so I figured if she expects it around this time, it's gonna be Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I purposely did it a few days before Christmas Eve because I didn't want her to see it coming.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally know.
Because Christmas Eve, she's thinking, is it happening tonight?
You went the opposite direction.
Yeah, I did it like December 21st or some 22nd. You know,
Good subterfuge is what that is.
Yes.
Yeah. So I wanted to take, the
sleight of hand.
Yes.
Yeah. As a play fake. Good play action fake.
Oh,
right
it's
there.
just sleight of hand, misdirection. It was misdirection and all that stuff. Expecting the back and forth. So yeah, I try to stay away from the cliche type of proposal when I did it. But I have nothing against that stuff. I mean, it's memorable for a lot of people. Do it in Vegas in front of,
But you
whatever.
didn't. Gator's question was, do you feel pressure?
Like you were getting close to Christmas. Were you feeling pressure to get it? I mean,
No.
Did that play a role into why you did it a few days before?
No, I mean, I just knew I wanted to do it, and around that time, I guess. But I didn't feel any pressure.
Okay.
I mean, that's...
All right, so the question is, guys, do you feel pressure to come up with something? And to the ladies, does it matter? Like, is it, do you not want it done in a public place? It is kind of a private moment. I always find big screen proposals to be uncomfortable.
I do too.
Because it's really, it's a super awesome, but also kind of a private moment. And I don't know. It wouldn't be for me.
You got to read the room. What is she into? You know what I mean?
She was into John Cicada.
Then there you go, right? If she's not into being in public and...
Doug, shut up. I'm watching a concert.
Yeah.
But I got something to ask. I don't care. It's my favorite song.
If she's into John Cicada, you do it at a Cicada concert.
It's like, what? And Doug's on his knee. Never mind.
If she doesn't want to be in public and she gets embarrassed easily, don't do it in public, man.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. But I'm curious if there are like some trips that like the guy's going to plan some big trip and the woman's like, oh, crap. He's going to, I just want to have a good time. I don't want.
You don't want this pressure.
Right.
She doesn't want to say yes.
Right. She's like, I'm not even thinking of it right now, but he clearly is going to. Like, I'm sure there's stories of dread that this is going to happen or that this shouldn't happen. You know, the pressure has to mount on guys. Can guy just, hey, we're just going to go on this trip to Hawaii. We're just going to have, it's a trip. Don't read into it.
I mean, it doesn't count any less if you just propose in the parking lot at Buddy's. You know, as long as you get the job done, that's what matters. It doesn't have to be this big production. You don't have to plan a trip to Paris to do it underneath the Eiffel Tower.
A friend of mine proposed to his wife outside of a bar in Clawson.
Really?
Yeah, but he had planned it.
Exotic Clawson.
Very exotic.
I think that's what they...
Right in downtown.
Yeah.
Cliche. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. It worked. It's worked out. It was great.
Well, we wish those kids luck. Shot putter and his now fiance engaged underneath the Eiffel Tower.
You think there's a line that you have to get into to propose in front of the Eiffel Tower? Honestly, like it's Cedar Point, you know, like next.
Has to get off the pot here, buddy.
Yeah,
Let's
right.
go. I got next. Not you, me. I got next.
Right? I mean,
fights break out. Want to be brides? Who's next?
You got to hire a mime to take the picture. It's reason number one not to go to Paris. Mimes.
Well, there you go.
And she's like, this shot putter's proposing to her, and she's like, I don't know. I just saw that pole vaulter from Italy. I don't know. Guy knocked the bar off with his junk. It's pretty impressive. What do you got? You can you shot put.
What can you do with your?
Yeah, if you're thinking about proposing, just go to the beach volleyball event. I mean, you might not want to propose.
You
might be in trouble.
15-pound ball. Good job.
What?
Easy. 248-539-9797. Well, I do like to hear from our lady friends who might find this to be, it could be educational for the rest of us of whether or not it can be too cliche. Do you really care? Or should guys go to all lengths to make it the most romantic, cliched thing it could possibly be? All you got to do, though, because the moral of the story might be, all you got to do is make the Olympic team, go to the Olympics, and propose at the most exotic place.
That's it.
At the Olympics.
That's all I got to do. So Tahiti.
The next one's in L.A., so somewhere along Sepulveda Boulevard. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. All right, we got two things here. First, we go to Barry here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Barry.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Barry?
We've been to Green Bay 3 times, me and my 3 brothers. And we took the tour of the stadium the one year we were there. And when we were down on the field, we witnessed somebody asking somebody to marry him. And it was pretty cool. We took pictures of it and stuff as they were doing it. And they said that almost every day somebody proposes to their significant other.
At Lambeau Field?
On Lambeau Field, yeah.
I guess that shouldn't be a huge surprise, huh?
Yeah, but the most important thing about it is we've been there 3 times and the Lions have won all 3 times.
There you go. Keep going.
Way to go, Barry.
I know. We should go every year, right?
You should, yeah.
Nice job.
Spent a lot of time there.
Thank you for the phone call. You got a text about the Eiffel Tower thing?
Yeah, it said it's bad luck if you propose to somebody in Paris. If you don't do it in French, you have to propose in French, not English.
Okay. So these are rules to live by.
I did not know that.
Yeah, all right.
I will avoid any proposal in France.
I mean, well, that's what's been holding you back.
That's holding me back.
Yeah,
my lack of being able to speak the language.
Yes. Once you learn French.
What if you just ask in English, but in a really bad French accent?
I think that'd be even worse luck, actually.
Like Pepe Le Pew?
Mon ami. Will you marry me?
Okay. So Jim Harbaugh, was this at the podium or was this on a show?
At the podium.
Okay. Was asked about what was going down with Michigan and the report yesterday at ESPN that we talked about. And here's what Harbaugh had to say about it yesterday. All right. So there he is. This has gotten all kinds of reaction all over the country. So a few things about this. One is I'm wired differently than Jim because I would be inclined to think and say and feel as a leader of anything that if something happened with an organization that I had a leadership role in, even if I had nothing to do with it, if it happened in an organization that I had a leadership role in, I would feel a sense of responsibility. I would, personally. Whether or not I had anything to do with it, okay? And obviously there's going to be a ton of people that don't believe him, and that's fine. He's not going to convince you otherwise. But if everything he said is accurate, 100% accurate and true, for me, Gator, I personally would be compelled, I would feel as a leader of an organization, a sense of responsibility. But I also have gotten to the point with Jim Harbaugh that I feel like the last 9 years have been a whole bunch of time and effort spent in trying to figure out what Jim Harbaugh is thinking, what compels him to say certain things, and all of that. And I was looking forward to not doing that anymore. Having a coach that doesn't say things that seem to lead to so much discussion, interpretation, and further dissection. And he goes away and it happens again anyway. And maybe it'll never stop, but I was kind of looking forward to that. But apparently that's not going to happen.
I mean, it's going to stop in terms of him speaking about it again because you're just going to get the same answer. So there's no point unless evidence comes out that absolutely implicates him, which isn't likely to happen, I guess, at this point. Who knows? I think Jim Harbaugh was a master of walking up to the line and not stepping over it. but knows all the rules in place and knows how to distance himself from anything that's going to get himself in trouble. And if he's going to go out and deny any kind of accountability or responsibility, that's his right to do so. But like you, if I was the head of a program like this and this happened under my watch, yeah, I might be inclined to apologize for something that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know about it, but I was the head of the program, and it's unfortunate that this happened. And we've moved on. I'll also say we've moved on from it after that, and I don't have anything else to say about it. It's matters out of my hands at this point, and I'm coaching the Chargers, and we're getting ready for a game this week.
Kang, when this came up in the office, you just said trying to read Jim Harbaugh or get in the mind of Jim Harbaugh is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're trying to react to him like he's a regular, normal guy. And if we know anything, him being here all these past few years, he's just not, right? He thinks differently. He truly believes what he's saying, right? Whether it's right or wrong, I mean, he believes it. To try to decipher what he says at the podium, I'm not personally into it because he's thinking totally different than I would think. And I think when we analyze anything, we're thinking, well, this is how I would do it. This is what I would say. Not Jim Harbaugh, especially him, right?
He's in his own world.
Exactly. So I'm not going to break down what he said personally because I'm like, I can't take this. He says some of the most off-the-wall things all the time.
Yeah.
I can't critique every single thing he says. I just can't. That's me.
Yeah, it gets a bit exhausting, honestly. And Jim Harbaugh, there's sort of this bounce around to him. He's with the Chargers for now, and we'll see how long. Even if he wins and has success, how long that will last. Because I do think it's a bit exhausting to be around him. And I was around him, but not all the time. But I think just having he just doesn't think and operate in the same way. And there were times where I would sit down with Jim Harbaugh and he'd be as engaging as one could be. And I'd be like, wow. And he would tell stories and ask questions and really be. And there were other times where I'm like, he's not paying attention to the word I'm saying. And I'm not even sure he's hearing the questions I'm asking. But anyway, there were the comments that got everybody discussing what's going on. But yeah, I mean, if you're in charge of a program, you're in charge of anything. I don't know. I think you would feel a sense of responsibility. Say, hey, I had nothing to do with it, but I feel bad that something happened under my.
Yeah, obviously something happened. I should have known about it because it was under my watch. I didn't know about it. I mean, you could say all that, but again, people are going to have their own opinions whether they think he knew or didn't know. But like I said, I think he's always been a guy that he knows the rules. He walks right up to them, and it might be just a semantic way of avoiding breaking those rules. But he's riled people up since day one.
All right, there's some breaking news from the world of broadcasting. Did you see this about Charles Barkley?
I did not.
Charles Barkley has changed his mind about retiring from TV and plans to remain with TNT. They are trying to hang on to media rights. I guess it's going to end up in court. But is there any way, have they discussed, Kang, I know you've paid attention to this story, have they discussed whether or not this show can stay on the air if they don't have the games? Inside the NBA?
I bet you it's something where they can't say maybe NBA.
Yeah.
Inside the professional basketball. I don't know, but they have it for one more year, obviously. The reports are that TNT matched and the NBA is still going to go with Amazon. That's where the lawsuit comes in hand, with the TNT versus the NBA, whatever. But if they're inking him to a longer deal than this beyond this year, they have some plans. You would think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something to do with him and basketball. And Barkley's so versatile; he can do a bunch of other stuff. People want to hear his opinion on anything because he's just entertaining. But yeah, I don't know the legalities on it, Doug, but I would think they definitely want to still stay in that realm because they're so good at it. Everyone loves that TNT crew.
Yeah,
it's a great show.
248-539-9797. Well, if you're just joining us, I got to tell you, when you go to a joint football practice and it ends up on TMZ, something went sideways, We'll get to that today at 1:16 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. So something happened over the weekend that I think is going to make you two in particular laugh, but maybe people who listen to this show on a regular basis laugh. I got to ask something over the weekend for the first time this year.
You gotta ask something this weekend.
For the first time this year.
Will Michigan State be a night game?
For the first time this weekend, I was asked the question, do you know what time the Michigan State game will start? To which I responded, I honestly have no idea. And then I got to ask the follow-up question. Well, if you had to guess, here's the thing. People think that this is determined way ahead of time and it's like kept secret. It's not. It's frequently on the either 13-day hold or the 6-day hold, which means the networks will determine the schedule for a coming Saturday 13 days ahead of time or 6 days ahead of time. And people ask me that question more than any other question I ever get asked about any of my job. That and a couple other things, but that's the number one is, do you know what time the Michigan State game is?
I thought we had that pinned on our Twitter account. We don't have that pinned?
I think we unpinned it. We tweeted out.
When Doug says we, he means he unpinned it. I never would have unpinned that.
No. It was a prediction of the next 10 Michigan State games and the start times. It wasn't a prediction. We were reporting these were the start times for the
We're lampooning
10.
it.
Yes.
I thought that was understood.
But I don't know when the Michigan State game is going to start. It will probably be determined 6 days prior to the game. There's a really good chance it's noon, 3:30, or night. Sometimes you get the occasional weird 4 o'clock. But I'm going to guess noon, 3:30, or night. But it was kind of an early. It was August 4th. August 4th this year, I got asked for the first time.
All right.
Yep. Okay. Lions go to New York for a joint practice. It ends up on TMZ today. Yesterday, there was a lot of pushing and shoving. Today, there was pretty much punches thrown. It was Malik Neighbors who really instigated the thing, to be honest with you, with Lions safety Kirby Joseph. A rep took place, thrown to the end zone. Neighbors and Terrion Arnold, incomplete. Neighbors on his way back to the huddle as he's running past Kirby Joseph, takes a swipe at Kirby Joseph and then kind of starts to sprint away like, I'm going to get away with this. And Kirby Joseph wasn't having it and tracked him down, and there were punches thrown. And now it's getting national attention. It's ended up on TMZ. The whole thing wrapped up with Kyle Meinke of MLive reporting that Kirby Joseph was being taken from escorted off the field by security. Now, security for what? Security because he needed it for his own safety, security because he was going after Neighbors, security because fans were out of control. Why was the security escorting him off the field? I don't know, but Gator, does this build up any anticipation for this stupid preseason game Thursday night? How much these two teams have been fighting the last 2 days?
Well, no, because these guys aren't going to play. I don't know if Malik Neighbors is going to play or Terrion Arnold's going to play, if Kirby Joseph's going to play, if Daniel Jones is going to play. These are the guys that have been involved in the scuffles. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know if any of those guys are going to be part of it.
No, but you know who will be a part of it is training camp hero trying to make a name for himself, right?
Yeah.
And those guys are ones that one of the ways they can make a name for himself is getting into, a little extracurriculars during a game.
Well, that'd be a bad way because I don't think you want to do that in the game. You do that in the game, you penalize your team. Do that in a practice, who cares? You're sticking up for your teammates. That's what matters. Do that in the game, and you cost your team.
So I just looked down at Twitch, and I see this from Lions Tom. The Lions are getting a reputation for being dirty, and I love it. Don't take no crap from nobody. Are they getting a reputation for being dirty?
I don't know if they're getting a reputation for being dirty, but I think what they might be getting a reputation is they ain't backing down from people. You can challenge them all you want, but you're not gonna get them to back down. You're not gonna bully the Lions. That's not happening.
I think the only reputation we have is of a very good football team that other teams now are trying to. This is what it's like to be the hunted. This is what it's like to be the team that everybody is trying to knock off a throne. I mean, they're not sitting on the throne, but we're definitely a seat at the table. But it seems awfully. I feel like this whole thing is more about the Giants than the Lions. I disagree with the poster that thinks it's about the Lions being dirty. I think it's more about the Giants being dirty, if anything.
I don't know who's dirty. I mean, we didn't see everything that was going on. I don't know if it matters if anybody even was dirty. They got spirited. They just got spirited.
I don't know. I think
both sides stuck up for themselves. It doesn't matter.
I think we can make the case that Malik Neighbors' shot at Kirby Joseph was dirty. Joseph wasn't about to engage physically, and Neighbors just hit him in the head.
Well, did he hit him, or was it just kind of a little bit of a push to the face mask, like a stiff arm? I mean, you could look at however you want. And
this is what it's like, honestly. And I'm not talking about you. This is what it's like with kids. She hit me. I didn't hit you. I just tapped you.
Right.
And that's that to me looked like more than I'm not surprised that Joseph responded.
Well, what you don't see is what happened every play prior to that.
No,
you don't hear what's being said to each other during the course of them covering each other. You don't know. So, I mean, this one ended up with some punches being thrown. It's over with. I mean, it's been over for a couple hours. I'm sure they've moved on from it, and I doubt we'll see them in the game on Thursday. And they're not practicing together tomorrow. They're done with the joint practice. So
probably a good idea at this point. Although they were only doing 2 days.
Yeah, they were only going to do 2 in the first place.
Do we have another one of these scheduled, by the way?
I don't think so. I know that Dan Campbell wanted to do one.
He tried to do one with Kansas City
last year, was it?
Andy Reid said no.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I mean, I wonder how many teams are seeing this and saying, this is why we don't do joint practices. So things like this don't happen. I mean, the big thing is nobody's hurt. I guess that's the only way that this is really going to resonate above and beyond anything other than a TMZ post is nobody gets hurt.
Right.
So,
that's what matters.
Yep.
Threw punches, you didn't get hurt, you're okay.
Kang, you don't think this is the Lions being dirty, do you?
I don't think so. I would be more worried just about being undisciplined. And I say that loosely because I don't know what happened. I don't know what was said. I just know that in an NFL game, I don't want Kirby Joseph reacting like he did today in practice because he would be kicked out of the game.
Yep.
No matter what the neighbors did or said, Kirby Joseph is the one who hunted him down basically and started throwing punches. Now, I'm sure Dan Campbell and coaching staff talked to him about that, keeping things under control in general. So that's the only way I would be concerned at all. This is practice, so I know it's totally different. I would hope he wouldn't react like that in a real game. I don't think it's the Lions being dirty. I think it's probably more of them just standing up for themselves. But and apparently Neighbors is a talker, though. I mean, he's been getting under people's skin like all week, I guess. And he came into, when he got drafted, he kind of was talking a lot. So we'll see. Maybe Neighbors trying to make a name for himself, saying, hey, I'm not backing down just because I'm a rookie.
Well, what's funny is when Dan Campbell was asked about Malik Neighbors, he did say, yeah, we evaluated him. We loved him, but we knew there was no way we would have accessibility towards him because he was going to go way too high in the draft. And he also knew they weren't going to trade up for him. They weren't going to trade up for a wide receiver. But he was a big fan. And the thing about Neighbors, this started with a rep against Terrion Arnold. These are 2 SEC rookies who spent a couple of years going at each other,
That's right.
So there's a familiarity there. The SEC brotherhood didn't seem to preclude them from – because, by the way, once Kirby Joseph started throwing punches, Terrion Arnold was the next man in. Thankfully, he was even on the practice field, though, because the concussion didn't
right.
He passed the concussion protocol yesterday. So, well, we'll see what comes out of it and see if this game Thursday shows any residual effect. I don't suspect. I think you're probably right, although I'm always leery of training camp hero trying to make a name for himself,
Well, but, I mean, do they do that with a fight? You do that in hockey. That's how you get noticed in hockey. Mm-hmm. At least back in the day when they allowed fighting in hockey. I mean, I remember going up to training camp and watching them practice, and man, fights that break out because guys knew at the time that was a way that you could make the roster.
I know you weren't for it, but did you ever get in a practice fight when you were playing high school football?
I mean, they were pushing and shoving, nothing more than that. I got kicked out of the game because of a fight my senior year. But it wasn't even a fight. It was something stupid. At the end of the play, the offensive lineman had a hold of my face mask.
Yep.
And I said something to him, and he kept grabbing my face mask, and the referee was right there, and I, chopped his hand away.
Attaboy.
And he quickly kicked us both out of the game. Like, for what? You saw he had a hold of my face mask. I'm not punching him. I'm just knocking his hand away. No, didn't matter. I got kicked out.
We're getting some text here reminding us that, do you remember when Stafford called Kirby Joseph dirty last year? and maybe Kirby Joseph has a little bit
because,
of a rep here, going low.
Was he hitting Nakua?
It was somebody,
or was it Higbee?
Yeah, it was Higbee.
It was Higbee, the tight end.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean,
But the thing is, Kirby Joseph in this instance wasn't the guy covering Neighbors. It was Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
He broke up the play, and they were fine. It was when Neighbors was running away from the play,
And
that
he
he
gave
ran
him a
into to Joseph.
Yeah, that's a great point. They seem to be now. It might be fair that had brought into question whether or not Joseph was a dirty player. This particular highlight of this fight, what is available online, doesn't reflect anything dirty about Kirby Joseph, unless retaliating for somebody taking a shot at your face.
I think Kirby's got a reputation. I mean, if Stafford's going to speak up on it, and he wasn't the only one he hit low. Did he hit Hawkinson too? Or am I conflating things?
In the defensive backs, defense here, they can't go high anymore, right? So again, that's what they're all saying is I got to go low. I mean, that's what the NFL is telling me to do. Eventually, you're just going to be able to go mid.
Right.
But you want to be able to see it coming. That's
Yes.
the problem in the NFL is that if you're going to hit a guy and after he makes a catch and he's got his back to you, you take his legs out, he doesn't have a chance to adjust.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, U.S. women's soccer team in the Olympics advanced to the semifinals with a late goal. I think they were playing Japan.
Yep.
Did you see who scored it?
Yeah, Trinity Rodman.
Yep. I got this the other day and from an acquaintance, and I want to ask you this question. Does it seem a little odd that Trinity Rodman seems so normal? Like, she just seems like a normal professional athlete.
Why would it seem odd? Because her last name's Rodman?
No, because of who her dad is.
Right. I was because her last name's Rodman.
Yeah, well, but it's about
who she really doesn't have anything to do with.
No, but he is her father.
He is her father, but from what I understand, they have very little contact.
I guess just seeing that she's not eccentric is a little surprising to me.
No, I'm not surprised.
You're not surprised?
Not even a little.
I guess I would think that if you were to pick people whose kids might be eccentric, she might be one. But you're right. She doesn't have a great relationship with her dad. I don't know how much he's around now, if he's making any appearances. I know that there was HBO, they do a story on it a couple of years ago about how they sort of got caught up with her and she made those comments. I don't know if it's been any better or worse. Have you seen any update on that?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Okay. 248-539-9797, open lines. Carson Anderson, 97-1 the ticket. Also, Tigers in action tonight, as we mentioned. Spencer Torkelson, pretty hot down at Toledo. Could get a chance here in the next couple of weeks if he keeps it up. I know you're keeping your eye on Cole Keith. There's Kyler Montero gets a start tonight. But a lot of this feels like playing out the string, unfortunately, for this Tiger team. And you keep bringing this up, and I'm a little surprised in your show sheet, but you keep bringing it up, so I'm gonna let you expand on it a little bit. And that is the baseball draft lottery. You're like, go ahead and lose because it gives you a better shot at the draft.
I mean, if you're going to lose and you lose genuinely, like right now, they just don't have pitching, and they've got a couple of key bats out of the lineup. So I imagine this month of August is going to be pretty tough. So if they're going to lose, the silver lining in that is that they'll keep increasing their odds of winning the lottery when it comes to the draft. And that's something. You want players that can play right away and make a big difference. And then, well, if you get to the top of that lottery, you get your pick of the litter of college bats that can make that difference, or a college pitcher that makes that difference, can step in right away, as opposed to what they've done the last couple of years, which is draft high school players. And I don't have a problem with the guys they've drafted in the last 2 years, mind you. But that's the thought of it. But the more I started thinking about this with August and how bad I think August can be, and they play some tougher teams in August, some teams that are, still think that might have a shot at the playoffs, and some teams that are in the playoffs. September could be different, because when September comes around, the first thing is you might have some bats back. You should have Riley Green back. You might have Kerry Carpenter back. Those are two key bats in the lineup. In addition, that come September, you're going to get Casey Mize back. I don't know if we're going to see Reese Olson back at some point, but let's say you don't. The other thing you get to do in September is you get to expand your roster by 2 spots, from 26 to 28. So is this the opportunity where whoever it is at AAA and is knocking on that door deserves to be here? Maybe Torca's killing it in the month of August, and okay, you can bring him up and add him to the roster. Nobody has to go down. Or if it's Navigato or somebody else that just wildly impresses. I think the team can be competitive again in September if the health thing works out. Green, Carpenter, Mize in particular.
I guess you're going to get to a weird spot, though, with you considering the draft lottery, that they can improve their draft position. Because right now, they're a game and a half ahead of Toronto for the 5th spot, 2 games ahead of Washington for the 4th spot, 3 games ahead of the Angels for the 3rd spot. The difference between where they are right now, they have a 5.5% chance of winning a lottery. If they get up to where the Angels are, a 14.23% chance of winning a lottery. The lottery is for the top 6 picks. So now we know how lotteries work in Detroit.
Well,
which is why I brought up Tankathon.
Okay.
And we can simulate the lottery. Now, just to be clear how this works, because we know how this works. Where the Tigers are right now, and they are in the, hold on, sorry. Let me just double check this. I've completely lost it. They are currently in the 6th spot, which means they can pick anywhere between 1 and 12. So now I'll do what we do. I will simulate the lottery. They can pick anywhere from 1 to 12. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Simulating lottery, and first pick goes to the Giants, who had a 1.57 chance of winning. They moved up 11 spots.
Of course they did.
Washington moves up 2 spots to finish second.
Sure.
Angels hold at 3.
Hold.
Toronto moves up from 5 to 4.
Why not?
Colorado drops from 1 to 5. From 2 to 5, sorry. Texas moves up to 6.
And
Miami
here we go.
drops 5 spots to 7. Detroit drops 2 spots to 8.
That's about right.
Yep. That's how lotteries treat us. Which is why I'm shocked anytime you put the lottery in there, because I'm like, it doesn't matter what our odds are.
Well, but we've seen them win it, and we've seen them unthinkably get second in the lottery in the LeBron year when they took Darko. I mean, that was crazy. That just happened. The Pistons have the second pick. Okay, that's kind of cool. It obviously can go either way. We have never seen the luck work the Red Wings' way.
No, the Red Wings have had, I think we did the data. They've had the worst luck of any team in any lottery for like the last 8 years.
And in baseball, this has just happened. So.
Yep.
We'll see. Look, I'm looking for any reason to stay tuned in for the rest of the season.
Tough. It gets really tough as your team fades. It gets extraordinarily tough as football starts.
Yeah. Once September hits, I feel like baseball's donezo. And yet that might be the month where the Tigers actually have a good month.
Yeah. Because of the health situation.
You know, I was talking to my dad the other day, and he said, "Do you think they're going to win as many games as they did last year?" And my initial thought was going to be yes. And I'm like, ooh, I don't know. They're going to lose a lot of games here in August. And in order for them to do it, I think at the time they needed to win 25 games to get to 78, which would be one more than what they did last year. Didn't they win 77 last year?
Yeah, I think that's what the number was. The thing is,
that's going to be tough to do. That's better than 500 baseball the rest of the way.
Are you as inclined to be paying attention to what's happening at the big league level or what's happening at the minor league level?
Well, the minor leagues only play for another month.
I know.
So,
and a month from Thursday, the NFL starts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a baseball guy, and a football guy too, obviously. But I'll be paying attention to it all. I mean, look. I just saw that somebody Nomar Fana got promoted from their Florida Coast League team to Lakeland. Okay, who's he? He's a promising bat, is who he is, and I'm curious to see what he's going to do. So, am I going to be paying attention to the minors? Yes. Will I be watching and see if it's possible at all that anybody moves from West Michigan to Erie to go from high A ball to double A ball, or anybody go from double A to triple A? I'll be watching all of that stuff and paying attention to all of it and seeing. And of course, what happens with the major league level? There's another injury that happens. It forces you to dip down into Toledo and bring somebody up. I want to see what these new players are that they got from the 3 trades they made at the deadline. Are they going to amount to anything? Trey Sweeney's already got a couple home runs who they got in the Flaherty deal. Okay, let's see how he continues to hit the rest of the way.
So the thing is, I've got some time off coming up here, and I might have a chance to go see West Michigan. And I'd be actually very fired up to go see Max Clark play, especially the way he's playing right now.
Well, you got to make sure he's going to play, because throughout the minor league season, they've given him like every 5th day off or every 4th day off. Mm-hmm. He's taking some time off. They're doing that with a lot of the players.
I'll let him know I'm on my way.
Let him know. Give him a call. Call Hasty. Let Hasty know.
Make sure it doesn't happen. Actually, I might call Hasty and find out if he's playing.
Yeah.
All right. Jake Bates, 9 field goal attempts today. We'll get to his results, how he did coming up today. 148. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. 97-1 to ticket. Tired of hitting the same old quarter spots or wing spot for the same flat beer that's warm by the time you finish it? Well, let me let you in a little secret. Twin Peaks is the best place to watch any game, anytime. For starters, when I say the best draft beer in the state, I'm not lying. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs properly. They keep them on hand where the mug is only used once an entire day. Combine that with a beer system that chills the lines and pours it at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. You'll see those glaciers rising up out of the mug. Talk about beer crystals. Now pair that with their wings. And their wings, they're a meal in and of themselves. They got 4 different ways: boneless, never frozen, hand-cut, and breaded to order. You can't beat it. They're bone-in. The bone-in breaded and smoked wings are bigger than your favorite wing spot. Now toss any of those wings with 12 possible sauces and rubs. It's outstanding. Some of their favorites include their house-made bourbon teriyaki or pineapple habanero. And, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls' favorite, the spicy Thai chili. Make sure you check out the Livonia location this Saturday. They're hosting their 4th annual Mopar Car Show from 11 to 4 p.m. Awesome classics, sports, and bikes. You won't want to miss it. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Jake Bates, Lions practice, Colton Pouncey with an update. 9 field goal attempts. Good from 34, 37, 41, 44, 50, 53. No good from 46, 50, and 50. So, young kicker, developing kicker. Hopefully he dials it in.
No, we don't know what snap and hold was like.
Nope.
How
No, we
blocking
don't.
was. You don't know anything of that stuff.
No, we don't. So we'll see how it goes. All right, earlier in the show, talked about a guy who, at the beginning of training camp, Dan Campbell said, he's got some work to do. He's got a ways to go. And asked for an update yesterday. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say about CFL prospect Matthew Betts. Like it a lot. Now, this is a guy who had 18 sacks last year in the CFL. And, whether anything comes out of, CFL skills translating to the NFL. Here's the one thing. John Kaminsky's not going to be on the opening night roster.
Nope.
That means somebody who wasn't going to make the team is going to make the team. And it's likely to be somebody at one of those edge rusher spots. And is it going to be Matthew Betts? Is it going to be the Agude kid, Mitchell Agude? Was he from the U? Was he from Miami? Do you recall correct? Is that right?
I don't recall, but I can find out quickly.
But it feels like we know Marcus Davenport's going to make it. Aiden Hutchinson's going to make it. Josh Pascal's going to make it. James Houston's going to make it. If there is a fifth guy or a sixth guy in there, is it Agude? Is it Matthew Betts? I mean, I feel like you'd be fighting for that fifth spot and have a chance to make the team. So,
Agude was from the U.
Is he? Okay. Yeah. It might come down to those two. I mean, I haven't heard the other candidates. I haven't heard a lot about them.
Well, you never know. I mean, one coaching style to the next, even the same coach, 1 year to the next might change how he compiles a roster. Do you want more defensive linemen? Do you want more defensive backs? Mm-hmm. So I don't know what to really expect at this point. We'll know more how healthy players are going into the final roster cuts as to what the situation is. But obviously with Mosley out, that's going to create perhaps it creates a spot for a defensive back unless they want to use that roster spot for a defensive lineman. But I think that up until a couple weeks ago, I think there was a lot of people out there that were thinking, okay, there's going to be a surprise cut every year. There's a surprise cut. And people were going to, or just maybe it's a cut that might hurt a little bit. People probably thought Onwuzurike was that guy. Destined to be cut, injured the first couple of years in his first 3 years in his career. And then Dan Campbell says what he says about him last week. And, reporters are relaying that information and saying that he looks good too. So, although we haven't heard a whole lot about him the last couple of days in these practices, which is what I really care about, as you look in these joint practices.
Now, there is one player that I don't think anybody expected to make the team, but he was getting first-team reps, playing over drafted players, and it looks like he's pushing to be a part of the rotation, according to Colton Pouncey, The Athletic. This is a journeyman who's bounced around and he's played in 5 different teams in his 6 years. Kyle Pecco, the defensive tackle, took a bunch of first-team reps yesterday. He's taking reps over Broderick Martin. And is he a guy that could be playing himself into the mix here at defensive tackle? I don't know where the spot would come from. When you start talking about how much room is there, because Aleem McNeil's obviously going to make it. Then I guess if...
Was it the Kaminsky spot?
Yeah, I thought of Kaminsky more as an edge rusher, but he could play both inside and outside. Reeder, if he's healthy by the time the season starts. Pascal and Onwuzurike, Pascal can play inside too, I guess. Onwuzurike seems to be one of the stories of camp. If Pecco, simply put, if Pecco's better than Broderick Martin or an interesting drafted candidate in Mekhi Wingo, then Pecco is going to make this team, because this team is no longer in any way in the we're going to keep this guy around to development phase. They're in the we're trying to win games every single Sunday because our goal is the Lombardi.
You have to put the best team out there. And one thing that the Lions have done, and Dan Campbell's preached from day one is versatility on that roster, and it starts at the defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You can't pigeonhole a guy if he's going to be a defensive end because he might also be an outside linebacker. You can't pigeonhole him as being a defensive tackle because they may have to slide him outside and play defensive end. I mean, these guys all have that ability. There's a ton of those guys. Anzarika has that ability to move inside or outside. Pascal can move inside or outside. Obviously, Hutchinson does that, and Kaminsky was one of those guys that do it. So that added versatility gives you a leg up on other players that don't if you're going to make this roster. Because maybe we don't like him or love him at defensive end, but he's got some skills to cover guys out of backfield, so we can want to maybe have him around here as an outside backer.
If you're just joining us today, one of the big stories in sports is Brandon Aiyuk. The 49ers have decided that they are going to seek out trade possibilities. It doesn't mean they're going to trade. Cleveland and New England are teams that are reported to have interest. Aiyuk with the San Francisco 49ers, he was their leading receiver last year. I believe in catches, targets, and touchdowns. Doesn't get the hype that the other guys do, and certainly didn't get on the TV show.
Well, yeah, and he's coming off 2 pretty good years at 1,000-yard season a couple years ago, a 1,300 season last year, caught over 70 passes, but he's clearly not the number one guy there. And does he have they haven't even unlocked him yet, right? So if he ends up being a number one guy for some other team, if he gets traded to New England, what kind of numbers could he put up there if he's the number one guy? It'd be interesting. But how does that affect the Lions? San Francisco's the team here that's the team to beat in the NFC. If San Francisco doesn't have Aiyuk and the receiver they replace him with is not of that caliber, which it would seem that's likely to be the case, then how much does that damage their opportunity or their hopes of repeating what they did last year, was get back to the Super Bowl?
He was their leading receiver, yards a game, yards per catch, touchdowns. I'm just surprised that they couldn't come to an agreement with him.
Well, keep in mind that Debo was hurt for part of the year, so that probably allowed for him to get some of those. He basically missed 2 more.
Aiyuk missed a game, and Debo missed 2. Aiyuk missed, played 16 games. Debo played in a 15th game, but it wasn't very long, so he was more like 14 games. So, I would think Debo's a better candidate to be your playmaker, but Aiyuk is really good.
Aiyuk is really good.
This doesn't help them.
He's really good, but he's not like in that upper echelon of guys, though. Like, he's not a Justin Jefferson or even a Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's come on and they had a really nice year last year, but he's entering year 5 of his career, and he's put together 2 1,000-yard seasons in that time, and only one of them has been really spectacular, which was this past year. But it comes at the right time if you want to get that contract, but I don't see him getting that top dollar contract. If I were a GM, I wouldn't pay it to him and say, look, you got a lot to prove, and we can put some incentives in there for you, but I can't give you a 4-year, $110 million contract.
Well, I think that's what he's looking for.
Yeah,
but I think
that's why they're going to move him.
Yeah, because they've already signed Debo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then they have to sign Brock Purdy still.
Purdy's
so they got a
one.
lot of money they have tied up, so they're going to move Aiyuk.
Defense.
But the point is, someone else is going to pay Aiyuk $25+ million a year. This is just the market for offensive players now.
Yeah, they might. And will that be Cleveland? Will that be
Patriots?
New England?
Yeah.
And what do they get in return if they have to move him?
Well, that's something that could have a very direct impact on our team and our team's chances to actually finish the job and win the NFC this year. Let's ask Rico.
Mr. San Fran?
Yeah. What do you think happens here with Aiyuk?
He probably just plays his 5th year.
You don't think they're going to trade him?
If they can get something for him, I think think of it like the Scooble deal. You give me the right number, and you can have him. Other than that, he's under contract for the year. He'll just play angry, but
will he play angry? Will he even play?
He'll play. Because at this point now, he's going to go out there to try to prove his worth for the next year and just become a flat-out free agent.
Yeah.
The problem is he's on the wrong team with too many stars on there, so he's not the guy. And they're not paying him like the guy.
Yeah. Where were you yesterday?
Well, that's very accusatory.
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't seen you in a while.
I had the day off.
I know, okay. I didn't know if you were anywhere exotic or anywhere fun.
You know what, Doug? For you, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
It's a place that's near and dear to your heart.
You went up north?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
You went to East Lansing?
No. That's not near and dear to his heart. Doug, it was for you. It was something that you and David's kid hold in common.
Me and David's kid.
Yep.
You went to a kid's baseball game?
Nope. No.
You went to Disney?
No.
I don't know. Where'd you go? You were at Petco Park? Really? What'd you think?
It's nice.
It's really nice.
It's nice. Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's nice. So.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a big Padre guy.
I know.
Love that stadium. Love that town.
I know.
Love that team.
Am I allowed now to have a day off?
Yeah. I just
Okay.
no. The way it came out was I was just wondering if you had
Gator,
any,
so it wasn't just me.
If you had any stories to tell or anything like that,
Wow. Where were you yesterday?
Yeah. It came across wrong. I apologize.
Working with Feinbaum and Thamel yesterday.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. You can add corner Emmanuel Mosley to the growing list of Detroit Lions injured right now. Mosley tore his pectoral muscle in joint practice yesterday and is out indefinitely. Melifonwu, Zeitler, Malcolm Rodriguez, and Laporta all sat out today as well in day 2 of joint practices with the Giants. Terrion Arnold received some good news, however, as he passed his concussion test after a hard collision with the Giants lineman yesterday. Arnold was back in uniform today. Dan Campbell thought all the post-play altercations between the two teams yesterday was a bit much. Despite that, another tussle did break out today. The Tigers take on the Seattle Mariners tonight. Seattle enters play as the top team in the AL West by a game and a half. It pits Cater Montero against Luis Castillo, who holds a .343 ERA thus far. Charles Barkley is not retiring from broadcasting after all. The 61-year-old ex-NBA star is not only staying on the air, but he said he's not jumping networks despite the ongoing league rights saga. Quote, I've been impressed by the leadership team who's fighting hard and have been aggressive in adding new properties to TNT Sports, which I'm very excited about. I appreciate them and all my colleagues for their continued support, end quote. USA Women's Volleyball looking to win a second consecutive gold medal. They moved on to the semis today with a win over Poland. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Wow. All of a sudden, I'm filled with rage and I want to physically strike someone. How is everybody?
Good.
We're back.
We are back.
We are back. Doug is back. We got a lot to do, Rico. And I don't want to do this, but we do what we need to do. We have to open the show with Jim Harbaugh's comments. I know you were not here yesterday. The Godfather had borrowed your chair. The notice, the draft of allegations, and that was all yesterday. I'm not going back down that road. But Jim Harbaugh had a lot to say, and I want to play it, and I think you said it best. What is your reaction to it, people? And Rico and I will kibitz about it. Once again, I think the man is a malignant narcissist, and he's not helping you, but he doesn't care about you. He only cares about himself.
Yeah.
So take a listen. He was asked about this, and this was at Charger camp. He was asked about it. Take a listen to his answer. That's a good act. That's tremendous. It's good acting, Jeff. So there's a couple of notes. One is my response to this will be something I've always fallen back on. It's a book that's been very important in my life, and a passage from that book.
Yeah.
Quote, every coach, every executive, every leader, they all know right from wrong. When someone uncovers a scandal in their company, I don't think they can say I didn't know it was going on. They're just saying they're too dumb to do their job. And if they are really too dumb, then why are they getting paid millions to do it? They know what's going on. Close quote from a book I love, Bo's Lasting Lessons. The legendary coach teaches timeless fundamentals of leadership.
I think I got you that for a Christmas present one.
Yes, yeah. I've read it several times. Yeah. No, I, in all seriousness, look, I'm not going to get too bent out of shape. But, Rico, this is the issue. For him, it's fine. He'll be there's a shot he'll get banned from college football forever. Who cares? What? Fine. If he can't enter the big house or something, that's a scarlet letter he's going to have to wear. But it's not helping Michigan. And I wonder, and people, I'll throw the number to you guys, 248-539-9797. Look, his defiance, I think, is why the NCAA is after you so badly. And him being defiant from afar, remember, he didn't cooperate. He had an assistant coach trying to sway kids to lie and not talk to the NCAA. He wouldn't turn over his phone, which if you're innocent, why not? Just get it over with. You do have your current head coach who deleted 52 text messages with Connor Stallion. Like, Him doing this yesterday, Rico, it serves him. It doesn't serve Michigan.
You're right, Mike. There's only so much plausible deniability you can have before, kind of like Bo's quote saying, you're an idiot, okay? You're just too dumb to have this job. One thing I know, whether it's high school, college, or pros, the head coach knows everything that's going on. They know it all. In high school, they know what class you're supposed to be in. They know what your GPA is supposed to be, what test you just failed. In college, they know what party you went to the night before because they're probably sending graduate assistants out there and interns to make sure you're not doing anything stupid. They know everything that's going on. For him to come out here and say, I don't know, nothing happened under my watch, Jim, this is the reason why the NCAA is pissed at you. This is the reason why the NCAA is coming so hard after Michigan. It's not the crime. It's the cover-up. It's the fact that you just wouldn't admit what you did, even though you were caught red-handed doing it. You were defiant. You didn't want to cooperate. And now, what he's doing now is so counterproductive. If you're a Michigan fan, it would tick me off because instead of coming up with a solution, instead of coming up with some type of compromise, all this is going to do is drag this process out and take it from this year to possibly this year and next season because, Michigan's going to get 90 days once it officially comes out. And, does this go to the legal part? Now, I think it's stupid, and I think you guys may have touched upon it yesterday. You don't want to go the legal route if you're Michigan. Because now, discovery. Right. It's like for you laymen out there, it's like inviting the IRS to take a look at your books. They may be looking for one thing. They're going to find something else. You don't want that to happen. So if you're Michigan, you want this to go away as soon as possible so that you can start life after Harbaugh and see what you have. But right now, it's not. And the charges, Mike, if they would have cooperated from the beginning, this would have been gone. You would have got hit with whatever. But instead, not only did you do the whole cheeseburger thing, that was a separate case. Now you have this one coming down. They finally admitted that, hey, that's Connor Stallions on the sideline at the Central Michigan game. Yes, that was him. This thing is not going to go away anytime soon. And Jim Harbaugh is going to make sure that it drags on because he just won't take responsibility. I don't understand it because you ran the program, Jim.
Malignant narcissist.
And
right, who he is. He only cares about himself. Yeah. That's the thing I never understood. And again, if you're a Michigan fan and you love him, that's fine. He doesn't love you. The reality is he left your school in tatters. Now, you can blurt out Natty and Michigan versus everybody. Guys, look at how he left it. I mean, first of all, the most important thing to most Michigan fans, most, not all, most, has been your faux reputation, the idea that you are beyond reproach and the leaders and best and the way we do things. He destroyed all that. And for people like me, look, and Rico, I'm not going to speak for you. I just, look, if you're not in the Michigan fandom, you don't like Michigan. Clearly I don't like you. Like, my win is simple. I just don't have to hear about integrity anymore. It's an absurdity. I don't have a lot of faith in the NCAA. But I am with Rico on this, and David, feel free to chime in because I know you have strong thoughts on it. I just wish the guy would stop so the current coach and the current players and the people left to deal with the mess that happened under his watch. And again, by bylaws, it doesn't matter if he knew. I do the Bo quote because it's hilarious. Yeah. Your adopted dad, basically.
You dress up like him every game at Michigan.
And he basically just said, you don't get to say you don't know. You're either a liar or an idiot, or even worse, both. So, yeah, David, do you at least understand, or not understand, let me take that back. Do you at least agree he's only serving himself with those comments? Like, he's not helping you.
No, he's not helping at all. At this point, as a Michigan fan, he left, which he decided he wanted to go back to the NFL. He got that gig.
He didn't have a choice, David.
I get that. That's a different conversation. But
no, it's not. He left. Listen, in order to keep him, you would have to offer him something impossible, meaning immunity. Innocent people don't ask for immunity.
You're right about that.
So it's just, again, his defiance from afar. They can still get you for the things that happened under his watch. It's not helping any of it.
But that's why I want him to just shut up about it. You left. You're on the west side of the country now. How about you just end it all and just let us be? Let the program be. It is your program. It is your school that you went to. Don't you love it? Then let them just end it.
He's going to
Punish
keep
them and
dragging
be
this
done
thing
with
out.
it.
Yeah, he's going to keep dragging this thing out, David. And for somebody who knows nothing, he sure has a lot to say for somebody who knows nothing. Just own it. Yeah, we did. We won. We pushed the boundaries. If anything, Connor Stallions was on your staff, and he was on the Central Michigan sideline. You say you have nothing. There's one thing you can apologize for. Hey, guys, that's one of my guys. He should not have been there. That's on me. I'm sorry. And it doesn't make you a lesser man, Jim, to simply say, yeah, I'm the top dog. I got paid a ton of money. One of my people did some stuff he wasn't supposed to do. You can start there and apologize for that. But to say you have nothing to apologize for and to be so defiant, this is why this thing won't go away anytime soon. And this is why I think the NCAA is going to try to hammer you as hard as they can, because in their mind, we've tried working with you and you keep spitting in our face.
And that's why in the end I want him to stop, because he's not helping the guy that he believes can lead this program to the future. And that's Sharon Moore. He's not helping Sharon Moore whatsoever. We always have to constantly look back on the things that he did, the things that he was in control over, instead of us saying, let's move on, move past it, go to the future. He's hurting that guy.
Well,
he's hurting Sharon.
The problem for Sharon, though, is like he's a multiple-time offender. He's facing a suspension.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, because don't forget, he was part of that people who got suspended over the whole JJ thing that happened with recruiting at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I just would like to know, if you're a Michigan fan and you heard Harbaugh's comments, what's your reaction to it? I'm not asking you to react one way or the other. You can react however you like. If you disagree with the idea that he's not really helping the place he claims to love, that's fine. I want to understand how you feel that way. I don't think him pouring more gasoline on it. Make no mistake. The tattoo, the we did nothing wrong, those continual flouting of look, it's so clear you did something wrong that even John Jansen says you cheated. Straight up. Like, just stop. Or do you want to do more of the amicus brief? That's the other thing. Well, if you had a real case and you were really innocent, you wouldn't have been recommended to not be in court.
Oh, buddy, everybody deletes their text messages.
Listen. I got into a Wojo briefly, and I'm not mad at Bob. I'm just like, Bob, I think you're focused on the wrong stuff. It doesn't matter. The fact that Sharon deleted those the day the reports went public, the optics of that are enough. It's not a court of law. Please don't play that song. The burden of proof is so much different than a court of law. The NCAA can look at something and go, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, therefore we believe it's a duck. That's all they need. Mm-hmm. I don't know what they're going to do. And I've said from the very beginning, I blame the Big Ten and I blame the College Football Playoff Committee. I don't. The NCAA, to me, first of all, they're losing in court left and right with antitrust suits and the NIL stuff. They don't have a bottomless pit of money. They don't. And they're on the hook for they could go bankrupt in these lawsuits. I think if you're a Michigan fan, the thing you're hoping for is, does the NCAA get put 6 feet under by the time? Exactly. Yeah. So
you win by default.
You're basically hoping grandma dies before, she wakes from the coma and says that you're the one who put her in the coma. So it's just, that's kind of how it works. Almost like the convenient death of Ed Martin. You're just hoping certain people don't live long enough to talk.
Ooh, the Monday before.
Yeah. Oh. But I'm just saying,
yeah,
you're hoping for a convenient, non-literal death here. So I get what Michigan's playbook is. Deny, deflect, delay. It's what they're best at. And frankly, it's a great PR strategy.
Right.
But when Harbaugh's doing this, it makes me wonder if it's almost speeding up what the NCAA, because they move at a glacial pace. We know that.
They do. And I think if you're the NCAA, you really, this is one case that I think is becoming personal for them.
Oh, it's where no, that's true. Very much.
You did we gave you every opportunity, because let's face it, you're Michigan. We don't want to hammer you. We want to hammer. I've often thought that Central Michigan would get hammered worse than Michigan.
They still might.
They might. I think they'll get theirs first, but we'll see what happens to Michigan.
They have to admit that Costa graduated. 248-539-9797. Just what is your reaction to Harbaugh yesterday? Is he fanning the flames? Do you take pride in what he said? I don't know. You guys react whatever way you like. I'm not asking you to react any one way. Rico, hit it.
To celebrate Team USA going for the gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get the best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action does not stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait, because when the Olympic Games are over, so's this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's for free. You want a fair deal, go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop, heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price, and right now, you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. So that's Harbaugh yesterday at Charger camp. I'm just asking you guys, primarily Wolverines. I mean, we know if you're not a Wolverine how you feel. There's no secret there. I'm asking Wolverine fans. What's your reaction to that? Do you think he's helping your cause or not? I don't. I'm not overly angry about it. I mean, this is just who he is. He only cares about himself. So it's simple. I don't think he's helping. I don't think you need to pour any more gasoline on the fire while you await the official notice of allegations. David, the ticket text will get to the callers, see what they have to say about it.
Michigan fan, Jim comment should have been no comment. I'm coaching the Chargers now, Nate on 75.
I tend to agree with Nate, not that matters.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with Nathan.
I assume he didn't teach Michigan these lessons because they did all three, steal, lie, and cheat. This is the new little brother statement from Joe. As a Michigan fan, I would prefer him to just focus on his Chargers job and let Michigan deal with what is now happening. It is possible Harbaugh's words could further anger the NCAA and take it out on Michigan since they can't reach Jim Harbaugh.
No, I don't think it's possible. I think that this is what's going to happen. I think this is not only adding logs to the fire, this is actually putting gasoline on top of those logs. This is only going to make this thing drag out, and it will become personal to them. Because you keep lying and making these statements, and it's just like, seriously, like the ticket texter says, your team actually did all of that. Lied, stole, cheated. They did it all under your watch, and you're sitting here saying, I have nothing to apologize for.
The NCAA's record in court is like the Carolina Panthers. I would let it go that far. They have no shot.
I just said that. See, oh, God, some of you are so effing stupid. They're losing antitrust cases as it relates to payment of players. That's not a case against a school. And cheating, it's not the same. Please, I beg of you. I don't want to get angry. I haven't been back from vacation long enough. It's not the same, guys. And you're right about the record in court in that arena. That's not this. Now, if you want to equate them losing those cases and losing more of them, bankrupting them, and you need to outlast Nona's coma, I agree with you. But please, it's not the same thing. Sweet Jesus.
Harbaugh wanted immunity in his contract, but says a statement like that. So glad this clown is gone. I promise, Mike, not all of us Michigan fans are cult members.
And I know that. I know that.
And I forgot he did want immunity. So why would you want immunity?
And why would you not turn your phone over? Or why would you not cooperate to save the school that you love?
If you don't lie and cheat and steal and you've been raised that way.
Look, bottom line, he was the only coach in history to be suspended twice in the same season for two different scandals. It's just, I don't understand the need to do it, to say it. I don't think it's helping. I just don't. And again, guys, look, I can't tell you when it's going to hit or what the NCAA is going to do, because there's no precedent for a case like this. And second of all, look, this may be the silly part. This is where Rico will make fun of me. Kind of any reason to believe anything's above board in college football is kind of on the line. If you don't hammer Michigan, and whatever that means, I'll leave to you guys. If you don't hammer them, you're basically saying it's cool to operate one of the biggest cheating scandals ever and have a nice day.
No, it becomes a copycat business. You know what? All of a sudden, Urban Meyer and those guys start running the spread offense, and it works. Let's run the spread offense.
Basketball on grass.
Yeah.
Joe Tiller.
Jim Harbaugh is going to just flat out cheat with Michigan and win, and nothing happens. Guess what we're going to do? So I'm going to tell my boosters, save a little bit on that NIL packet to pay our fines when the NCAA comes after us, because if we just got to pay a fine to win a title, I think every school will just say, you know what, I'll opt into that package.
Yeah. And look, I'm interested because I don't know which side of it. Did the draft of allegations leak from the NCAA side, or did it leak from the Michigan side? You could make a case for both depending on what you want to happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
But when the real one comes out, that's going to be, okay, well, the hell is in this thing? Besides some of the juicy details that have leaked out. David, go ahead. I'm sorry, buddy.
I am a Michigan fan, and I have no problem with Harbaugh claiming he didn't know about the Stallion saga, but I would appreciate it if he would own up to it happening under his watch, though.
I think he'd be better off just saying, guys, I'm in the NFL. I'm focused on where I'm at. I'm not answering questions about Michigan. I think that would help you the most. I don't think you want Jim Harbaugh. And look, this is me saying this. I don't think you want Jim Harbaugh copping to things. You're probably better off, since the NCAA doesn't have subpoena power. Just, you know what? Powder blue and gold and bolt up, or whatever the hell their phrase is.
Yep. Just attack with the enthusiasm unbeknownst to mankind.
Right. Go ahead, David.
From Mac, he says, we are not scared of the NCAA. Jim Harbaugh can talk all he wants. We're not scared.
Okay. What? Go ahead.
It's fans like that.
I don't understand.
I don't need that. Just move
think
on.
And that's just it. I would think you would want to get this so far behind you. Just take your medicine, take the punishment, and be done with it.
I mean, did you see what they just did to Kentucky for a collection of level 2s? Guys, don't you have like 6 level 1s you're facing?
And a possible 7th.
I'm just saying, like, you don't have to be scared, right? This isn't an arm wrestling match. It's just, do you want to endure being lumped in with scumbag factories like Tennessee, where things get taken away from you, vacated? It's embarrassing. It shatters everything you've pretended your program is. I'm not asking you to be scared. It's also just, it's an inconvenience. I don't think you want to deal with it. But fine, keep doing what you're doing. It's your prerogative.
Right.
I just don't get it. It would annoy me as a fan.
No, you would. I mean, you even though it was self-imposed, you had your Fab Five titles or Final Fours taken away from you, and it bothered a lot of Michigan fans. Like, what do you mean? Well, they're gone. I don't know what's going to happen, what the punishment will be, but you keep poking the bear, and this is going to be a pure case of, F around and find out.
Yeah, I also stopped caring about the punishment because the people that could hit them where it hurts the most had no spine. It was the Big Ten and Petiti, and it was the CFP. Mm-hmm. The networks. Call it the networks. That's who runs the CFP. I don't blame. I mean, the NCAA. I don't even know what the hell's up or down anymore. Yeah, I got what I wanted, which is the validation that they're filth.
Petiti was hoping that Penn State or Ohio State would do his dirty work.
Well, because he's a coward. David, go ahead, and then we'll get to the callers next segment.
Harbaugh spent 7 years or whatever it was, and every opportunity he deflected. Now he's gone, and he won't stop talking about Michigan. How about you go away and leave us alone?
David, do you think that, I mean, you're seeing the ticket text, and we'll get to callers momentarily, are not turning on Harbaugh, but are people is the general reaction like, dude, just go away? Like, we're pumped up, you got us a natty, but it came with strings attached, and now, we got to deal with your mess? Or is it a collection of loyalists on the ticket?
Oh, it's half and half. There are a lot of loyalists.
So we got a little street fight going
on.
Oh,
it's a street fight.
No, it's funny, Mike, because Rieger last night, as I was driving around listening, asked the perfect question. Harbaugh won you a title. Does he deserve a statue? Because that will kind of let you know how you lean, whether you think that he is Mr. All That, or, you know what, just take your title, take your money, go to San Diego, or, L.A., and kind of move on.
Well, it's a low bar to clear. I mean, they kept Bo's statue up. If you can keep that thing up, you can put up a statue of,
No, but would you want a statue built of Harbaugh?
Oh, I don't know. It's their business.
No. I'm saying he asked the question of Michigan fans.
I think you're asking me. I'm like, what do you want from me?
No, he had asked the question of Michigan fans.
My answer would be no.
And I thought it was an interesting question.
It is. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the callers next. A lot of you need to replace your roof this summer. Hell, maybe today you've just discovered you need to replace it. Be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip arguably the most important step in the process, attic ventilation. Victor's does not do that. In fact, the plan starts with a ventilation plan. That's how you avoid mold, wood rot, and leaks in the winter. The best part is once that's done, that's when they get to business installing their perfect roof. That's how they are able to offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on said roof. All you need to do to get your free roof inspection and estimate today is call 734-773-1100, or you book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get to the people. See what everybody's got to say on it. I'm just interested because I know how I am is like when someone leaves my team, I don't want to hear from them no more. But Harbaugh keeps going. I wonder what your reaction is to it. Also, Rico, I may have a problem on my hands. 2 days and two fights for Malik Neighbors. Why do I feel like I just drafted Odell Beckham Jr. 2.0?
This is tough and gritty.
God. Oh, God.
If he, you know what, Mike? If he wore Honolulu blue and silver, he would be a grit player and you'd love him.
Lions fans, just enjoy your 13 wins.
Everything that the Giants do will concern you. Let's just be real.
It does.
Okay.
We're a clown factory. Okay. All right, let's go to Logan to lead things off today, 97.1. Logan, how are you?
Good. Thanks, guys. First time, long time.
Welcome.
First off, as not just a Michigan fan, I'm an alum, and I actually agree with the whole Jim Harbaugh thing, and I've said it for going on 11 months now, that I was grateful for everything he did to bring back to the program, that I feel like we lost, but I was happy to see him go. It was time to move on and get a coach that wasn't a sideshow.
Okay. So what was your reaction to what he said yesterday?
Unnecessary. He's not affiliated with the program in any way anymore other than a previous coach and an alum.
Yeah.
I have as much, opinion to say something as he did, I thought. But the second thing I wanted to say, and something that irks me, you guys didn't say anything, but you brought up the leaders and best thing. And the other night, Brian Chapman said something and called it the cheaters and best.
Okay.
And as an alumni, that really offends me, only because leaders and best doesn't just describe the football team. It describes everything the school stands for outside of the football team. The football team, as we know with many schools, no school's football team is all that and perfect. I mean, look at the Spartans with Mel Tucker. That wasn't great.
No.
Lots of schools have issues, right?
I got to give you the Cat Williams. Yeah, Logan, I'm going to take it from here. First of all, my school blows. Okay, just leave them alone. All right, my school is homeless and wearing no pants. We don't need to go there. Second of all, no school flouts the alleged faux moral high ground and integrity high ground like Michigan. So let's just stop right there. Now, you can be offended. That's fine. What I would say is if your school actually cared about running a real athletic department that had standards that the rest of the university largely does adhere to, then I would listen to your qualms. The problem is I don't know how Award Manuel is still there, much less winning an award. You had a lowlife as a basketball coach, gone. You had a hockey coach that he was forced to hire that was embroiled in scandal. He didn't want to fire him. He was forced to hire Mel Pearson. Fire him. You had the mystery volleyball coach. You got the football program problem. Listen, dude.
And you're also renting out cars.
Yeah, I don't know, Logan. That's a weird angle.
Well, and here's the thing. I would say, Logan, if you're offended at the wrong people. Don't be offended at Mike and I. Be offended at your school. Be offended at the people who are basically causing people to question the leaders and best across the board, because you don't get to pick and choose what part of Michigan is leaders and best. Either you're all the way in or you're all the way out.
It's also in your fight song. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to, what do you want me to do?
Right.
No offense. You also have a cheerleader for a president.
So, again, you can't be offended because we're just holding up a mirror. If you don't like what you see in the mirror, blame the image, not the mirror.
But I do agree with Logan on you're not the coach here anymore. Please just stop. Let us clean up your mess.
Now, in all fairness, people asked him the question, but the answer, hey, guys, this is all about Chargers. I mean, I'm talking about the Chargers, and that's it.
Can I read you some? I want to read you something that and this is not anyone local, but it's someone I don't like, and I actually think they are either incredibly dishonest or incredibly stupid, probably both. Can I read you something from Mike Greenberg?
Okay.
Yes, Greeny. I don't know how this man has executed the con of continuing to be employed.
Well, he's smart. He's Northwestern grad.
Mike Greenberg, if he was on, this is about Harbaugh, if he was on trial right now, and he in his own defense made that statement exactly the way in the witness box, I would acquit him. Close quote. I'm sorry.
You know why? Because I think it's just easier on a national level to say nice things about Michigan fans or Michigan, because the fans will agree with you and not attack you all across the board. So Greenberg and all these other people.
That's wild.
It's amazing how it's no big deal. Now, will you feel that way if it's another school that's doing this, or did you just fall that in love with Jim Harbaugh that you're willing to just forget about everything that your lying eyes saw for the last few years and just believe exactly what this man is spoon feeding you?
I just thought it was funny. I'm sorry. Let's go to Ian.
So hey, David, if you rob a bank, you get up there and you say, you know what?
Well, you need Greeny on your jury.
I
That's
don't
clear.
lie, I don't cheat, and I don't steal. I don't. There's a bag of money right there.
And damn it, people like me.
Right.
Greenberg stands up. Innocent. Let's go to Ian, 97.1. I'm sorry,
Good
Ian.
afternoon, gentlemen. Always a pleasure to talk to you guys. Two things. One, first thing, when a man says he never lies, never cheats, never steals, you know what that means. He lies, he cheats, and he steals. And I'm a Michigan fan for over 40 years. I'm thankful that he brought the program back to prominence. But guess what? We better enjoy our national championship because guys not said anything, period, and just said, okay, you know what? I'm in L.A. I'm with the Chargers. I'm here to coach them, and not say anything. But this is Jim Harbaugh, and you guys hit it right on the head. He has to say something to get his point across and be an arrogant SOB that he's always been his entire coaching career.
How do you really feel, Ian? No, and look, if I were a Michigan fan, I'd probably be Ian, where I'd be, I'm thankful he came here and righted the ship. I mean, they were good before cheating. Mm-hmm. I don't know that they needed to do it, but they did it. It's Barry Bonds. Yeah. The point is, he came here and immediately made them good. Mm-hmm. They were not good the 10 years prior. Now, what you wanted was great. And in a lot of ways, look, we talked about it. He was on the verge of getting fired.
Yeah.
COVID saved him. Now, what took place after that? Well, it sure looks like one of the great cheating scandals we've ever seen.
And I do wonder if he's going to end up going the way of Lance Armstrong, where he's just going to keep denying and denying and denying until one day somebody's going to be like, what about this right here? And then it gets all exposed. So,
I mean, yeah, but look, ultimately, if I'm a Michigan fan,
I want it to go away.
I
mean,
just,
on a lesser, Mike, it's like on a lesser level. When you see, okay, well, now Mel Tucker, like Mel, no, just no. Just
what part of
away.
Mel?
Don't sue him. Yeah, you talking about suing again? Yeah.
All right. I didn't know if we were doing hotel etiquette
no,
or if we were
no.
like what was happening
I'm
here.
suing because of wrongful termination. No, Mel, just no. Just no. Let me stop you right now, okay? You're already about to go broke. Your wife's going to get half of it. Your lawyer's going to get the other quarter of your half. Just no. Just stop it right here. And
honestly,
walk away.
That's what they should print on MSU season tickets. MSU 2024 football. Just no. No to all of this.
Just no.
The tickets arrive in the mail. No. To everything in this envelope.
Just no, just right there. Stop.
Contained in this envelope is disappointment, regret, wasted money. Just no. 248-539-90. Can you honestly, you know, Arizona on their field, on each of the 20s, it says bear down. Mm-hmm. Could we get on the field? Just no.
Okay, no.
With a gruff Sparty in the O.
No.
Just no to any of this.
Let's let them go out and disappoint you before you get disappointed.
It's fair.
Okay.
By the way, the over under 4.5.
Let them disappoint you first.
In essence, you're saying, let it play out.
Well, that's copywritten.
Summer's here. The John Jansen Weight Loss Club. It's simple. You could lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, and you do it with idealu.us right now. It's simple. Worked for John Jansen. It could work for you. You go to idealu.us, and they get you on the road to success. They'll put you on the same plan that worked for John Jansen. He lost 63 pounds. He's kept it off. And right now, their special offer, you sign up and get a $200 Visa gift card in the process. So lose weight. Get that gift card and get on the road to success. Go to idealu.us right now. Worked for John, can work for you. It's idealu.us. Let's touch the table, little football. We'll get back to business momentarily. David's got the music. He also has his fashion glasses. It's time for football today. All right, so it looks like Malik Neighbors is going to be a problem for the Giants. Thoughts? No, I'm kidding.
No,
go ahead.
Malik Neighbors will be fine, Mike. He's bringing the team a spark, an edge, something that you haven't had. Just not everything Giants related is bad.
Okay,
find the positive.
Well, I am glad you started with that, because there are people that have been writing about this. There's been fights yesterday, fights today. They're basically happy with what they see from the Giants because they're not backing down from the bullies. You don't take it that way though, Mike?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. I watched Hard Knocks. I didn't like anything Malik Neighbors had to say. And in fact, I can't believe I'm saying this. It made me like Rico's guy a lot more. I thought Roma Dunze came off as a very nice young man. Malik Neighbors kind of came off as a bleep.
I was about to say, is there anything that the Giants could do that would make you feel good?
Go away.
Okay. So
have Mara sell the team so I don't have a feeble old man as an owner.
And see, that's why, David, he's tainted. No matter what they do. If Dan Jones, not Daniel.
It's not Daniel anymore?
They're calling him Dan Jones because he has he's got a beard going, and yeah, he's changing things. So yeah, I was watching Good Morning Football. They call him Dan Jones. And
you know what I call him? What? Lieutenant Dan.
There was a picture that was tweeted out today by a beat writer of Daniel Jones and the 3 wide receivers that are supposed to be key to the team. And the question simply was, who can stop them?
School children.
And everyone on the comment says, the guy wearing number 8, the guy in the red jersey.
Yeah, anyone with who's not wearing a blindfold can stop them. Move on to another team. I'm sorry to our entire audience.
We can move on to your team, Rico, because there's a lot of news coming out.
We could have stick with the Giants.
Even a change within the last 15 minutes. So, Brandon Aiyuk, the 49ers have now given him permission to talk contract with other teams. Mm-hmm. There are 2 teams, according to the report, that are already.
I need to know what Kittle is doing. Then I worry about Brandon Aiyuk. That's not a slight to him. That just means you played on a talented team.
You drafted Ricky Pearsall.
That was my next thing. Okay. By the way, you want to play these games, we're going to take our first round selection and draft your replacement. So, once again, you want to come back and win, to answer your second question, come on back, play this last year out, ball out, just be an unrestricted free agent and go make your own deal, fine. But right here, right now, we're not going to just give you away. If somebody blows our doors away and say, hey, here's the deal, we'll take it. But it needs to be something. So, yeah, that's why I say if it's New England, like you go to New England, you're not winning, okay? You go to Pittsburgh, sorry, David, you're not winning.
I agree.
Yeah, but all right, now hold on. For Lions fans, you want Aiyuk to leave. Because, again, even if Pearsall's good, he's not Aiyuk. It would be a slight downgrade. I'm interested in what you just said. David, if the Steelers, where are you on this? If you land Brandon Aiyuk and let's say you pay him 4 at 120, you pay him big. It's Aiyuk, it's Pickens, it's Najee Harris, who you didn't pick up his 5th year.
Correct.
How much better do you think it makes your team?
See, I'm not quite, because they have to make a decision on the quarterback. That's the problem with me. While I like the talent for Brandon Aiyuk, I don't know the attitude of Pickens if it works together.
Aiyuk needs to go to Cleveland. That's really the solution. Number 1, he should shut up and go back to San Francisco. Have a big year, earn it, get a fully guaranteed contract, and try free agency. But if he's going to leave, go to Cleveland. At least they're built to win. I could never imagine at this point in my career going from San Francisco to armpit.
Right. Because here's the thing. You look back in the day when Golden Tate, he was young, but he had a Super Bowl ring already, so he could come to the Lions and say, all right, I'll grow with you. Aiyuk doesn't have the ring yet, and now, especially you go to New England, God bless you, man.
Yeah.
You have gone into football wasteland. Congratulations.
You got Joe Milton throwing you the ball.
You do. Well, let's talk about New England for a quick second, specifically Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yesterday they did 11 on 11 work. He took 21 snaps. Here's what he did: 4 for 7, 4 sacks, and then 2 snaps that resulted in scrambles. Should New England fans be worried? 4 sacks?
No.
Here's the thing, and it was a glimpse on I think it's on Hard Knocks it's coming up, and it was Nick Saban talking to somebody on the Chicago
Yeah, he was
Bears.
talking to the head coach there for Caleb Williams.
And he said, and it was so true, the worst enemy for rookie QBs is expectation. Because you're making this money, because fans expect you to go out here and lead our team, you can never live up to that. And then he brought up Peyton Manning and throwing all the interceptions that first year. Could you imagine if Peyton did that now with, social media and everybody, he's a bum. Get rid of this guy. We need to draft over him and redo it again. No, it takes time. You don't get to do what C.J. Stroud did. That's why it was so phenomenal what he did. Nobody walks into the NFL and just dominates like that and plays so well their rookie season. It's why, you're already hearing, well, maybe the Panthers made a mistake on Bryce Young, or maybe he just needs a little more time and more around him. I say that to say, it's for May, he's in a bad situation. But guess what? Good teams normally don't draft at the top of the draft. So as a quarterback, you know what you're getting into when you go to these teams. You just got to hope and pray that they surround you with the right people, that you don't become Justin Fields.
It's why I said they're idiots for drafting a QB this year. They're going to be picking up there next year again. You may as well have insulated it, right? Built up something, then place the QB in it.
Congratulations, you got the third best QB.
And it's just, I worry that this kid's career could be dead before it begins. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
Let's close it out with this here. A little news here. FX may be doing it again. They are going to do American sports story, the Aaron Hernandez.
Oh, God. Who plays Aaron Hernandez? Like Homer Simpson? The way that they cast these things.
Josh Rivera will be playing Aaron Hernandez.
Donald Sterling. Hey, Ed O'Neill played a great Sterling.
You love that show.
He did, Mike. He played a great one.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger's kid will be playing Tim Tebow. So this is going to be the beginning of his life, showing how it started to end. So, September 17th.
Rico's in. If you have any of these low-budget sports TV shows, Rico will watch.
You know what?
Clipped
was awful.
I want the Malik Neighbors story.
It's
From nothing to champions.
It's called Odell's career.
From nothing to champions. The Malik Neighbors.
I want it to work. I'm just scared.
Mike, I think you gotta relax. And let me tell you this. In regards to all your football teams this fall, enjoy yourself. Wait to let them disappoint you.
Oh, good. Okay. All right.
Don't go into the season disappointed because they haven't done anything yet.
Right. Rico right here. The plane's already going down. Death is a mortal certainty. He wants me to wait until I make impact to react.
The plane hasn't lifted off yet.
You can go in disappointed, Mike. It's okay.
Thank you,
That
David.
is in football today.
David, the fuselage is already broken apart. All right, best place to bet the games when your teams disappoint you is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with your first $5 bet. You can bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports. And again, guys, it's the Olympics. Please don't be a ding-a-ling. Take it easy. FanDuel.com/ticket. You sign up. You start the games today. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Ted Colfin, Detroit News Red Wings beat writer, released his latest NHL power rankings. He has Detroit 16th. Quote, right smack in the middle. The Wings could snag one of those final Eastern Conference playoff spots or just miss like last season. Key questions are whether right wing Vladimir Tarasenko can added some much-needed offense, whether right wing Lucas Raymond can build on a terrific late-season run, and whether goalie Cam Talbot can solidify the net, end quote. We're just a couple days away from the Lions' first preseason game against the Giants. Here's Dan Campbell on who we'll see in action. Sophia Smith put USA women's soccer on top 1-0 in the first leg of extra time versus Germany. Then the second stanza, it was in the hands of USA keeper Alyssa Nair, who made a huge save with her toe on a rebound chance pinning back from a corner. Team USA killed off the remaining minute and are heading to the final on Saturday. The Tigers face the Mariners tonight in Seattle as Kater Montero heads to the mound. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:40. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was the largest oversight from the drop tournament. Guilty. We made a mistake. Hour number 2. First of all, Cash the Ticket is back. So you got to go to your phone. I don't know what's going on with the Apple downloads, where like you have to physically go download things now versus, I like the automatic deal. Whatever. It's not my purview. But Cash Ticket episode 1 is back. When's 5-Star Zone ramping up here?
It's never left, man. It's
never
been around. No, it's been around all summer long.
What are you doing, Big Ten preview?
Big Ten preview is coming up pretty soon.
Rico picks Maryland.
I just did something on the on this Michigan topic. I did something this morning.
Okay. There's a sneak peek. Can't wait for Pete Tungavaloya to be there. Is there another baby Tua there? Frank
Tiny Tua.
Right. So look, we opened the show. Jim Harbaugh's comments are everywhere. Look, pick a sports site or a sports show, TV, radio. People are talking about it. I'm not bent out of shape by it because it's nothing different than what Harbaugh's always done. I think he's a malignant narcissist. He's serving his own personal desires. I want to know if, as a Michigan fan, what your reaction is to it. And we can play it. But look, with this NCAA thing swarming and circling, and look, the draft and the leak about Sharon and the text messages and really probably facing a suspension. How does this help, I guess is my thing. Look, if Harbaugh just got up there and said, guys, I'm the head coach of the Chargers. I'm not interested in talking about last year. Okay? That's a better way forward because you as a fan are left to clean up Jim's mess. Mm-hmm. So Rico and I are asking you. Now, again, I don't have an investment in, fans, you should feel. No, you can feel however you want. If I were you, I'd be annoyed. I don't want to hear from you. You left. Mm-hmm. And frankly, you left a mess. Mm-hmm. And don't make me read the Bo quote. You don't get to say you didn't know. Signed, your, dad.
You mean you mean every coach, every executive, every leader?
Yeah.
They all know what's right from wrong. Yeah. Even those Enron guys. When someone uncovers a scandal in their company, I don't think they can just say, I don't know what's going on. They're just saying they're too dumb for the job. And they're really just too dumb. Then if they're really just too dumb, then why are they getting paid millions of dollars to do it? They know what's going on.
Uh-oh. So look, and that one, it is. That's Costa, Smarm, fair, guilty. I'm asking you what your reaction is to it. Because you either go, yeah, Jim, you tell him, or, dude, just leave it, please, all right? The house is already on fire. We got to clean this up. Will you please go to Del Mar? Go bet on the horses. Get the hell out of here. 248-539-9797. David, do you want to play the audio for the people? Please do. So what's your reaction to that? And you can go whatever way you like with it. The problem is the NCAA bylaws, it doesn't matter if he knew. It happened under your watch, you're guilty, and they can hammer your school. I don't know what the NCAA is going to do, and I'm not really attached to it. My whole win in this was I wasn't going to continue to allow people I work with to tell you that you didn't cheat. No, you did. Even John admits it now. So we're good. I don't know what the NCAA is going to do. The other thing
John
I would
admitted it?
He did.
Wow.
Cookies twisted it out of him, and it was almost like in the movie Dick Tracy. You know, Big Boy did it. Big Boy did it. Big Boy did it.
Oh, slow it down.
Got to slow the tape down. But John actually said they cheated. Like, I mean, it was fleeting. They did it. They did it. But he did. You got to slow. You know, on a podcast, how you can play it at like half speed and everyone sounds hammered. Mm-hmm. If you go to Odyssey.com, rewind, and you go half speed, Mr. Dangerous. So it was John's Mr. Dangerous moment. But so look, that's the one thing too, and I know we've gotten some of it on Ticket Text. David has said it, and just guys, when the NCAA is losing a court case that involves NIL and paying of players in like the state of Virginia or an antitrust lawsuit, those are not the same thing. So you're right. Their record in court is bad in that arena. What the NCAA is, we all hate the NCAA. You think I like them? The point is, this is a leadership group that you've signed up to be a part of. They have bylaws. You are in violation of those bylaws. That is different than an antitrust lawsuit. So I just don't think that's a defense mechanism for F them, amicus briefs. And I'm like, no, you're not getting it. If you want to go to court, they're going to do something called discovery. Meaning, Connor taking those hard drives and Patridge telling kids not to talk, or Jim not turning his phone over, or deleted text. No, it all comes out in court. You don't want that. And I think Ward Manuel is smart enough to know you don't want that.
Right.
So just please, let's not do that today.
Well, he is AD of the year in the Big Ten. So
fabulous.
Smart
David,
man.
some ticket text and we'll get to the calls.
Jimmy deflects so he can get the NCAA off his back and quit asking him questions. He's washing his hands, turning his head away from Ann Arbor.
Let me ask you this question, since the texter didn't answer it. David, you're a big Michigan fan. Does it bother you at all when someone claims to love something so much and then they have no regard for it? See, that would irk me.
Actions speak real loud when you say you love something, and his actions should be, look, and I know what you said earlier on the show, his actions should be, I did it, or
no.
Come at me.
No.
It shouldn't, I know.
It should be, I'm the coach of the Chargers. Just don't pour any more gasoline. I don't think it's realistic to ask Harbaugh to cop to something that in his own demented mind, he doesn't believe he's responsible.
Whatever it is, I need him to take it away from Michigan. Take it away from Sharon Moore. But at every step, he's not doing that. He's putting it right back to them.
Yeah.
Go get them. Go get them. I didn't do this. I didn't cheat. I didn't lie. Dude, come on, man.
Go ahead.
Why was Harbaugh reading from a script? Because that's what it sounded like to me.
I mean, I'm not going to accuse him of that. I watched it, and I'm like, oh, this is Oscar worthy. This is good. He's good. Give him a SAG award. Good for him.
Mm-hmm. Watch Central Michigan. They'll be punished harder than Michigan. The NCAA will kill the small guys so Michigan can keep the dollars coming in.
Well, that I think is going to happen. Central Michigan is going to get decimated.
Well, I'm going to tell you, if your guy doesn't ban any matchups with CMU in any sport, I'm going to hold you responsible. Alan Haller should come out today, has nothing to do with U of M, and he should say straight up, Michigan State University will never play Central Michigan in any sport, club or otherwise, ever again. F them bums. Close quote.
Or maybe it's already been done. Go ahead, David.
Yeah! Scoop it!
Go ahead, David.
Rico Beard reporting Alan Haller just hammers up.
Go ahead, David.
I'm waiting on the news, Rico. Go ahead. Give me that.
He put the D on him like Wallace. Let's go.
Big news. Malik Neighbors will be the Rookie of the Year.
No, stop it, please. Don't tease
I can't wait for your news, Rico, on that Central Michigan front. Someone says, Jim Harbaugh is a great coach, but he's such a BSer. I can't wait until the story finally emerges that he knew about the whole Spygate thing so that people can finally figure out that his words mean nothing. He's so sanctimonious.
Yeah, I do agree with what Rico said earlier, guys. It's just coaches know the color of Gatorade in the tubs. They know what's on the menu for training table. They know who the player's dating. They know how the kid's doing in class. It's just impossible. Like, willful ignorance is not a defense. So even if he's like, well, I just thought we had a nerd giving us great data. Like, dude, that's not a defense. I said it yesterday. I said, David, if your kid comes home and he's bringing you $10,000 a week and you don't ask where the money's coming from, you're guilty.
Right.
But I like
but
my
officer,
vacation.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, man.
I mean, it's common sense. That's all. No big deal. But
he just came home with a Bentley one day. I mean,
Dad, here's a Rolls Royce Wraith.
He just wanted to buy his parents a brand new mansion. I thought every kid did that.
No questions asked, right?
He came in and got me food and clothes.
Guy rolled in. He knew every play the other team was going to run. How was I going to do? What's his name? Don't care.
I would like Jim Harbaugh to call Pete Carroll to find out how to skip out on town and go to the pros. Oh, he already did that.
Yeah, and before Pete Carroll was Lou Holtz. Don't forget, Lou Holtz was one step ahead of the posse.
But you know what the funny thing is, Mike? Both of those guys were kind of funny, yuck guys with the media, so nobody really went after them because the media fell in love with them.
Well, the useful idiots in the Michigan media love Harbs. Nobody else does. He's unlovable.
No, the national guys, come on.
Like I said, the useful idiots.
Okay.
Who are we kidding?
Fair enough.
Ann Arbor's got plants at every network. Go ahead.
Go Blue. We love hearing you guys on the radio cry daily. We ain't getting nothing, and I quote the NCAA last season's championship, quote, Michigan won't want it fairly. Done deal, he says.
Well, first of all, that wasn't the NCAA, so I don't want to mess up the erection you have going on, but work with me. That was Charlie Baker, College Football Playoff Committee. The NCAA has nothing to do with that. Second of all, are you crying? I'm not crying. I'm good with it because all of America, outside of you, knows you're a bunch of frauds. That's the win. I've never asked for your program to be shut down. Now, I blame the Big Ten for having no spine. But if you're going to do that little angle, well, first of all, I thank you for listening because also of note, I get paid every 2 weeks.
Yep.
So thank you for your patronage.
And
now you can go back to pounding your beanbag.
Right, because the thing is, no, it's really, if Michigan is allowed to and nothing happens to them, I know you like to say that, TV and the networks are destroying the game. I think that would be a bigger blow than anything that
That's
the
fair.
TV networks
well,
have
and
done.
again, I said this yesterday when Stoney was here. I go, the Charlie Baker thing was an absurdity on surface because Charlie Baker is Roger Goodell. He had to say that. The credibility of his event was on the line. If he doesn't come out and vouch, hey, Michigan did it on the up, what is it saying about their little TV party? That wasn't, so it's just, again, it bothers me that people are so stupid because you can see something and they don't have the ability to ascertain information. You have to understand the networks run the CFP. That's not an NCAA event, which, by the way, is also a folly. if you're going to be the institution that runs college sports, how do you not have the power to name your own champion? It's always been an absurdity in college football. All right, you can go back to massaging your chandelier. David, we'll get to the callers momentarily. Yeah, good talk. All right, Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more Trex than Northville. And last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. And there's a reason they can move that product, because it's all in stock all the time. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. All you need to do, whether you're a buyer or a builder, they'll even intro you to a Trex certified pro. Stop into Northville Lumber today. You can call or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Lions by a zillion. By the way, I wouldn't play a single starter. We could save that radio show. Don't play anyone. Bubble wrap every starter if you're a Lion.
Got to show you how tough you are.
No, you don't. And we go to Brian on his cell. 97.1. Brian, how are you? Sorry that took so long. What's going on?
Well,
think the lesson to be learned here is zero accountability is the right move.
Jesus.
Listen, Mike, I'll speak very impartially, and I'm on the island of the Chippewas with Costas, but if I'm looking at it impartially, I'm just going to tell you, not being a fan of Michigan or Sparty,
yeah,
the lesson I've learned, I understand the lesson Harbaugh learned in growing up. The lesson I learned is that humble people just don't speak. They don't say anything. They go through life. They do the right thing. You don't even notice. But liars, you can spot a mile away. You can see them coming. Mike, this guy, when you say you don't do something, then you're pretty much doing it. It's a given. It's a certainty. So,
Brian, you know what's weird about it is he didn't have to say anything yesterday. He could have just said, "My focus is on the LA Chargers. I'm just not going there." It was such a weird thing to do.
So, given that, I think he's going to end up the same place AJ Hinch ended up. You know, he's going to go to a different location. He's going to try to upgrade, and it's going to backfire, and he's not going to have much success there.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, take a parlay advice from me. Go Seattle Mariners and the Oakland A's -3.5, each of them.
I mean, the White Sox may never win a game again, so I can't argue it. I mean, Brian, that's – well, I know baseball's dead in this town. The White Sox lose 21 in a row, 3 more to the all-time record, which was the O's in 88. Do me a favor, just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Pull up the MLB standings. And I want you with a straight face to look at the White Sox record. It doesn't look real. It looks like the copy editor got drunk or the printing machine screwed up. And just say it out loud and tell me if you can keep a straight face.
You want me to go through the Central? Or I can go through?
Here we go. Cleveland, 67-45.
Okay, I've seen that.
Minnesota, 63-48.
Nice record.
Kansas City, 63-51. Your Detroit Tigers, 53-60.
Wait for it.
The Chicago White Sox, 27-88.
How is that even real?
41.5 games out of first place.
It's a good thing Mark doesn't do radio in Chicago. He'd be telling people to be a buyer at the deadline.
Which are they? Oh, they've almost hit the point now where they would have to run the table just to tie for first place.
I mean, it's incredible.
They would have to not lose a game for the rest of the year.
Did you see the guy last night in SportsCenter? He had a sign in the crowd. He goes, "Please, guys, just one win. Thanks."
Hey,
it's crazy. Let's go to, I believe Kevin is next, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good. What's up?
Hey, man, so I moved out here in 2018, and I retired last year from the military, and I'm from that scumbag school. Mike, I'm just kidding. No hard feelings, because we cheated. We cheated, and we had a coach that couldn't win anything, and I feel bad for Michigan because, you know, they did win the national championship this year. And what really sucks about the program, and my program as well, is we had a coach and an AD that thought they were above the law. And I think the NCAA is being backed into a corner here. They don't have leverage anymore, and they're losing power.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a Michigan fan, I'm kind of worried that the NCAA is going to come down and have to start setting a precedent. And with your coach not playing ball, you know, it's going to kind of put a little bit of extra fire under them to make a move.
Oh, listen, and I mean, Kevin, I have never denied this part of it is this is personal for the NCAA. Mm-hmm. This is a bit of a witch hunt. They hate Jim Harbaugh because Harbaugh brought this on himself. Both things can be true. Kevin, I've never denied that. I just think, look, the biggest thing if you're a Michigan fan and you want to try to outrun the speeding train, can you outlast the NCAA by waiting, by filing an appeal, by somehow operating and staying out of the courts, and then the NCAA one day just goes full Ed Martin and dies?
Yeah, that would be your only hope at this point is try to kick that can down the road. But, you don't want that asterisk in the record books. You don't want any of that negative publicity. You just want your coach to shut up and
Yes.
to color.
But,
He's
Kevin,
not even here.
And Kevin, understand. I mean, first of all, Kevin, the people whose entire life is defined by college football, I can't help those people. I can laugh about it with you. If you're a Michigan fan, I'm not asking you to change how you feel about the national title, but what you don't get to do, not that you're doing it, Kevin, you can't ask anyone else to value it or respect it. The asterisk is there.
Right.
That's the win for the rest of the world. You got the win because, Kev, I don't know where you watched the game or who you watched it with. Those memories are forever. You're like an Auburn fan. Right. They took the title away. Scam Newton. And the whole point is we know Auburn's a filth factory. Yeah. Auburn fans got the fun, and they look, there's a bird in the sky.
As I said, like Louisville basketball. Okay, yeah, you still won the title. Nobody recognizes it, but you do. You do. You got the hats, you got the T-shirts, and you remember those days.
Correct. I don't know what else to say. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in a minute. We'll put a wrap on this. We'll get a little college football, and then 4 o'clock, I have something fun. I test ran this with Costa on the podcast, and I want to offer it to you. Okay. We are going to do our first of several in the month of August. College football drafts, but not the way you think. We're going to have some. You have come back from vacation. You're glowing. I didn't want to start out on a bad foot with you with college football. So I have a positive draft.
How could you start off on a bad foot? Me, because you've pretty much said I've ruined the game.
But you have. But I'm gonna start pulling the silver linings.
This is an olive branch.
Yes, I'm gonna pull the silver linings from the wreckage you've created.
Nice Expos hat.
Thank you.
That's classic.
It's not bad.
That's a classic.
All right. Tell them all about it. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. And now through August 15th, all you need to do is walk into your local Planet Fitness. $1 down gets you started. After that, it is $15 a month. And remember, you can work on all your fitness goals. And a lot of the Planet Fitness has brand new equipment in there, whether it's cardio or strength training. They can help you out. And oh yeah, by the way, you can also get a fitness and training at no extra cost. And if you say, I don't have enough time, I'm not believing that, because you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. So seriously, guys, head into your local Planet Fitness right now. And now through August 15th, all you need is $1 down, and you can save big and join at the judgment-free zone. $1 down, you can cancel at any time. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Team USA men's basketball in action. They just tipped against Brazil. 26.5-point favorites for the Americans. Curry, Booker, Holiday, LeBron, and Joel Embiid, the starting five for Kerr. Gator Montero has been a bit up and down in his major league career, but A.J. Hinch has high marks from thus far. Here to start with the Mariners tonight on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:40. Florida International's football field is being coined Pitbull Stadium. Yes, after the Singer and a new 5-year deal worth $1 million+ per season. Quote, you're going to see that every other university is going to want to do the same thing, but the difference is we don't do this for propaganda. We do it from the heart. We do it because it's meaningful. We do it because I'm from the crib. I'm 305. I'm from the bottom. This is my backyard. That's Pitbull's statement, end quote.
So at some point, will we get DJ Khaled Stadium?
Oh, my, we might. Yeah.
Another one. Tiny circles, Devin.
At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Eminem Park.
Just
coming to you.
Once again, is there anything Rico will leave in my one sacred sport?
Man, you bailed a long time ago.
Pitbull Stadium.
You left a long time ago. So once you left, I had carte blanche to do whatever I want.
Pitbull Stadium.
Right. David, did he not tell me, Kenny? He said he was giving up on college football. So therefore, I don't have to appease this man anymore. And you know what? I was taught never to lie, to cheat, or steal.
Okay. That's not very nice. Let's go to the people. And let's go to Dan 97.1. Dan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey, Dan.
You know what I was taught? If you're going to cheat, at least win.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say, I don't know if this was brought up yesterday, but I think part of the reason why they're not going to vacate wins and the NCAA is scared is because the gambling aspect. People had millions on these games, and now you're going to say, oh, Michigan technically lost these games. Like I do think Rico's people at the network have a part of it.
A forfeit is different than a vacate. Those are two different things. Vacating is it's as if the games were never played. Forfeiting, that's different. Mm-hmm. Look, the vacating of wins doesn't matter to 99.9% of schools. It would matter to Michigan because they are so obsessed with their stupid record when they were beating up on deaf children. They're 4-0 against this Michigan school for the deaf.
Mm-hmm.
Stoney, I'll say I got a story for you off the air.
Dan, they also played against the Salvation Army.
Perfect. Windsor Surgeons Club.
They did, David. Look it up.
YMCA as well, I believe.
Yeah, but no, I mean,
and
Dan,
a couple high schools.
Dan, listen, none of us. Here's the way I choose to view it. It doesn't mean I'm right. They've already, quote, gotten away with it. Their season was allowed to continue last year, right? So they got away with it. Whatever happens post haste, it's why I said to people all last fall, enjoy it now, book the trip, go on the, because what happens afterwards, you're probably not going to like. So they already have gotten away with it. They got to play, right? Isn't that? I mean, so I can't imagine why anyone would be super bent out of shape at this point. You did the dirt. If they bury you, they bury you. I have doubts about it because I really don't know what the hell the NCAA can do anymore. Scholarships don't mean anything.
No, I think the worst thing they could do to Michigan is not touch the national title. I think the worst thing they can do to Michigan is simply say, you can't go to the postseason for the next year or two. That would hurt them. That would hurt recruiting. That means no matter what you do, you could win the Big Ten. You're not going to the college football playoff. So that's the only thing that I think would really hurt this team.
Right. And then I don't think that's on the table.
It's on the table. I just don't think they have the guts to do it.
That works. All right. Let's go to True, 97.1. What's up, True?
Hey, what's up? I got a question. Why do you say no one respects the title? I understand Sparty fans and Buckeye fans, but
right.
I don't think that's the sentiment of most of the college football world.
Okay, well, why do you feel that way? Why do you feel that way? Tell me why you feel the way you feel if you're going to challenge what I said. Tell me why you believe anyone respects you not wearing maize and blue.
Because the only people that's saying anything are Sparty and Buckeyes.
That's not true. Well, that's not true, but true. We're in Detroit. True. I work with a Georgia fan. I got 2 of them in the building. They ain't got no respect for you. I got friends all over the country. No one. I went to LSU last year.
I was about to say the SEC does not respect you.
So, like, true, it's not a big deal. You don't need their respect. You got your title. You called in yesterday all angry. Now you're pissed again.
I'm not angry, man. Dude, that's not true though. What you're saying. That's all I'm trying to say.
Wait. True. What's not true? True.
What I was talking about, everyone. I'm talking about the asterisk. People respect the Michigan title. The only people that got anything to say about it are Buckeyes and Sparties. That's it.
Okay, well, true then. Okay, what other fan bases are you talking to outside of Buckeyes and Sparties and Wolverines?
I mean, I'm all on the message boards with all the other
Really, you go on Alabama message boards and they say, "Hey, we respect Michigan."
Late kick. No, they're not saying that. They're saying this is stupid. They're saying everything about this sign stealing, advanced scouting is stupid. That's what they're saying.
Okay. Then true. Here's my question to you, and here's all I'm saying. True. Why are you wasting your time calling this show then? Because I talk to plenty of people across the country. That is not the sentiment I get. So we're at an impasse.
Yes, we are.
Okay, then have a great day. Goodbye. True. It's 2 days in a row. Siri, no, hold on. It's true. You say you're not angry. You called in yesterday all pissed. Now you're living in an alternate reality. I present you with a bunch of places I've been in the last year and the people I know in this business. There's only one group of people that respect the title, and they are affiliated to your school. Now, if you're going to some far-flung place, God bless. But why do you want to take your day to call in? You clearly don't like the show. You don't like me. I assume you don't like Rico.
Brother,
true.
Mike,
find a hobby.
Mike, I've been on Alabama radio and SEC stuff and doing on podcasts. Trust me when I say it's universal. They're laughing and mocking and saying, what a bunch of cheaters. And this coming from the SEC. They're mocking you.
And they should.
They don't respect you.
But I don't care as a Michigan fan.
Right, exactly. That's my whole point. What have I said from the beginning? A person like True shouldn't care. Right. But you know why it bothers True? Because he truly knows it's true.
No.
He knows they cheated.
He needs validation.
But I'm not
giving
giving it.
this national title.
No.
Damn it. No. You won. Okay. Buy your hat, buy your T-shirt.
Bottom line.
I have to respect it.
Bottom line. There's a reason True is the exception and not the rule. There are no Michigan. You know what I don't see a lot of? Michigan National Championship gear. You know what I don't hear a lot of? Michigan fans peacocking. They know. They know. Now, that'll work at your little party, but you don't have a right to demand anything from anybody. You did the dirt. You go party and have a good time. The rest of us are going to be over here.
And then he lost me while I was on message boards. What message boards are you on? Because
meanwhile, I was in Baton Rouge. Huh? Meanwhile, I have 3 friends who are Florida State season ticket holders who all look at you like filth. Like, how many more examples do you want? How many more people in college football that I know do you want me to cite? Like, it just is what it is, man.
Well, Paul Feinbaum said that it's legitimate now. It must mean
no, he didn't. He said Harbaugh got away with the scam.
I'm just trying to help out True.
Right. It's just like, but my whole point to True is, first of all, you call 2 days in a row and you're all upset. You should not let this upset you.
Because this is one of those, it's like politics. You're not changing our minds. We're not changing your mind.
And I'm not asking to change True's mind. But if you're going to challenge what I'm saying, first of all, we're at an impasse. We have a complete separation here where I'm telling you my view, you're telling me yours. You can feel however you want because I don't care.
And even going back when it was happening, we both said, hey, you may win this thing. You have a talented enough team to do this. but don't expect anybody to respect you because of what happened and how you got there.
No, I look.
You didn't need to cheat to beat Washington in that final game. You didn't, and I don't think you did. But it was your path to get to that game that nobody respects. So
they did it for
therefore-
3 years.
Yeah.
They did it for 3 years.
Yeah.
Come on. True, you can call the next 100 days. It's not going to change. So what I would advise is do something else. I'm not going to change, and you're not going to change. That's it. There's nothing to it.
Well, we're just Sparty fans. We're upset.
But that's sports. I'm not. Look, I'm a Yankee fan. I don't like the Boston Red Sox. I'm a Celtics fan. I hate the Lakers. If you told me the Lakers stadium collapsed with no one in it, I would laugh. I don't like you. I will never like you. That's not a big deal. It's sports. You cheated and had a scumbag on our sidelines.
And you didn't need to.
Right. So my whole, 49-0. I mean, Jesus, I hope you had fun. But like, for Christ's sakes, some of these people, it's like you need to, I don't need to do nothing.
You're just upset. No, not really.
No, I'm actually thrilled that it's come out you cheated, because all last fall I had grown adults telling me you didn't when you did. That's it.
And I actually took the Villani School of Betting and just said, screw it. I'm going to put money on you because you always cover now.
That's right. They're machines.
Right.
At least if they're going to win, I'm going to get paid.
Yep.
It worked out okay in that regard. Summer driving season's upon us once again. Combination of traffic, big trucks, motorcycles, disasters. Oh, how about construction? There's tons of accidents in this state. And if you are injured in one of them, you need to go with David Femininio, injury attorney deluxe. Him and his team are ready to help you right now. And David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You could speak to him personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, quick TO. Dave, you want to get the football in the mix? What do you got for me? We got a little college here? Yeah, there it is. Another song Rico ruined. More tradition gone.
No, it's still being used, right? It just represents the Big Ten now.
Not Vern and Gary.
No, that is true. That is true.
Look, either you're in or you're out. You don't get to keep slandering me. Okay.
Well, I want to know if you're in or out on these win total betting locks here. These odds are according to DraftKings. So let's start with this one. This is a lock, they say, at minus 130. Rutgers over 6 wins.
Yeah, there's a lot of optimism for them. The problem I have is Alexis Kakaraka Dakabaka, whatever the hell his name is, the kid from Minnesota is the QB. He sucks. Now, I'd have to look at their schedule breakdown. But this is like year 50 for Schiano.
I can give you that breakdown.
Howard. They got Howard. They got Akron.
2.
At Virginia Tech.
Loss.
They got the Huskies at home.
Which Huskies? Washington?
Washington, yeah.
Loss.
At Nebraska.
Loss.
Home against Wisconsin.
Loss.
Home against UCLA.
Win.
At USC.
Loss.
Minnesota at home.
Win.
At Maryland.
Win.
Illinois at home.
Win.
And then at Spartan Stadium to end the year.
I can't bear a loss to Rutgers. Loss. That puts him at 6, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What's it, 6.5?
It's 6.5. Yes.
Under. I can't
No,
lose.
I'm sorry. It's 6 wins. So that would be right there, though.
It's a push.
Yeah, it would be a push.
I can't. I can't lose to that garbage school. Next.
Next on the list at minus 105, South Carolina under 5.5 wins.
Yeah. Look, SEC, no divisions. They can't shelter in the SEC East anymore. You lose Rattler. I think it's going to be a serious case of haves or have-nots in the SEC, even more than usual. I would go under there.
Well, here's what you have. They have Akron, Wofford, Vanderbilt. That would be the easy one.
Yeah, there's your 3.
Road games. Kentucky.
Here, hold on. Ready?
Alabama, Oklahoma, Clemson. That's your road game.
I can't hit the button fast enough.
And then your home games, of course, LSU, Ole Miss, A&M, Missouri. Yikes.
They'll lose those 4 games by a combined 80 points. Under.
Yeah. Next here on the list, and again, every time this comes up, this is about the quarterback. This is about Cam Rising. Utah over 9.5 wins.
I'm all in. I think Utah is going to cruise to the Big 12 championship game. Great front 7, star quarterback who's healthy. Their injury luck was awful. Look at the kid the Lions drafted.
Is he healthy?
He's healthy. He's fine.
Okay, because we were told last year.
He's healthy.
Okay.
He's fine.
He was healthy until – is that him on crutches?
And the key –
is Cam in a wheelchair?
Listen, both legs are attached, and no one walks into Rice Eccles and wins.
I will say this. It may not matter who the quarterback is because their toughest game is at Oklahoma State, and then everything else is so easy for them on their Big 12
I'd
schedule.
go over.
9.5?
9.5.
Join me.
Okay.
Ute up, or whatever they say. I don't know what they do. Here.
Ute up.
Okay.
Utes.
We're going to do that all season. Ute up.
Ute up and stuff.
Wisconsin. This is at minus 135. Wisconsin under 7 wins.
I'm going right to 5-star zone. That's
Under
his school.
7 wins.
Under
David,
7 wins. They do
that
have transfer QB Tyler Van Dyke.
from Miami, who's not that great. What's their schedule?
Here's their schedule. Western Michigan.
Okay.
South Dakota.
Okay.
Alabama at home.
No.
At USC.
At home. The game could be on the moon.
Was
They're
that
not winning
home or
that
is it
game.
like
It says Camp Randall.
Oh, I thought it was like maybe at Green Bay.
Yeah.
No.
At USC, Purdue, at Rutgers, at Northwestern,
Ugh.
Penn State at home, at Iowa.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Oregon, at Nebraska, Minnesota.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Oh, the Minnesota. What is it, 6.5, 7?
7.5.
7.5. Yeah.
That's got
under.
7 written all over it, doesn't it?
Yep, that was 7. I was like, 6.5? No, they don't get to 7. No.
Oh, man. And here's this one. This one happens every year, right? Miami's back. Miami over 9 wins at minus 125.
Oh, I'm sorry. Over how many?
9.
9 flat. So, again, there's your problem. At 8.5, you probably go over. At 9.5, you go under.
I need to hear this schedule.
All
Loss.
right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Miami schedule. Here we go. At Florida's where they start the season. That
They'll
is,
lose.
Florida A&M.
They can win. Okay.
Ball State. At USF. Virginia Tech at home. At California. At Louisville. Florida State at home. Duke. At Georgia Tech. Wake Forest at home. At Syracuse.
That's
Now, how many games does Cristobal cost them because he doesn't know math?
And you know what? I counted 9 victories.
Here, right on the button.
Yeah.
No value. All right, let me do
So
the
I'm going to take the under because of their head coach.
Let me do the hockey. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Colorado. This is fascinating. You ready? Mm-hmm. The over-under is 4.5, and it's juiced. It's minus 150 to the over, plus 115 to the under. 4.5. Ready? Mm-hmm. Home against North Dakota State. At Nebraska. At Colorado State. Home against Baylor. At the Bounce House at UCF. Home against K-State. At Arizona. And home against Cincy. At Tech. Home Utah. At Kansas. Home Okie State.
Your fingers didn't move that much, Rico.
Peace.
He has 2.
Peace.
Look, I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. I think they're under. I think that thing could implode this year. If you're reading what's going on in that locker room, good God.
I think they start the year off, look at that 1-0 record, take a photograph of that because that'll be the last time they'll have a winning record.
I'll tell you one thing. They go to UCF, watch what happens. Colorado's got no D-line. Malzahn, they'll run for 500 yards.
That's what I said. I had 2. I think Colorado State wants revenge.
Here's the problem in the Big 12. A lot of teams want to pound the rock. It's not the old aerial assault it used to be. And guess what? They don't have a D-line.
They sure don't.
I think it's under.
Or
Does that make me a
offensive line
hater?
either.
No, that doesn't. That's reality, man.
They don't have an O-line either.
Let's close it out with this one. UCLA under 5
Yeah,
wins.
under. I don't even need to hear the schedule. After hearing Deshaun Foster open up Big Ten Media Days, I run through a wall. That team won't run through saran wrap for that guy.
Like, Coach, should we run out on the field?
I don't know. Do what you want. We're from L.A. and stuff.
We're like USC.
UCLA is a poverty program that doesn't belong in this proud conference. Under.
They don't need to be a poverty program either because they're UCLA.
Under.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
But just for giggles, real quick, give me the schedule.
At Hawaii, Indiana, at LSU, Oregon, at Penn State, Minnesota, at Rutgers, at Nebraska, Iowa, at Washington, USC, Fresno State. Fresno State's no slouch.
Fresno will beat them.
Yeah.
I got them beating Fresno. I got 4.
No, they got Mikey Keene at quarterback.
Okay, so
Fresno can't lose.
take the under.
Take the under for sure in that one. That's
gross.
Your college football blitz.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Terrion Arnold returned to the practice field today after spending some time in concussion protocol yesterday. Bad news in the same part of the field, however, as Emmanuel Moseley tore his pec muscle. Dan Campbell said all the fighting was a bit much as well yesterday with the Giants, but these reps are still beneficial. Sam Laporta also dealing with an unserious hamstring injury that he sustained in camp last week. The Tigers and Mariners begin a 3-game series tonight in Seattle. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 9:40. 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan addressed the Brandon Aiyuk trade. Rumors that were buzzing yesterday, quote, I know a lot was out yesterday and stuff from the situation that we're in with Brandon. Nothing has changed, end quote. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so a couple of minutes. We are going to get to some fun because I've had enough of the Harbaugh stuff. But if you want, Odyssey.com rewind. Harbaugh spoke yesterday, and he did more of what he does, and it's just a question, really, about your reaction to it as a Michigan fan. Obviously, if you're not a Michigan fan, you're going to have a very specific reaction to it, and that's not what I want to do. David, I'll get to the calls in a second, but I want a few of the ticket texts, and then we're going to do, I want to start a series this month in the 3 weeks until opening day of college football. I've slandered the man to my left for ruining the sport that we all once loved. But I am going to pull from the rubble he has created. I'm going to pull some of the salvageable pieces. Think of it as reclaimed lumber. I'm going to pull some of these beautiful planks of wood from the fiery wreck he has turned my sport into. And we're going to have a draft here momentarily.
Mm-hmm. It's like oxygen. You need it, you'll be back.
Dave?
The only thing that has come out is deleted text messages about recruiting. That's it. Don't worry. They've been recovered, though. We'll be just fine.
I don't know what to say to you. That's not. You know what? I'll just save my air. Like, why does it have to be this way? Seriously.
Because it's a cult. You always say it. Because it's a cult, it has to be this way.
Yeah, you know what?
Michigan can do no wrong.
And I was about to say, if you ever believe in something so much that they can never be wrong, ever, then look to the left and look to the right. You're a member of a cult. If you can't just, this was wrong. We shouldn't have done that. And it's not everybody. It's not every Michigan fan. I'm not painting them with a broad brush.
No.
There's Michigan fans and there are cult members. And cult members, well, it was just this. It was just a cheeseburger. It was just this. It was like, okay, it can't just be just everything. After a while, you have to see the trail of dead bodies all around you and say, hey, maybe something happened.
Well, I mean, this guy's made a career out of that. Name one time he's ever said they're wrong.
I don't know what you guys did to Wojo.
Nothing. We asked him a question about who would you rather have own the Tigers, and he flipped out on us last night.
It's like, is that Wojo or cookies? The smarm just came in.
I just looked at Stoney. Stoney looked at me. I go, I don't know what happened here. David, go ahead.
Jim Harbaugh equals Rafael Palmeiro. That is from Mike.
When he got up in front of Congress, he was finger pointing. I never did things. I'm like,
that's not going to come back to bite you.
John in Flint says, I hope I'm not the only Michigan fan that's sick of Jim Harbaugh. The guy cheated his way to success. Everything goes through Jim Harbaugh. He knew exactly what was going on. He needs to just shut up.
Well, and then, see, I don't want to. There are some, there's no way for me to do this, and I'm not a rumor monger. I'll just tell you, there are whispers of something of, They say it would really make Harbaugh look stupid if the Netflix documentary features something I'm hearing it's featuring. It would just be one of those things where you're like, oh boy, Jim, come on now. But I don't want to do that. It hasn't been officially reported, and it's not worth it to me. So just go ahead.
Yeah, we see it on the Netflix.
You'll see it. I ain't watching that garbage.
Okay, I'll let you know what it
says. First of all, you're giving Connor Stallions a platform. What are we doing?
Apparently, from
I
what
work
I'm
here.
hearing,
I have to get the information. We might need it.
From what I'm hearing, it's not going to be like Swamp Kings. So
because I thought for sure it would lean that way.
Right. I'm like, if it's not like Swamp Kings where they just gloss over and whitewash stuff, maybe I will watch this. But yeah, the whole time, like, okay, like Aaron Hernandez, no. Did I miss the Cam Newton episode?
Right.
Oh.
Everyone on the team seeing Aaron's gang tattoos. Guy got tased outside of a bar. I don't know. Like, we going to talk about any of that? Swamp King's first 2 were fun. The last was just like, I hate my life. Why did I watch this? Go ahead.
Someone's asking, does the NCAA make a move or try and keep the Big Ten happy and just slap Michigan's wrist?
They could, but the problem is if you just slap the wrist, then what you are telling Oregon and Ohio State and Penn State and every other school, just cheat. Not to just bend the rules, break the rules. Just be brazen about it. Don't even try to hide it, and nothing will happen to you either. Put somebody on somebody else's sideline. Have people in the Bobby Valentine disguises. No problem.
I mean, David, I said this to you many times. Like, as long as you got to play for the national title, that's all you should care about, because you will have, in essence, gotten away with it. You know, once Petiti showed you he's got no spine, and the CFP is in Rico's pocket, the networks, I don't think they're going to, quote, get got. I will be very surprised, because ultimately, Michigan's PR strategy has always been brilliant. Deflect, deny, delay. And what the NCAA doesn't have time for, and what they also don't have, is an unlimited pile of money. Michigan can lawyer up. Now, what I would tell you is you don't want to end up in court. That's where discovery at. You don't want that. But you can delay this and appeal it, and maybe the NCAA just kind of passes away like Nona by the time it would all see itself. You know, or conveniently just die like Ed Martin right before he was supposed to talk. I'm just saying it was beneficial. What, David? The guy died like 10 minutes before he was supposed to talk to the feds.
Because it feels like a spy that eats that pill right before
I
they get caught.
He died in his hospital room on a Sunday, and he was supposed to testify that next morning.
It's just, you know, sometimes Nona passes and the inheritance is convenient.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. Let me go to Brett, 97.1. Brett, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. I'm calling from the Home Plate Club once again. How you guys today?
From the 1901 Society.
That's right,
How's
baby.
the view,
1901 all the way. Hey, I'm doing great. This is a message more so to everyone listening, and specifically to the Colts. I've been a Michigan fan my entire life, and been hearing all these calls today, and I finally called because I'm pissed off. Get over it. We cheated. It's disgusting. That title means nothing. It means absolutely. I'm sorry, David. That title means absolutely nothing to me now. You know, when Harbaugh went to the NFL and ran away like a big old cat, I really was like, I'll give Sharon Moore the benefit of the doubt. Let's see where this goes. Now, after yesterday, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I'm entering the transfer portal. Find me a new college. You know, I'm not even beyond going to Michigan State for you guys.
You don't want to do that.
Care. I mean, I've been listening to you guys for 10 years. So honestly, hearing your guys' love for state, whatever, but I probably won't go that route. I live out here in South Dakota. My girl's a Nebraska fan. Honestly, Dominic Raiola was an all-time great. His son's kind of a weirdo, but I'm kind of interested to see how Nebraska does with Dylan. So I'm going to stay with Michigan basketball. Hope that gets better. But, yeah, the Colt, y'all got to get over yourselves. This title means nothing.
No, I mean, listen.
And I think a lot of it, Brett, is because you're out in South Dakota right now, and you're not knee deep in Colt mania.
I also would like to defend Michigan fans. You have every right to feel that the title is great. I'm not asking you not to feel that. I've never asked that. You just don't get to tell me how to feel about it. It's very simple. It's a very peaceful existence, unless you want to make it not peaceful. It just seems silly to me.
Right. And make people accept it.
David.
Someone says, now, when I think of Ed Martin, all I will able to think of is the turtleneck man in Cuba from The Godfather with the pillow.
I didn't say that. I said it as an example. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. The fact that old Eddie didn't get a chance to talk to the feds and passed away peacefully.
Peacefully in his sleep in his hotel bed.
So I'm just...
hospital.
Hotel bed.
Hospital.
Now.
I'm just making a point. Maybe with the shifting sands of college football, if you can kick this thing down the road for another year, how do I know the NCAA exists in a year? What if Rico's TV people decide we're just going to have 2 super leagues? And the NCAA, what if you break away from the NCAA? That is a strategy. If I were repping U of M, that's absolutely in the playbook of what I'm going to try to do.
If I can get you a job on the committee, would you come back?
A committee of what?
The new committee that we're working on.
What, CFP?
Yeah.
For only if you let me fire Charlie Baker into the sun.
Oh, no. It's all going to be a new committee.
A con artist.
We'll need a couple media consultants.
I'm in.
We'll talk.
I'm in.
Will that get you back on board and I can forget about the slander? We can find some. We can put some money in your pocket.
Can I send Maryland out of the Big Ten?
No.
Well, then I'm out.
We like Maryland. But you know what? I'll give you Nebraska. I
don't want them either.
Or Rutgers. You can have.
Now
can kick
get
one of them
rid of
out.
them. They don't belong here.
You can kick one of them out if you want.
Okay, I'm in. I'm back. All right, we're going to have some fun next. We got a draft to do. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevy in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound, to be exact. Andrew and the sales staff, man, they want to be a Chevy dealer. And right now, there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. It's time to check out that all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads, and with a new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever, it's the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or your next adventure. And get this, you can pull off the lot in the Rico deal for just $259 a month. Yeah, $259 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevy is making it easier than ever to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for more details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress purchased by millions every year is Serta. They have the experience with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sale, you save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Just go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so we're going to have a little fun for a second. So I always make fun of Rico about how he's ruined college football and him and his TV executive friends. But I say, you know what? The man's back from vacation. He's glowing. Let's not start on the wrong foot.
You going to be apologetic?
No.
Okay. Not apologizing, Jim.
No, I am going to try to broker peace by a couple times this month in the lead up to week 0. Having positive college football drafts. Now, one of the things I do still love about the sport is the irreverence to football helmets. That schools are not afraid to put a giant cartoon duck on their helmet or a disco ball or a laser frog or, in the case of Central Florida, an orange monot, which is an astronaut whose head is made of an orange. These are the things that make college football fun. So I said, you know what? We're doing a college football draft with a twist. What I want to do is the best, and David's going to pull the draft order. We will do a 5-round draft. The best non-brand name, non-blue blood helmets in college football. Meaning you can't select Michigan or Notre Dame or Texas. Those are blue magic, brand name.
Okay.
The schools absolutely can be in a power conference. They just can't be one of the power brokers historically.
So, that being said, would MSU fall into the power broker school?
Yeah, they've made the college football playoff. Okay. They actually have some level of history, and they're a brand, top 20 revenue, top 20 attendance. Okay. Can't do it. Now, Maryland, not a brand.
Okay.
And I know you love turtles. Any questions on how we want to do this?
I have a question. So you can only pick one specific helmet from one team, correct?
Correct.
So what if, let's say it was Michigan State was eligible and David picked the script logo on the helmet. Could I then pick the Gruff Sparty one too?
You could.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Yes.
So I could take the Georgia all-black helmet.
Here's the problem. This is the other rule. It has to be a helmet that's in regular rotation.
Gotcha.
This cannot be a pro combat, like when Georgia pulverized, Hawaii in the bowl game, and they wore a silver helmet. Rest in peace, Timmy Chang. You can't pick that helmet. It doesn't exist. You can't select the helmet Army wore 2 years ago. You can't do it.
Gotcha.
It has to be in regular rotation. Do we all agree?
Okay.
So, David, do you want to draw the draft order?
Oh, I have the draft order right here.
All right.
Mike, you are first. I am second. Rico, you are third. Kenny is last.
I demand a recount.
I don't want the first pick. All right, fine. But it's snake draft, so that means Kenny would lead the second round. So I go first, David second, Rico third, Kenny fourth. You want to do this? We got some music? Yes. All right. With the first pick in the ridiculous 2024 college football helmet draft, I select the Tulane Angry Wave powder blue lids. They're sexual. They're beautiful. They're enticing. And it's got an angry wave holding a megaphone.
You know what? According to the mock drafts that we saw, I knew exactly where Mike was going to go with this. I knew he was going with Tulane.
I love the Tulane helmets.
So, yeah, Todd, it went right as I thought it was going to go.
I may come back and draft the white version of them, too. Go ahead. David, you're up next.
I take you to the Big 12. And I love pitchforks. I'm going Arizona State.
Which version? They got a zillion.
Yeah, I'm going with their yellow with the pitchfork.
Okay, because they also have that like Lamborghini one where it's 18, like it's iridescent.
Yes.
Then they got Sparky giant head version.
Right.
And you're taking the standard.
Yes.
And they also have the black version with the pitchfork.
They do.
They got them all.
I want the yellow one.
All right.
Okay.
Now we go to Rico Beard with the third pick in the 2024 off-brand college football helmet draft.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Just do it.
Take you to the ACC.
Oh, my God, you didn't do it.
I take you to North Carolina State, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh, no. Mr. Woofy.
Yes, Mr.
Which one?
Woofy. The
red or white? You like the clown ones.
Yes.
Mr.
Woofy. This
is
one right here.
Yes. I like the white one, but fine, because Mr. Woofy is Gruff Sparty ACC style. It's a great helmet, and factually, NC State hasn't won Bupkis ever. I clear it. Now we go to Kenny Cott for the turn. Kenny, your first selection.
So the first one that I had on my draft board is still there. We go to San Diego State with the red Aztec helmets.
The mosaic.
Yeah. I love those. I've always loved those. They're sweet.
Looks like
They're
hieroglyphics.
beautiful.
Yeah, people, if you haven't seen those, worth a look. Excellent. Kenny has that wallpaper in his bedroom.
And then next we got the East Carolina Pirate logo with the purple lid with the black pirate logo on the side.
You don't deserve that helmet.
Kenny, I thought that's where he would maybe go.
Son of a-
But I guess he wanted Tulane first.
Tell me that's not a good turn, 2 selections
It's
right
a
there.
great the hell with your first one.
Kenny.
The ECU purple hydrochrome with yellow face mask is art.
Kenny, sit by the phone because Mike's going to be making a phone call for a trade.
I want my picks back, and I want Putney.
You pancake.
Back to Rico.
Well, you know what? I am going to go to the Big 12. Give me Iowa State.
Which one?
Oh, I forgot the one where, hold on, it's...
They do the white, they do the red, and then once a year they do the blackout.
Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Oh, my God.
Red one. The red one. The
standard.
red one. Yes, the red one.
Really?
Yeah, I like that with the script state with the eye. Yeah.
Okay. Over to David.
I'm going to go over to UAB.
The Blazers?
I'm going to the Blazers. I'm going with their white helmet with the snake dragon or whatever they call that
dragon.
thing. Yeah, I'm going with that white one right there.
All right.
I like the white.
Kenny broke my heart, but you know what? I have a way out of this. My first selection, I'm going to go to Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm going to go to the alma mater of Sandra Bullock. I'm going to take East Carolina's white script helmet with the yellow face mask. Gorgeous. It doesn't feature the Jolly Roger, but it's still sick. Hydrochrome lettering. Beautiful. All right. For my second selection, now I gotta do this because I know one of you scumbags will take them. Give me SMU Mustangs.
Oh!
Power selection.
Which one?
Not the Disco D, the actual just normal Mustang regular helmet. It's beautiful.
That was next up on the list.
Thank God. All right. Back over to David. Can't believe Kenny got the purple hydrochromes.
All right, here we go. I am going over to the American Athletic Conference.
Great helmet conference.
And I'm going to take UTSA.
The Roadrunners.
The Roadrunners. I'm going to go with their blue helmet with the Roadrunner
It's
on the
lovely.
side.
It really is. It's ridiculous.
It is.
But lovely. By the way, is Frank Harris back for year 13 at quarterback? Over to Rico Beard.
I hope not.
Jesus.
Mike, I don't know if this will be a brand name or
We
not.
will judge.
But I believe they are now a part of the Big 12. I'm going to go with the black Cincinnati Bearcat.
They are a part of the Big 12.
They are.
And they are ass. But the helmet's beautiful.
Yes.
And that's a Sauce Gardner thing. Yeah. I know you. I know where your loyalties lie. Over to Kenneth Cott.
So you make all the hillbilly jokes about me that you like, but I like the Wyoming white cowboy helmets, so I'm going to take those right
I
off
hate
the
your
board.
guts.
Those
I
are
hate your
fantastic.
guts.
I'm just going to try to steal every one of Mike's helmets.
It's a beautiful helmet. If you can make Dookie Brown and PP Yellow look good, you know Wyoming's doing it right. Great helmet.
And second of all, we got the Western Kentucky, the Grimace helmets.
Yes!
The black with the red logo on the
Yes.
side. And if I can, I'd like the googly eye visor, but if that's not possible, no big deal.
I'm adding it.
You know what?
It's
You
a
can have
great
it.
pull by you.
Yes.
Great pull by you.
You know what?
Back to Rico.
Speaking of brown helmets,
Western?
I'm going to go to a school that's near and dear to David's heart. Give me the brown Western Michigan Broncos.
That's the pudding helmets.
That was next on my list.
Yes. Those are hideous.
I love them.
You just killed the music. The helmet is so bad, you killed the music.
The oversized Bronco.
Over to David.
All right, so I'm going to do this now that you took Western Michigan from me. And they have made this a part of their program for the future here. I thought it was just one time. They got sued, but I'm going with the Houston Oilers helmet.
I'm going to allow it because they've said NFL FU, we're wearing it again.
I thought it was going to be ineligible, but they made it a part of their program.
It's a good pull. Now, I've got a double dip here, right?
Yep.
First one, I'm going to take 2 helmets. They're from the same school. Controversial, I know. I want the Oklahoma State all-white, oversized Pistol Pete helmet. And I want to stay with Oklahoma State. I want the black matte finish cowboy helmet.
You know what? We're pressed for time, or else I would be objecting this, saying that's a brand name.
That's not a brand name.
Oklahoma State's a brand
Their
name.
coach got a mullet. You can't be a brand name with a hillbilly
if you can
coach.
complete this phrase, I'm 40.
Okay. You want me to take it off the board?
I think they're brand name. They are the face of the Big 12 now.
Fine. Luckily, I came prepared for this nonsense. I'll take Boise State's white script outline draw of the Bronco with the number on the
Give
one
them
side.
Oklahoma State. Give them Oklahoma State.
No, I'm taking Boise State right there. And then we're going to go one more level. I'll take Oregon State, Bucky Beaver, where it's the guy wearing his little fun Navy hat, the beaver on the side of the helmet.
Okay.
Quickly. All right, here we go. I'm going to go La Tech. This is now a part of they've been doing it since 2022. Their red helmet with their blue in their teeth.
Shout out Tim Rattay and former Steeler Troy Edwards. Over to Rico.
I am going to Tempe, Arizona. I'm going with the Arizona State black helmets with the fork on them.
Double Arizona State. We finish with Kenneth Cott. He's had a strong draft. Kenny, you're the final pick.
I'm going to finish off with one of my favorite side of the helmet logos. That's UTEP. You got the blue logo, or you got the blue helmet with the orange pickaxe as the logo. I love that one.
Dude, that is a deep pull. That was on my list. That's like CBS Sports Network at 1 a.m.
I always just remember seeing it. I was like, that's the coolest helmet logo at this time of the night.
Send in the ticket text. Who won the draft? What was the worst omission? We'll get to all of it next. 97.1. All right, summer, full swing, even though today's weather sucks. Your schedule has only gotten busier. You need to get dinner on the table. You need to come home from wiffle ball practice tonight. How about Hungry Howie's? You'll have dinner on the table in 20 minutes, and they are offering a great deal across the board. You get any of their famous pizzas, $14.99 each, limited time only, your choice of flavored crust. And yes, that includes the limited time special pizzas, the pickle bacon ranch, the Kenny Cott as we call it, or the backyard burger pizza. Any pizza at Hungry Howie's, $14.99. You get the flavored crust. Go to hungryhowies.com to download the app and start your order now. Limited time only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Kerry Carpenter is set to begin a rehab with Toledo this week. Him and Riley Green could be back with the big league club as soon as the end of the road trip, according to Chris McCoskey. The Tigers face the Mariners tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 9:40. Former Tiger outfielder Anthony Gose is making his return to Major League Baseball following Tommy John surgery. He was recalled from AAA today by the Guardians. He last pitched in an MLB game in 2022, where he threw 21 innings, logging a .471 ERA. Detroit CDFC has added more plots of land to their proposed stadium site. According to Cranes, it doubles their footprint. In a statement, CEO Sean Mann said DCFC has acquired the parcels necessary for the stadium site. The club looks forward to initiating a public process around the project in the coming months, end quote. Christian McCaffrey has a calf strain. He's unlikely to participate in any preseason games. Team USA Men's Hoops has held Brazil to 34% from the field in the first half and leads 63-36. Second half just underway. Joel Embiid paces the Americans in scoring with 14 and 7. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we'll get to a football today in a few minutes. David, the ticket text after a very emotional draft. I feel like I got too cute. I missed out on my number one helmet, ECU. What do the people have to say?
But you got the fighting green wave.
I love
with the fist.
I love the angry wave. Go ahead, Dave.
Someone says no one went Duke. The matte black with the chrome D in rotation. That one is gorgeous.
I can't do it. I hate everything Duke football. I can't. I got stuck with Daniel Jones because of Duke.
Oh,
and I got stuck with Dave Brown because of Duke back in the day. I can't do it.
Someone's asking you, Mike, how haven't you picked the white Wyoming helmet?
I know. I understand. Okay? How about the fact I underestimated Kenny's intelligence and his taste in helmets?
Wow.
Unlike other people, I'm just being honest.
Here's a few down the line that was not selected. Someone says Utah all day should have been selected. The Richmond Spiders was a good one that no one took.
Not even D1.
The Black Sailor Tiger Mizzou helmet.
Those are amazing.
Yeah,
I just don't know if they're going to wear them again.
And that's always the question mark. That's why I didn't know about Houston until
they said
decided.
they are.
Right.
Yes.
Coastal Carolina teal helmet with the Chanticleer logo on the side. Someone's calling Rico out. Well, I guess they're calling us out.
What happened?
Cincinnati made the playoffs. That can't count. Well, we didn't catch it in time.
I'm actually okay with it because Cincinnati had it basically, you know what Cincinnati is? TCU 2.0. Neither are a brand. Both made the playoffs. Both quickly faded into oblivion.
Which leads me to this one because someone's saying if TCU was considered, someone should have taken them. They're not a blue blood.
No, they're not. They had the one magical year. The truth, and I think they're going to be awful again this year, by the way. They've got the Magna Frog, which is like the methed out, like, Chernobyl frog. Then they have the chrome. Oh, yeah. They got it. They got a ton of good helmets.
I'm sorry.
No, they could have been selected.
They could have. Someone saying no love for Memphis. The white helmet, blue face mask with the blue tiger stripe.
Oh, the stripes. Yeah, that would play.
You know the one I really wanted to do? And
how did you not take Maryland? You love Maryland.
Yeah.
They're not a brand name.
Because I've never been a big fan of the flag of every color in the rainbow.
Got it.
I just haven't.
It is wild.
It is. Now, the oversized Jayhawk of Kansas on the black mat. Yeah.
Yes.
That was on the list.
Brandon in Texas says no military academies in the helmet draft.
No. The only one that would make it would be Air Force because they wear the lightning bolt.
They were on my list.
You can't take hand-painted special edition helmets that are used one time and one time only. They don't qualify.
But I figured Army, Navy, are they a brand?
But that Army helmet, the regular helmet, it's just, I'm sorry, it's not good enough to go.
No, it's just gold.
Yeah.
And Navy's is just, gold. There's nothing to it. Like Penn State's helmets suck. They look like the Spaceballs.
No, but David, I'm shocked that you didn't take Delaware State.
That would have been a way to do it for sure. Someone says San Diego State was a great selection.
I think Kenny
won
solid
the draft. He did.
The googly eye, the Western Kentucky. Yeah.
Those hydrochromes with Grimace on there, it's a power look.
Yeah, see, I didn't want to blow his ego up, but there's a lot of text coming in saying that Kenny won the draft.
I think he did.
Outstanding.
He stole ECU. He got Wyoming right from underneath me. The Western Kentucky poll was solid. I didn't like the UTEP selection. I think those are hideous, but that's okay.
Someone's asking, they are asking you, Kenny, where are the Golden Grizzlies on your list?
Let me know when they have a D1 football team or even a D2 football team.
No, Toledo, someone's saying. Yeah, no.
No. By the way, good to see Daquan Finn back for year 30 in college football.
Leave Finn alone.
He's terrible.
He's the starting quarterback at a Big 12 school.
Who's going to fire their coach by week 3?
Erroneous.
All right, Dave Aranda.
Is he getting a degree?
He better have 12 by now. With it.
I'm not trying to be rude, Rico.
No, I think that's a little Cass Tech King rivalry right there.
Yeah.
That's all I think that is.
David, he's been in school so long, they call him Doctor.
You know what?
Dr. Finn.
The man's getting free education, okay? He's taking advantage of it.
Still can't throw the damn ball.
I see. That's why I took your Western Michigan Broncos. I took your helmet from you. The brown.
Yeah.
I like it. It's brown.
It was on my list.
But I do like the oversized Bronco.
Yeah. South Dakota Jackrabbits. Did anybody select them? No one.
Are they D1?
South Dakota is D1 AA, I
Doesn't
believe.
count.
Yeah.
Doesn't count. Poverty.
Boise State is a brand name, but I do like their all blue helmet with the orange Bronco.
See, I thought about
I don't think they're brand name.
See, I thought about the Louisville red chrome, but I thought Louisville would be a brand name.
No, you could have gotten that.
Okay.
I would have allowed that.
They had a Heisman Trophy winner.
It doesn't matter.
They're a basketball
went on
program.
to win
nothing.
2 MVPs in the pros.
And he's horrible in the playoffs. They also have the all-black helmet with the red hydrochrome cardinal
they do.
stencil. They got some nice helmets done.
Both North Texas helmets are excellent.
Yes. They're like Welfare Oregon. It's like they got the Oregon cast-off helmets. Have you seen North Texas?
No, let me look this.
They have like the giant. It's like Oregon's leftovers, and they went, It's like when a team loses the Super Bowl and poor kids in Panama get the T-shirts.
You get the helmet now.
Like Phil Knight didn't like the design. Send it to Denton, Texas. But it
does feel that way, yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. They like the Oregon Design Lab. Send them to Denton.
Yeah. No, not quite.
Doesn't make the cut.
Let's just put a little
San
something
Francisco
on the back.
49ers Super Bowl champions. Poor kid in Bolivia.
It really does look like the Oregon.
It is,
the
man.
wings. Take a couple stripes off and give it to North Texas.
It's bad. It's bad, isn't it?
It is.
David, one more, and then we'll get to business.
Someone's saying the Georgia Tech huge yellow jacket helmet should have been selected.
The honeycomb?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the honeycomb helmet. They
This
still
is-
wear them?
The point I'm making is this is one of the few things Rico hasn't ruined in the sport yet. So once a week, I will find a positive in college football.
You know what? I really like the backhanded compliments that you give me.
It's true. I'm proving you haven't destroyed everything yet. Your Thanos routine on what used to be my number one sport.
You cashed out. You cashed out, so we're moving on.
You made Spider-Man disappear.
He came back.
How annoying was he in those movies? All right.
People loved him.
Let's go to a football today, and then I have a very serious question for the top of the hour.
Come on, Mr. Stark.
Okay, the best place to bet games this summer, FanDuel. Look, it's the Olympics. Please do not be a ding-dong. If you're going to play, have fun. You can't possibly take this stuff serious. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports, or maybe sports you have no understanding of, like badminton. I don't know. FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up, start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Not much trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Add corner Emmanuel Mosley to the growing list of Detroit Lions injuries lately. Mosley tore his pectoral muscle in joint practice yesterday and is out indefinitely. Melifanu, Zeitler, Malcolm Rodriguez, and Laporta all set out today as well in day 2 of joint practices with the Giants. Terrion Arnold received some good news, however, as he's passed his concussion test after a hard collision with the Giants lineman yesterday. Arnold was back in uniform today. The Tigers take on the Seattle Mariners tonight. Seattle enters play as the top team in the AL West by a game and a half. It pits Cater Montero against Luis Castillo, who holds a 3.43 ERA. Coverage starts at 9:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers could have Kerry Carpenter and Riley Green back as soon as next Tuesday when the team returns home. Charles Barkley is not retiring from broadcasting after all. The 61-year-old ex-NBA star is not only staying on the air, but he said he's not jumping networks despite the ongoing league rights saga. Quote, I've been impressed by the leadership team who's fighting hard and have been aggressive in adding new properties to TNT Sports, which I am very excited about, end quote. USA Women's Soccer defeated Germany 1-0 today thanks to an extra-time goal by Sophia Smith. They're on to the gold medal game on Saturday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. If you're looking for Harbaugh discussion, Odyssey.com rewind. We spent plenty of time on it. We're done with it. I have a question. So I read an article, and it really got me thinking. And there are several. I mean, you can go anywhere you want. Viewership for the Summer Olympics is through the roof. And there's one problem. I don't know who the hell's watching it. I don't know anybody who watches this garbage. Like right now, USA and Brazil are on. Who cares? Like I don't, hey.
You really don't?
I'm being serious. I know I'm probably the problem. I know I'm probably the outlier. Someone help me. I haven't watched 10 seconds of the Olympics, nor will I. I don't care. It means nothing. All the Olympics are is a grift that usually puts the country that hosts it into bankruptcy.
That may be true.
And it's just a bunch of sports no one cares about and people I'll never see again. Help me understand this.
Mike,
because David is like upset now.
No.
Not upset.
You are truly in the minority because for you, if it's not football, basketball, or horse racing, it's pretty
baseball, hockey.
Yeah. But the Olympic sports, there are people watching. Now, for a lot of people, I think it's background noise. You may have it on, and then you like kind of dip in and dip out like a baseball game. The best thing that ever happened to the Olympics was Peacock and streaming because it broke down every event. So guess what? You didn't have to watch everything. If you want to watch track and field, boom, go to the track and field link, and you just watch that. You want to watch gymnastics. And gymnastics is always big in the Summer Olympics. You could just watch gymnastics. If you want to watch the hoop team, you can do that. So yeah, the streaming part of this, it was like it was made for the Olympics.
Well, let me support Rico's point before David lectures us. The opening Sunday of competition drew NFL-like numbers, averaging 41.5 million viewers across all NBC platforms. That nearly equaled the 42 million who watched the most watched regular season game, Cowboys-Commanders Thanksgiving weekend. Through Thursday's NBC, this is just about this weekend, NBC primetime coverage was averaging 34 million across all platforms, up 79% from Tokyo. Yeah. One problem. I don't know any of these 42 million people.
You do, Mike.
No one I know watches.
I've watched it. David's watched it. Kenny's watched it.
No, you're losers, though. There's a difference. I'm talking about winners.
No.
They gave away $60 medals over the weekend. So I know a lot of people were watching, but I'm going to call Bula Bula on the numbers.
Okay.
Because of streaming. Streaming has changed everything, and I don't think that's true numbers to what people are watching on the television. I have not used Peacock once during these Olympics. I've watched everything I've wanted to and needed to by watching regular cable. Right. USA, NBC, CNBC, whatever it's on, I've watched.
But
and I've been just fine.
I've used Peacock because it was easier to find the event that I cared about.
He's such a TV exec scumbag.
Well,
go ahead. You keep shilling for that streaming, you piece. I can't wait. Yeah, hey, Rico, what are you up to? I'm watching Maryland and Illinois on the Peacock.
Now, what I will say is it will make it convenient because there were times I was watching archery and they didn't finish the broadcast. They went to maybe soccer was starting, so they would go to the soccer match, and I had to go and wait for them to come back and show me the results.
Right, and the other thing, like if you miss an event, they'll have the entire race or they'll have whatever. You could just click on that and you just watch that race.
And that happened. I know you're going to laugh, Mike. I watched the road race, the men on Saturday, the women on Sunday. That's a 4-hour, 5-hour thing.
See, that's loser.
That's
loser.
My goodness. So I'm watching on CNBC. Of course, they're going in and out because they have other things they can show in the middle of a 5-hour race.
So let me ask you you two fine Olympiad supporters. Have you watched, this is again from one of the articles, Peacock's whip around highlight show, The Gold Zone. It's become the breakout star of the Olympics.
It's basically the red zone. I have not.
Okay.
Because there's very few events that really I want to watch other than, because basketball, you know they're going to win. But yeah, like track and field, that was fun because nothing was guaranteed in any of those races.
See, I did take a look at that over the weekend because I said they gave away like 60 medals on Saturday and Sunday alone. So I wanted to see how they jumped in and out to the different things. There was things going on for discus,
right?
For shot put.
How about the dude whose wrench knocked down the pole vault?
Okay.
Never seen something like that.
I was going to say Noah Lyles.
I think he won in the end.
Do.
I think he won in the end after that situation.
He knocked his nuts right off the bar and took it down. I mean, Stoney showed me that highlight yesterday. There's my Olympic coverage. That's all.
Thing is, he's probably more popular now.
I was about to say that Olympic Village
before the match.
They probably love him there.
Hey, you lost? Oh, wait a minute. You're that guy, aren't you?
I think that guy's actually getting like OnlyFans requests from stars on Only. I'm not joking. I think that's actually a thing.
Put it this way: Olympic Village is going to be pretty nice for him.
I mean, Stoney showed me because Stoney he's a purveyor of all things creepy and or perverse. And he's like, you're not going to believe it. This French dude knocked the pole vault bar down with his boner. I'm like, what? And then I'm like, all right, we're not doing this on the air. So then he showed me during a break, and I'm like,
that actually happened.
Wow, I'll be damned. Stoney was onto something here. So I wanted to ask the question. Is just the numbers say the Olympics are taking over everything, that they are outdrawing the highest profile NFL games of the year. I don't watch any of it. I don't care. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Snoop Dogg gets paid $500,000 a day to be in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
It's good to be the king.
No, but how does it work? How did you go from gin and juice to making $500,000 a day?
Well, the same way that Ice Cube is making Disney movies.
Are we there yet?
Right. The same man
film.
who made F the Police. Oh, are we there yet? Okay.
21 Jump Street. 24.
You'd be amazed.
248-539-9797. If you are all into it, I'd love to hear from you, but I also would like to know, are there any of my people out there who go, what the heck? Why would anyone?
Mike, you know what you are? And this may put it in perspective because I always wonder, when the Super Bowl comes on, who's like the other 60% of the country who's
that
not
aren't
watching the Super Bowl?
Now that, great question.
That's you. Right now with the Olympics.
Yeah.
Because you're like, wow, they got 40% of the people are watching Super Bowl. Well, what the heck were the other 60% of the people watching?
Yeah,
that's
you're
with
right.
The Olympics.
It's very true. I guess for me, I just can't, like, what am I supposed to, I'm watching badminton. I have great pride in this.
I love it. I love watching it.
David,
I've watched it.
David, you're the same guy who watches the combine.
That is very
You're
true.
not
So I'm
the
crazy.
type of person I associate with. I only speak to you because I work with you. I don't like anything about your viewing habits. You're a loser.
I sit here and go crazy when the combine is on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Kenny has been laughing at me. All last week he was laughing at me as I was paying attention to, let's just say archery. I was watching that.
How?
Okay, no.
Paying attention
in all seriousness, you go to talk to David pre-show, and David is doing passive listening. Like, he's not really listening to you.
They were finishing up a race. Give me a second.
Tablet. Like, David, I think I'm just going to quit the show and quit and become a priest. All right, so what are we going to do for 2? David, I just said I was quitting. Okay, and what now? Yeah, he's not paying attention. He's on his tablet.
All right, where are you with the Olympics? All in or all out? Just state your case. And I'm only kidding with David. I don't care if he likes the Olympics. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know anyone watching him. I don't. Now here, David, okay, fine. I work with David. It's just, David's a weirdo.
Like the wife's not watching it?
Hell no. No time for this crap.
No, I'm just saying it's the Olympics have a huge demographic with women love watching.
I know, it's just, why am I supposed to care? Help me care.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
You don't have to.
I feel like these numbers are telling me I should.
Just means he hates America.
Wow.
All right, you know
okay,
what?
Then. Live from the Kremlin, it's Saturday night. Jesus, man. 248-539-9797.
Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Specs at LTU is ready to help you get your radio career or your television career, or if you want to be a graphic design artist and get your business started, Specs at LTU can help be the first steps of that journey. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. It means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the massive screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino, right in downtown Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, well, we've sparked a real conversation here. I've just asked the question, you all in or all out on the Olympics? I'm all out. I don't watch them. I don't care about them. I'm not mad if you do, but I was blown away by the TV numbers. Now, are they trumped up? Is it more of Rico's, shell game with his network friends?
No,
again,
I think they're legit.
42 million people are watching the Olympics, which matches the highest NFL game. And that's across all NBC streaming platforms. I just wanted to know where you're at with it. David, ticket text, and we'll go to the people. Go ahead.
I don't mess with the Gold Zone, but I tune in for the primetime rebroadcast every night. I record it and start it a bit late so I can skip anything. That is James in Rochester.
All right.
Someone else says, I'm 100% with you, Mike. Don't care about any of the Olympics, but my brother, sister-in-law, who don't watch any of the big 4 sports, have been watching it nonstop on Peacock.
See, that makes more sense. They're not sports fans, so this is like something unique for them.
Snoop Dogg is entertaining. He is crip walking horses. That was great to see.
Listen, I don't hate the hustle. I just, like I said, $500,000 for him to attend, not to do a concert. Every day he's in Paris, he's making $500,000 to just be there.
Yeah, or if you really want something funny, the Keenan and Kevin Hart little summary of everything.
Correct.
Where they just kind of make fun of all the events that happened that day. So there's so many platforms and elements to this game. For the hardcore, I got to watch my sports, to the casual person, to just the, give me the highlights. The old Sports Center, just give me the brief highlights of what happened that day.
I am watching the Olympics, loving it. Badminton, table tennis, gymnastics, swimming, European handball, and many more.
Unbelievable. All right, let's go to Nick, 97.1. Hi, Nick. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, Mike. How are you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Hey, so your original question wasn't so much are you all in or out as who are these people? And the first thing I thought of is, in the movie Flight Club, when Ed Norton is talking about single-serving friends on an airplane?
Yes.
So in the Olympics, you get single-serving heroes. And I think why that's appealing to people, particularly as you were just talking about, people who don't really watch sports, is that when you watch a game with somebody who's really not into sports, take my wife, she'll sit down and say, okay, now which one is the guy that we don't like because he was just suspended for beating his wife, and which guy's the one who just overcame cancer that we really like? And you, as more than anyone, know the amount of effort that has to go into really following sports.
Yes.
And in the Olympics, you get these people who show up out of the blue. This guy from Turkey that we learned that he got angry and learned how to shoot, and then he goes and he, becomes a world celebrity for all of 8 minutes. But it has those short storylines that people can learn everything they need to learn in the 5-minute lead up to the event. And then they're also really simple sports, so everyone can feel like they're an expert. So instead of some idiot sitting there going, hey, why don't these guys break out the Wildcat? They can watch somebody running in a straight line and go, oh, boy, he really knows how to pick up his knees. Or you have to know literally nothing to have some kind of opinion about what they're doing right or wrong. So you take those two things together, and I think for a lot of people, following sports is like being dropped into the middle of Game of Thrones. They don't understand it, and this makes it accessible for them.
Nick, let me further your point. In the break, Kenny and I are watching water polo, and we're trying to figure out the rules of the game and why are these two off to the side and they're not allowed to participate.
They're in the penalty.
Is that what that
and they're
is?
in that red little box in the water, they're in a penalty.
Because I'm like, how come this team has 2 people in there, but the other one doesn't?
The other one hit the portal.
Now, Rico, imagine that was your life every Sunday and that you didn't understand what a first down was or what holding was, and then all of a sudden someone presents you with a nice, clean story of this person just has to swim faster than the person next to him.
He's right.
Now
Nick,
you can get your fix.
Nick, you're right. You know what it is? It's fast food for sports people. Yeah. You're basically packaging up, here's your little fries, here's your burger, we'll even give you a beverage. Oh, and by the way, this dude grew up on a goat farm, and now he's here trying to win a medal.
Yeah, he grew the potatoes
And half
that you're
the
about to eat.
competitions can fit into an Instagram reel. What's better for today? Thanks, guys. Appreciate you taking the call.
Nick, we appreciate that. Nick explained it in a way that, yes, I understand that.
Yeah. It's very compact. It's simple. You don't have to watch all of the Olympics. You pick and choose what you want, and you throw away the rest.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with Turkish guy got angry, learned to shoot.
Okay. Have you not seen the video of this guy? Like, you got trained Olympians out there with, like, goggles and headphones. Old boy looks like he just finished puffing a heater, turned to the side like he was straight out of a Clint Eastwood movie.
No nothing.
Glasses, and finished second.
So Nikola Jokic arrived at the Olympics.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you're like...
Can you show me this man?
I can. Yeah, absolutely.
I want to see this. Let me go to Tom in the meantime. Now you've got my attention. Let's go to Tom, 97.1.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, Tommy.
I got three things. First, David, your brother cards are getting taken away. You know way too many of these odd sports, archery, water polo. The boys in the city are taking your card away, number one.
It's been gone for a while.
We also do have a drop of David claiming he may, in fact, be white. So it is under review.
He does like deviled eggs, remember? Secondly, the numbers are skewed, Mike, because it's spread around, 40, 50 different sports, where an NFL game, that $42 million is based on one specific game.
Yeah.
So plus with all the streaming services. And thirdly, I think majority of the people watching it are pervs like Stoney watching beach volleyball, gymnastics, and these women wearing their thongs and everything.
Oh, dear.
That's just my thought.
Okay. All right. I don't know about the last. Now, do you watch the. Oh, my God. He just showed me the Turkish guy, Tommy.
Well, go look at the beach volleyball girls.
Noted.
Don't do it on the station computer.
Don't do it on the work computer. Do it on your phone or whatever.
Everybody calm down. We're good.
But that's going to explain a lot because there are a lot. There are a lot of people like
David. Do you co-sign that? Is that your?
They
thing?
are great athletes.
David doesn't watch women's beach volleyball here at work.
They are great athletes.
So why is the Turkish guy such a big story?
Because everybody, when you look at him,
you have to show him what the regular people wear.
He literally looks like just dude off the street.
It's just like a plumber holding a gun.
Like everybody else is out there. Let me find, like they're out there like looking, okay, I got the special ear things on and goggles. He's just regular. He just showed up.
Yeah,
like
he looks like a guy who showed up after bowling league on Tuesday night.
Correct.
Was at the range.
Yes.
Correct.
So let me find what the other ones look like. Because he's all over the place.
Okay, that's fine. We've got plenty of time. We'll go to Cliff, 97.1. Hi, Cliff.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Cliff. What's up?
Well, I'm going to say this, that first of all, I'm a hardcore Lions fan, so let me get that out the way. But in terms of the Olympics, it's good watching. These are the finest athletes in the world and at the highest level of competition. So, I suggest you check it out. It's worth watching, without a doubt. I'm all in. I've been watching the Olympics for decades and with my daughter. So we watch it like crazy. So that's all I can tell you.
It's all good. Cliff, it's just something, like I said, I feel like I'm kind of left out of the party. I don't watch it. I don't get it. And then I read the TV numbers and I went, well, damn, I'm definitely the problem here because the numbers are massive. And then, yes, I work with two people watching water polo. I not the best moment.
It's riveting.
No, Kenny and I were just trying to figure out the rules on the fly. Like, I don't really get this, but who's winning?
See, but that's one thing I love about the Olympics is because every 4 years you can remind yourself, look up the rules, and then you just forget it. And then it comes back around and you're like, huh?
But see, I think I'd be more interested if you came up with a highlight reel of people failing. It would be like the oopsies, or what was the Sports Center, the not top 10. If you presented me an Olympic program of people completely in a catastrophic manner failing, I would watch that.
There were some crashes in the road cycling.
Right. Like you show me that. You show me like a gymnast like flying into the sun. I don't know. Like I would go that route.
Yeah, the diving contest was interesting to see. Kenny's right there.
Or Stoney's French pole vaulter.
That's a oopsie.
Knocked the bar off with his own chandelier. Those things, that's like, wow, okay. I can't do it. Like, did you guys, what are you about to show me?
Oh, no, I'm just going to show you what a normal person looks like. Go ahead, keep talking.
No, I want you to show
pull
me.
up the photo.
Okay.
Here we go. So,
okay, so that's what like a real Olympian looks like.
Yes.
In the shooting, yeah.
Right. He just came in with a T-shirt and a gun.
I think he had some earbuds in, but that's it.
Earbuds and a gun.
The other guy looks like Donnie from The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Got it.
This guy's uniformed up, got the specialty
This other
stuff.
cat just showed up in a stained polo shirt and pointed a gun.
Right.
Okay, that I do find the humor in that.
Right.
That's amazing.
Nicole, yeah, he just walked in like you could. It looks like he just finished puffing on the heater.
I was gonna say the only way it gets better is he had a cigarette hanging out his mouth. Like if it was like Leland 1989. Jesus.
Looking like a garage mechanic.
Did he win?
He came in second.
Good for him.
All the rest of them are like, what am I doing wrong?
This other guy's got night vision goggles on. It's unbelievable.
Right. You almost think like, was he just like a former assassin who had nothing to do and said, you know what, I'll just go out for the team.
Probably better you don't know that.
That's true.
All right, summertime, Moran Buick GMC. They're having their 24 model year-end closeout sale. They've reduced prices on all remaining 24 models in stock. You can get to Moran, and you're always going to get that best price period. Also, don't forget about MoranExpress.com. You get the certified service. You bring your vehicle in. You get the loaner. You go about your day. They call you when your vehicle's done. You're going to get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, summer. You know what it means in the beer world. Shandy. It's generally like lighter mixed with a lemonade. Look, Old Nation has just gone to a different place. Like, I don't really care what the Germans or the Brits do. It's very simple. Old Nation does it better. Independently owned. Old Nation Brewing Company, solidly one of the best craft brewers in America. And Old Nation Shandy, it's top of the charts. That's why you guys sell it out no matter how much they make. It disappears off the shelves. So get your Old Nation Shandy before it's gone. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly and always plan for a safe ride home whenever you enjoy a great beer. It's Old Nation Brewing. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. Unlike yesterday, we weren't held captive by Wojo out there. I mean, it was chaos. He seems to be in a better headspace today. Also, Rico was watching water polo. So just really a lot happening. What do you have on ticket text as we hit the home stretch here?
Eric from Ypsilanti says, I only watch Peacock for the Olympics, same as Rico, so I can watch the complete event of those that I want to watch. Also, see events they don't put on the other station.
Oh, you mean like Michigan State football? It's going to drive me nuts having to stream football this fall. I hate it.
How about this?
What?
Let me just tell you what happens with Michigan State. You don't have to watch it. I know you're going to say, I got a radio show. No, you don't. I'll watch it for you, and I'll give you a detailed breakdown. I'm going to save your sanity, Mike.
Here's the preview of what's happening most Saturdays to them. Wait, where is it? Right there.
You know what? Just walk away.
Tell me.
I'll give you the breakdown.
Can you just tell me, please? Do you understand it is like minus 140 to bet the under 4.5? What the hell? How could MSU possibly go 4?
Mike, they're the unknown. They have 62 brand new players.
Thank God.
Okay, so therefore, they could end up being just like we think they are, or they can end up being great. No one knows. So you just take the safest route. That's why.
All right. Take it easy. David, go ahead.
True story. Like one of the players had like this fundraiser because his mother's sick. So, and I'm literally sitting there, and I'm like, I only know 2 players in here. Like
Well, it's funny you say that. We're gonna do. You know, I've been saying to you we were going to do positive college football stuff this month so you don't feel bad about yourself. We're going to do one negative. We're going to sit down before this season starts. Yeah. And I'm going to set an over-under on how many players Rico and I can name on Michigan State's roster.
Yeah, I mean,
no studying, no BS, time limit.
I'm like, okay, that's Dylan Tatum, that's Chuck Brantley, and that's Nick Marsh. And I'm assuming all of these other athletic brothers are on the team. I have no idea who they are.
Athletic brothers.
Woo! They was like, yeah, that's your secondary room. Okay.
Yeah. Who?
I didn't know.
Once again, another way Rico's wrecked everything. David, go ahead.
I'm watching the Olympics because what else am I going to watch? Another episode of The Office that I've watched 47 times. It's just something different.
And definitely not Tiger baseball, even though they're back on TV, which is nice. But
it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. Again, what do you want me to say? I mean, I brought it up yesterday, and it's probably the last time we bring up anything Tiger related before, unless Jackson Jobe made a miracle start or something. It's all about the offseason. If they have another offseason like the last 2, forget it. They have to begin behaving differently.
We're not following Max Clark?
No, because what you do in A ball doesn't mean anything to me.
It was AA now, I thought.
No, it's high A.
It is high. It's
A-ish.
There's still not a second A there.
By the time you get to AA, you're 2 levels away from being at the level I need you at.
He's going to start next year in AA, and he still won't be on the major league team.
Close.
From Ryan, someone says, I've watched the Olympics nonstop since opening night. Who doesn't watch the Olympics? It's the highest level of competition.
In sports no one cares about. The highlight was what Stoney showed me.
It's why they're called Olympic sports.
Right. Sports no one cares about. The sports I don't want to fund so I have more money for my football program.
It's wrestling on right now. That's important.
It's the 60% of the people who don't watch the Super Bowl. They watch the Olympics.
But they're losers. You have to watch the Super Bowl.
You realize they say the same about you.
That's fine.
Okay.
I watch football, a real sport that makes money. And those people watch fencing.
Here's the other beautiful thing about the Olympics, though. You're not going to like this, Mike, but it's kind of like horse racing. The events don't last that long.
Right.
So you don't have to sit there and invest 4 hours of your day. In 15 minutes, you can see everything you need to see.
Right, and there's a champion. Like, you sit down every night, you're going to see like a Game 7 of the World Series.
So, yeah, it's like when you watch the different horse races, okay, you get the
Look at that
backstory
horse.
on the trainers and on the horse.
Look at the white
and
horse.
3 minutes
Look at the
later,
gray horse.
That's fine.
The race is over.
That's fine.
No, I'm coming over to Mike's side. I love the Olympics generally, but I hate them now
because I've just learned that that's why there are no
Yes.
new binge-worthy shows coming out.
No, it's true.
They
There's
don't wanna
nothing on the Netflix.
unveil them during the Olympics.
Oh,
So I'm
That's why
watching
they're
old
waiting for the Connor
Datelines.
Stallions doc.
Dateline paused because of the
Yes.
Olympics.
So I'm watching all the old Datelines, which are always great.
But I'm telling you, fear thy neighbor.
Fear
You'll love
thy
it.
neighbor. I got that down. All right.
You got to watch Drive to Survive.
No, it's F1
See, no. You got to
racing.
learn Woj. Woj likes mayhem and
Yeah.
crime.
That's why he likes Michigan football.
I knew you were going to use that line again.
No,
Oh,
Wojo
jeez.
needs
I'm
like
just-
blood, gore, sex,
And that's why I say, fear thy
murder.
neighbor goes from, hey, how you doing there, Bob? And come on over for the barbecue to there's a shotgun being cocked. And
Oh,
wow.
cool.
And there's deer dead in the backyard.
Now, was that a documentary?
No, it's a reenactment.
Yeah,
Ooh, I like the
it's
reenactment.
It's true story reenactment.
Where was this at?
Mike gave
It's
me
on
something
Max.
called The Rookie or something.
It's on Max.
That's a good show.
Here's the problem. The Rookie is too mundane for Bob.
Is
Okay.
that the baseball movie with
No.
With Dennis Quaid?
I was trying to give him, he said just something easy to watch, like not that thought provoking. I didn't realize everything had to be kidnapping and murder and, Satan worship.
Yeah, those three are pretty good usually.
All right.
Yeah.
I can't help
Animal sacrifice? I
I've
can deal with
learned
that.
Wojo's taste. So
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, for sure.
And you
He's
have
a big
similar
fan
taste.
of malignant narcissists. All right. I'm just, everyone
I'm
take
just
it
here
easy.
so I don't get fined. I've just got, 45 more seconds
Yeah,
to go.
that's all you got. Well, I must admit, driving in when Mike's little tease was, I was looking at the Olympic ratings and I thought you were about to say, boy, are they bottoming out. And it's the opposite, which I did not realize either, that they're going through the roof. And it somewhat surprises me, too, because I haven't watched that
No,
much.
but, see,
No,
I
but it
think-
was-
I'm going to say Peacock and NBC. The Peacock format is perfect.
Do
for
you
this.
get a share of revenue from Peacock?
It is amazing.
He's
You're
got
the
all the
only guy I
networks.
know that likes to stream.
Excuse me?
It's the biggest pain in the ass.
Oh, hey,
Oh.
guys, I was watching
No.
Illinois Rutgers on Peacock,
Because
and I'm
it's
like,
the same.
I hate
no,
you.
it's the same reason why Mike hates going to streaming and back and forth. Once you're on the app, you don't have to leave the app.
I guess the app gives you 4K, which is kind of nice too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I can see all of the losing in 4K clarity.
there you go.
I only do.
Mike, you need some joy in
Hey,
your
Mike.
Yeah.
Go ahead and download Peacock. Go ahead.
Yeah. I only do the streaming. I only do the streaming when I'm drinking beer a lot. That's the only time that I ever.
So you got a healthy stream.
You guys are really okay.
No,
what's
I'm trying to
next?
get Rico to walk out.
I'm just happy you're not angry today. This
No,
is
I'm
a
not
better version
angry
of
at
you.
all. Please.
What is the lead on
Some
the program?
lion stuff. You and your little mean giants are picking on the little lions.
Listen, we're
Stop
terrible.
that crap.
We're terrible.
Dude, how about your boy Neighbors?
I
Yeah.
feel
He's
like
all over the place.
I feel like I've drafted Odell Beckham Jr.
MVP.
again.
Yeah.
MVP.
Wow, yeah,
MVP.
He's got 2 touchdowns. He's got 17 of like
He's
19
throwing
passes.
punches at
Justin
people.
who?
Oh,
Justin who?
Justin who? But Terry Arnold got him on that one play that led to the fight, right?
We're terrible.
Uh-huh.
No,
But
yeah,
then you
then
know what you
he
do?
went after Kirby Joseph.
I know.
You punch him in the face.
Yeah, there you go. And you break your hand in the face mask. Why not? All over. But real quick, do you like the fights or no?
No, you know what?
I don't really either.
I mean, they're pointless.
I know, but fans love them. Love them.
The MVP was Dan Skipper, who basically told Sewell, get the hell out of there. Okay, once you start making $200 million, you don't fight anymore.
Sewell's.
You pay our fines.
No,
you don't fight.
They're in New Jersey. The Giants were about to make Sewell disappear.
Yeah.
Forever.
Once again,
That's pretty easy to do around that stadium.
That's what I'm saying.
you make over 200. You pay our fines.
Yeah,
you don't
you let me-
fight.
yeah.
Maybe that's where Stallions put the hard drives.
Could be.
Ooh,
Could
right
be.
with Hoffa.
Right next to Hoffa's
Look at
body,
that.
right?
You find one, you find them both.
It's in the north end zone on the left pylon. That's what I grew up believing.
It's the old stadium, isn't it? Yeah.
Dude, I thought he was buried under Marcus Red Fox, which is now one of the Amos.
All right,
I'm glad your voice.
Oh, God.
We're done. We'll
Rieger's
see you
voice
tomorrow
is
at
back,
2.
yeah.
96.
It's sort of back.
Dreaming.